Hello and welcome to the ET Soonicorns Summit powered by AWS and Intel. I'm Meloni. Across the world, the Indian entrepreneurship story is being acknowledged and celebrated. India is the market. It's where global investors want to invest. And our entrepreneurs today are building in Bharat for India and for the world. Our vibrant startup ecosystem is the third largest. In 2022, so far, we've added around 20 new unicorns across sectors like edtech, social e-commerce, fintech, game tech, and others. Challenges, experts say, remain. The supporting infrastructure is being built. Compliances and regulations that embrace innovation are a work in progress. And ensuring that young businesses imbibe good governance and sustainability as must-haves are ideas that are taking root. And so, for the first time in India, ET presents a special Soonicorns initiative to unlock the potential and discuss the opportunities and challenges of India's future unicorns poised to play a pivotal role in shaping the new India story. On day one, we have a special chat with a profitable unicorn, followed by sector roundtables on agri-tech, health tech, fintech, and a deep dive with investors and their outlook on this exciting ecosystem. But first, our inaugural keynote speaker, Times Internet's Vice Chairman Satyan Gajwani on the Soonicorn Opportunity, catalyzing India's innovation economy and fueling the birth of new outliers.
Welcome, everybody, and thank you for joining us at our first ever Economic Times Soonicorn Summit. Soonicorn is a funny word. It's a new word representing that stage of companies that have the potential to become unicorns and potentially decacorns down the line, but aren't quite there yet. We think this summit is important because in many ways, the Soonicorn opportunity is very much the India opportunity. We are a market with enormous potential and with the ability to create massive, disruptive, lasting companies, but we're not quite there yet. The Soonicorn Summit is meant to address the very things that are holding us back and that are on the horizon for this stage of companies that we face today. This summit is extensive, over 2 days with over 50 speakers. And through this summit, we will cover many themes relevant to this opportunity. We will talk about India's next techade. We will talk about building for Bharat and building for the world. We'll talk about the opportunities and challenges associated with fundraising. We'll talk about building sustainable brands and ones that will last the test of time. And increasingly, we'll also talk about corporate governance and the opportunity and the realities of growing up as a company in India. Our entrepreneurial ecosystem today is the most dynamic and opportune that I've ever seen it. 10 years ago, when I started in this world, Digital India and Startup India was viewed as one of those opportunities down the line, maybe for the young kids of the next generation, but really not relevant in mainstream and the central focus of corporate India, which was going to be run and driven by established incumbent companies with a different operating philosophy and approach towards the world. Today, we see something different. Every company in India is thinking about disruption, is thinking about transformation, has existential risk and threat coming from startups and disruptors who are forcing them to change the game of what they do, challenge existing practices, and figure out how they will evolve into a new world where anybody has the potential to create a unicorn company that can be disruptive and transformative to our society as a whole. This is an enormous period of opportunity. And over the last 5 years, India has established that we have the potential to build really big businesses. The next phase, and perhaps the theme of the next 5 years that we face, will be whether Digital India, Startup India can demonstrate that we can build lasting businesses. And that will come from building businesses that are fundamentally economically sustainable, that are run with best practices, that establish governance and institutionalism in the way that decisions are made, and ultimately proving that these are companies that can last for the next decades ahead. The ET Soonicorns Summit is not just about a summit. It is a broader initiative by the Economic Times. Alongside the summit, there are multiple months of effort and initiatives that are surrounding what we're doing. Last month, we kicked off this initiative, hosting 9 speaker sessions led by the IT minister in one of them. As we host this event, we will hear from over 50 speakers over the next couple of days. And shortly thereafter, we'll produce a video series on the future unicorns and decacorns of India. And over the coming weeks and months, you will see further reports and trackers taking the themes and ideas that come out of these next couple of days and providing consistent and continuous coverage on those themes over days and weeks and months to come. Thank you all for being here. I hope you find this summit to be both insightful and enlightening and supportive of your own personal understandings of the world. And I hope you have a wonderful session, and thank you again.
Hello and welcome to the Unicorn Playbook track here at ET Soonicorns Summit, and I'm Meloni Bhatt. The brand that we have today is being hailed as the shining beacon of the direct-to-consumer success story. Founded in 2016 by wife and husband team Ghazal and Varun Alagh, Mamaearth's focus was clean, toxin-free baby products. It now has a full range of skincare, personal care, and beauty products, 300 across brands. In 2022, the company turned unicorn, valued at $1.2 million after a $52 million funding round led by Sequoia Global. And we have the celebrated pair with us today, Ghazal and Varun. Welcome to Economic Times.
Hey, thank you, Meloni, for having us here.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be talking to you.
And it's a pleasure for us to have you. But it's been an amazing growth journey, right? Like this year and last, your parent company, Honasa Consumer, doubled its revenue. In FY21, you were at 460, so you doubled your revenue in 2022. And in January 22, you joined the Club of Indian Unicorns. You know, as you go ahead, there are so many expectations now, and I think the challenges also become deeper. When you sit back and when you peel back the layers, what would you say is at the very core of your success? And then I have a linked question to it that, as you continue to push forward to the A game, what are the challenges that you feel, that you want to set for yourself or that you see facing you at this stage of your journey?
So I think this question, suddenly just took me back in time to realize where we started from and how we've grown in the last 6 years. Like you said, if we peel back and talk about what is it at the core of the business that has led us to grow the way we have, I would just talk about 2 values, right? One is having belief in being able to make a difference. And second, I would say constant hustle that we keep doing even till today. These 2 values are something that we've lived by, and believing that we will be able to do what we have in mind has been a stronger force behind us being able to be where we are.
All right. Varun, as you continue to forge ahead, what are the challenges that the 2 of you see for yourself?
Well, I think, the business clearly has scaled to a certain level where we're not, we're not a small brand anymore, and we have significant share in categories that we play in. And I think if I was to talk about the 3 biggest challenges, one is going to be how do we now take the lead in growing this whole space, and actually add to the penetration and add to the premiumization trend that is ongoing amongst consumers. Second challenge is going to be, we've clearly demonstrated, and one of the core reasons for the growth that has happened in the past has been on-trend innovation. We have been very strong at listening to consumers and shaping and providing products which resonate really well with them. How do you ensure that you continue to do that over the next 3 to 5 years and remain ahead of the curve for consumers? And I think the third that I see is that currently, we are a digital first company, and we've built strong strengths in the digital and D2C domain. But the size as well as the source of growth that we are looking for now is going to come through a strong omni-channel play where the role of offline is also critical. And so how do you build and gain share in a channel which is usually led and ruled by incumbents, and is going to be another area that we're going to lose the sleep over.
All right. But since you guys have already mentioned it, I'm sure that you are looking at strategies, and we'll talk a little bit about that as we go along. You have consolidations. You've consolidated, right? Like within your own house of brands, but given the slowdown, general slowdown in funding, there is going to be consolidation within the D2C space as well. So you have Derma, Aqualogica, and Ayuga, and other brands. Any plans on any new acquisitions this year?
I think our strategy behind, being a house of brands comes from a different lens where we are seeing that beauty and personal care in India is going to massively grow over the next few years, and we are clearly seeing the consumer shift where products were being purchased for the family, moving to individual consumption where an individual wants to buy product for himself. And because of that shift, we are also seeing a lot more white spaces where people want something, but it's not available, or the quality which is available is not at par with consumer expectation. And that is the philosophy with which we are moving forward, be it the build acquisition or the acquire acquisition. So if you talk about the Dermaco, we clearly saw that the space of active ingredients was well explored outside of India, but India at that point of time did not have any brand which was talking about active ingredients for specific skin concerns like acne, pigmentation, etc. And that's where we brought in. We thought that building a brand will make a lot more sense, and we brought in the Dermaco. On the other hand, and similarly, Aqualogica for deep hydration, Ayuga in the Ayurveda space is what we are catering. And when it comes to acquisitions, if we come across something which is very strong in terms of resonance with consumers from a brand perspective, and we feel that acquiring it will help us grow it better, and we have the playbooks which will actually work on scaling those brands, that's where we acquire. So I think it's a healthy mix of identifying where you build and where you acquire. And going forward also, we'll continue to look for some of these white spaces where we feel that disruption can happen. And if it's in our category and we feel that this is something that we should be catering to, you will see us taking action there.
So you also acquired this Be Blunt salons, hair care, styling care products brands, and of course Dr. Chef, which is a luxury skincare brand. What you just mentioned earlier was the same thinking that was applied when you made these acquisitions as well. And how critical for you, or how, because this entire space of hair color, I mean, it's full of toxic products, so to speak. And you pushed yourself as a purpose-led, clean, toxin-free brand. How is that going to work then?
See, there is purpose that is associated with all brands, right? When it comes to Mamaearth, yes, it's all about being toxin-free, clean label. That's what the brand stands for, and its purpose is also in the sustainability domain, right? While even a Dermaco, which is a brand where we do use powerful actives, right? There's a purpose of educating kids with science classes and in young villages, which it resonates with, right? The brands need to have their own independent individual purposes, right? And they need to resonate with consumers on that. Right? The company doesn't have, a specific functional purpose which applies on all brands. Right? It is a combination of all brand purposes together, which is what measures our impact. Right? So in case of Be Blunt, our purpose is around empowering individuals and empowering women to be specific. And, you're going to see programs which help sort of get that done and create more entrepreneurship opportunities for women under the Be Blunt umbrella, right, which is linked to either salon, salon home, etc. kind of things shaping up there. But when it comes to the product and category perspective, you need to deliver a product which is differentially better in delivering that payoff than what the competition is delivering. And that is what we are going to continuously aim at. And Be Blunt, we love that brand because it stands for professional care at home, which is what we have seen globally is the largest premiumization strategy in hair. And the salon business actually aids, the brand business. The way you can see, for example, the Lakme salon business aids the Lakme brand business in India. And that's how we're seeing the salon business, and we're also going to ensure that equity and imagery continues to grow.
All right. You're a digital brand native. You've now ventured into offline formats. You spoke initially about the challenges of, being omni-channel. You've now launched these exclusive brand outlets. In the offline format, of course, there's a lot of competition, right, from bigger and more established players. A lot of these legacy players already have stronghold on distribution channels, retail outlets, huge costs as well are linked to this. Legacy brands are now getting into D2C, so there's competition. What is the format mix that you think will continue to be the most sustainable and profitable for you? Because now you are offline, you're online as well, and this entire focus on being on the channel.
So there, it actually depends more on the brand's life stage and journey. A brand like Mamaearth now has a certain level of awareness, penetration, and the next level of share gain is largely going to come from the offline markets, the tier 2 and beyond markets, where 90% of the categories are still being transacted and sold. And hence, for that brand, the focus is going to be how do we aggressively be where the consumers want us to buy, which is the offline channel. And while for a younger brand like, let's say, an Aqualogica, which is still in the early adopter zone, very early days of awareness, digital first and e-commerce first is going to be the only strategy there. And over time, when that also evolves and our consumers are wanting that brand to be available in the right channels, we will provide it in offline, right? So I think we're going to have a measured play where we let our consumers decide through the right listening exercises where the brand should be available, while the organization will have capabilities across channels.
So within the house of brand, each brand will have its own play. Essentially, that is what I'm hearing, right?
Each brand will have its own focused distribution channels, right? So while for the company, all the distribution channels will be available, but they'll be opened up to brands as they gradually grow.
Okay. Social commerce has been a significant source of revenue for a lot of D2C brands in the beauty space. How's that engagement with platforms worked for you? Can you give us some sense of how big this play is for you?
I think social commerce has been we started with that, and it's still very close to us. We have been growing through that channel, and we've seen a high potential even going forward. I think that's one channel where you have a very strong role to play when it comes to telling your story, communicating about your product, telling why are you better, etc. So like you said, huge potential. We have certain metrics through which we are able to interpret what is the ROI that we are getting out of that channels. And I think in the long term, till we see a positive impact, that channel will continue to grow for us. One of the things which have made Mamaearth the brand that it is today is also word of mouth, and large part of that storytelling and talking to the consumers has happened through that channel. So it's significantly big for us, and it will continue to be an important channel for us.
All right. You mentioned targeting the tier 2 cities, the tier 3 cities, right? So how do you go with specific brands to these tier 2, tier 3 cities? What is the play for you to get this larger slice of the Bharat consumer?
Actually, it is not like we already don't have it, right? I think the good
Yeah, you
thing
already have
about
it. Yeah.
the good thing about a digital first strategy or an e-commerce first strategy is that it is actually geography agnostic and hence is not racist towards any region or tiers, so to say. The 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 inherent belief in that strategy is that there is a consumer who's looking for the yacht proposition, and digital, because of the understanding of interests that we have for consumers, can actually find that consumer irrespective of the city they live in, and target a communication towards them. And e-commerce, because it's available in 25,000 pin codes of India, has the ability to fulfill that. So I think we've genuinely crafted a strategy which has given equal weightage to India and Bharat. And we've seen great outputs and outcomes of that. Now what we're seeing is when we're trying to get into, let's say, offline as a channel, and that strategy is actually helping us because in each of these cities where we are opening up, we already have enough data of which pin code in Indore have we been getting consistent orders from for the last 2 years, and how do you create an offline strategy and be present in stores which are specifically focused on those pin codes, and what assortment do you keep there, etc. Right? So it'll as we expand now, I think it's just about how do you open more cities from the offline perspective, because from an online perspective, you're already there, and are sold in more than 3,000 cities across India.
Okay. You are a house of brands and you have different brands for different sorts of consumers. In India, commerce is really opening up, right? D2C is made like a huge, everyone's ordering online, all consumers have an opportunity now. Can you give us some insights, especially when you have premium brands, which you do now under the umbrella? What's been the offtake of those brands, where you would generally not see that sort of offtake, say for the tier 2, tier 3? Can you give us some insights into what are the brands within the umbrella that, for you, it's a fascinating find to understand how the journey of that brand is kind of progressing?
I think there are multiple things which India is changing, first of all, right? I think a lot of things have been continuously surprising us. For example, in the last couple of years, serums as a category and how it has just, shaped and bombarded. It was a non-existent category. We started focusing on it with Mamaearth and then launched it with our active brand, which is Dermaco, right? And now you have, in fact, to tell you a statistic, now you have more than 5,000 vitamin C serums listed on Amazon. And 2 years back, there were 16. Right now, that's the level of proliferation that is happening in some of these younger niche categories. And the overall category is also boomed. It's almost become 4 to 5 times in the last 2 years. Similarly, the way sunscreen is picking up in the country and has been a delight to see. Clearly, there is some skin evolution that is happening. People are becoming more educated, and that's visible. And in terms of premium propositions, we've clearly seen, our young brand Aqualogica, which is based on a hydration proposition, light gel-based, plays, is seeing really good traction. And it's only about 7-8 months old. And that's clearly, and the traction is not just coming from metros, actually coming from tier 2, tier 3 towns as well, which is telling us that there is awareness of these newer propositions, formats, and people are wanting to buy them at the comfort of their homes, as long as the proposition is well communicated to them. So I think it's fascinating times, and we strongly believe we're going to continue to see a lot of this consumer evolution over the next decade.
And I'd also
All right,
yes, so I'd also like to add that, sometimes it's in our brains that we think that this is the definition of tier one and this is the definition of tier two. If you go to some of the tier two cities, they're actually very well developed now. And with more women also going back to work, we are seeing a larger, spend from their wallet happening. And some, like you said, some of the premium brands will also see a large part of traction from tier two, tier three cities, because these women and these people now have the power to order, and they want those, better quality, good products for themselves. So I think it's also about a mind shift that's happening, and we as brands need to be a little more open and aware about that.
all right. I want to go back to a point that we touched upon briefly earlier, that about purpose, sustainability. Of course, now there's greater focus as startups grow, as unicorns proliferate and, reach these stunning numbers. There's this whole thing about being sustainable while you're profitable, about having equal representation, about corporate governance. And sometimes companies find it challenging. What have been your tenets when it's come to staying the course? And, what are some of the lessons, two or three insights that you could give young businesses who look to you for inspiration? Not that you're very old.
From an ESG perspective, what I would say is you've got to convince yourself as well as your management team, your team members about the actual and real business logic behind it. Right? I mean, we strongly, for example, as a company, believe that millennials are going to prefer purpose-based brands, in the century, right? And brands which not only create good products but also create impact, right? Be it in communities or in environment, right? Are going to get a premium over the brands which don't, right? And that just creates a strong business logic, right? Hence for why we need to be in the business of purpose-based brands, or in the business of creating this positive impact and sustainability. Similarly, as you talked about diversity, right? We just very strongly believe there is such a strong case for a diversity in business growth, right? And especially for our business, I mean, more than 50% of our buyers are women, and if we don't have women taking decisions, right, on the categories, on innovation, on marketing in boardrooms, and we're just going to make the wrong decisions because there is not correct representation there. And hence, it's just the right business logic, right? It makes business sense to do that, right? So similarly, from a governance perspective, it just, if there is, ethical business is an oxymoron. I mean, there is no other way to run a long-term business, right? If you want long-term sustainable businesses, you have to be ethical and you have to have strong processes in place, right? And governance just provides a framework for doing that, right? So I think the biggest thing is to be able to see some of these as genuine business levers, rather than trying to do lip service to them. And when you see them as genuine business movers, they will just become a part of how you run a business.
Okay. You were last valued at 1.2 billion, and you've said that you want to go in for an IPO next year. Any changes to that plan, given the state of the global economy, money being tight all around, and all that?
So, we have actually not said that we want to go. You're saying that. I mean,
you can corroborate that.
No, so it's a part of the journey, and it will surely happen as part of the journey. The timing of the same will depend on a lot of both external and internal readiness, pieces. But from a global economy perspective, we all hope and pray it becomes far better, and we also, are very optimistic about India continuing to do better and leading the growth when it comes to.
All right. So, this depressed environment that we're actually seeing when it comes to the larger business environment. Uh, in your view, how long do you see this continuing? And you said that for India, perhaps the scene may be a little different here and there, but what is your outlook on it?
So there are actually, uh, two large forces at play here. One is inflationary forces, right? Which in most segments we are already seeing, weakening, right? Especially from raw materials, commodities perspective.
Okay.
Oil is the only one um, which is something that we can't predict. Right? But hopefully, if over the next couple of quarters oil situation becomes better, then the inflation scenario does seem to have like a 6 month shelf life, and we should be seeing much better scenarios on that front. And second is just when the QT, which is the quantitative tightening happening in US, which is having then very long-term effects on the entire global financial ecosystem, and the yields increasing, which is also leading to reduced valuations of companies in public markets because of the forward multiples being. So I don't see that getting any easier over the next 6 quarters. Right? So I think that will take at least 4 to 6 quarters to stabilize, and then over that stabilized base is where growth will sort of come in. And, I think that will be my
Outlook. Right. This is my last question now for both of you. As you scale, grow, you mentioned this right at the beginning, the pressure to differentiate from your competitors while staying true to your core. If you could both maybe tell us what, according to you, is your vision for your company and for this brand.
I think the vision that we have for our company, Honasa, which is the house of brands, is to become the number one choice of consumers when it comes to anything skin, hair, or personal care. That's the larger vision. That's where each of these brands are coming into play, and we are saying, whatever proposition consumer is looking for, we'll be the ones who will be able to address it through some of our offerings. I think it's a massive goal, and it will take us a lot of time to be there, but that's the path that we are going to run on.
Okay. Anything to add, Varun?
Oh, I think she just summarized. We want to be the number one choice of millennials in India in the BPC category, and whatever it takes to get there, be it from a brand proposition perspective, or from a distribution perspective, or from an innovation perspective, is what we're going to lose our sleep over and build.
Right. All right. Continue to hustle, continue to grow. We wish you all the success, Ghazal and Varun. Thank you so very much for your thoughts and for your time today with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Hello and welcome to ET Soonicorns Summit powered by AWS. I'm Maloni Bhatt. From 416 startups in 2016 to nearly 73,000 registered entities today, the Indian startup ecosystem is on fire. Now, over 50% of these startups are from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, according to the Union Ministry of Commerce and Industry. On average, 80 startups are being registered daily, and the aim, according to the government, is to build a stronger ecosystem that nurtures India's startup culture to drive economic growth, support entrepreneurship, and enable large-scale employment opportunities. It is a work in progress, and the road to accelerated growth is long and hard, which will include improving infrastructure, human capital, driving economic reforms, and the ease of doing business. but there are facilitators that are helping and powering the system, and I have with me one such, Kumara Raghavan, India Head, Startup Segment AWS, to speak to us on how AWS is actually doing this. Kumara, welcome to ET Soonicorns Summit.
Thank you, Melanie.
All right, so during the pandemic, businesses were forced to digitize. Many migrated from on-premise computing to cloud. Now, many realize that cloud, of course, leads to nimbleness, flexibility, scalability. Can you give us a sense that from pre-pandemic and now, how have things changed in the way companies are approaching and leveraging their businesses on cloud?
Sure. I think pandemic was quite life-changing for all of us in multiple ways. But I think one of the biggest changes was the behaviors and habits that all of us had inculcated over the years. So everyone turned to digital avenues to meet their daily buying needs or for groceries, for example, or even their educational needs for themselves and for their children and so on. So what all of this meant was a very, very rapid adoption of digital services as the default. So what this really made businesses do is to shift from on-premises computing to cloud computing so that it could support their fast-fueled technology-driven growth that they were all seeing from their consumers. Now, this came from across all segments, whether it was enterprises or MSMEs. And cloud computing has been a big contributor to this rapid pace of digitization globally. And in the last 2 years particularly, so the everyday benefits that the technology offers is something that is constantly seen in the shift that we continue to see. So if you look at the market projections by IDC, they peg India's public cloud services market to reach 13.5 billion by 2020.
13.5 billion.
13.5 billion by 2026. And that would make India among the fastest growing markets for public cloud service as a whole. Now, startups have played a big role really in the adoption of cloud services. And when you look at our customers and why they go on to cloud, there are a number of reasons. You touched on some of them, Melanie. Most often it starts with cost. So everyone wants to reduce their costs and cloud is a good way to go about that. But the other advantage really is in the kind of agility that cloud provides. So when you're looking at spinning up multiple experiments and trying out new experiments that you want to see if you can fail or succeed on, so you can spin up a number of instances. If those experiments fail, you can quickly shut down those instances, or the ones that succeed. If they need to scale, it can scale very rapidly. So that's the kind of agility and even the level of innovation that a cloud can provide. But yet another advantage is really around the scalability. Now, let's say you're in the business where you have seasonality of demand and you have peaks during, let's say, a festival season. So you can have a peak consumption period where you can have multiple instances running and catering to your needs. And then you can quickly bring that scale down once that peak event is over. So we see businesses really using AWS Cloud to reduce their technical debt and continue doing these experiments as a way to cater to their customers' constantly growing needs.
Yeah. Kumar, can you give us a sense of, whether the adoption of the cloud pre-pandemic, during the pandemic and now, has it become more intense, and are they doing more on the cloud than they were doing before? And, what has been the level of the intensity and, the change in their approach when it comes to cloud, if there's been one?
Sure. Yeah, definitely. I think there's been two shifts. One, we touched on the rapid adoption of cloud and how the market is really growing for cloud services. But the other phenomenon that we see is the wider adoption of the range of services. So it's not just the basic services around the compute or storage that's being used by all of the companies, including startups. A lot of them are also delving into the innovative parts of the technology. So whether it is on AI and ML or IoT or even databases, when you look at databases, traditionally, most organizations were built around databases which were very structured, and they were often relying on standard commercial grade databases. But that's constantly evolving as well. Today, there is a wider adoption of non-SQL databases, and there are very specific task-based databases or purpose-built databases, as we call them. So including for areas like graph or time series, or even distributed ledger databases. The other phenomenon that we see is a growing adoption of container services. So including our Elastic Kubernetes Service, or EKS as we call them. So today, when you look at the container services deployment in the cloud, so over 2/3 of the container deployments in the cloud is on AWS. And the other thing we see is when you look at early stage startups, they like working with Amazon Lightsail, which is ideal for simpler workloads, for very quick deployments, and for getting quickly started on AWS. So that's designed to help you start small and then scale as you keep growing. So essentially what our advanced services does is to take care of the heavy lifting that an organization typically has to do on the IT and the infrastructure side. And so that the startups can focus on building the scale or building the product that they're really good at. So it takes away all of that undifferentiated heavy lifting and lets them focus on the crucial problem that they want to solve.
How is the Indian market different, if you could give us a sense, from the international market when it comes to these adoption of these range of services? Is there a particular service at AWS, where you see Indian startups leveraging heavily?
So when you look at the kind of services, we see startups using pretty much the entire depth and breadth of services that we have to offer. So it doesn't matter what a startup has to do. We have the tools and applications to enable them to do it. We have over 200 products and services, and we have the whole breadth and depth of capabilities that any cloud provider can offer. And that ranges, as we covered, from basic compute and storage all the way to advanced databases or other architectural options, including the pre-built solutions. So essentially, one of the things that we have tried to make sure is that even a non-technical founder has it easy to adopt cloud and get going for all the things that they want to.
Okay. Businesses, of course, as you mentioned, they're recognizing the significance of digital technology, in the aftermath of the pandemic. And a lot of them are investing or attempting to invest in AI and ML. You have, lots of products. Can you give us a sense of what the offtake has been of these products? And, any particular sector or segment or industry where you're seeing perhaps an unexpected interest in AI and ML?
Sure. Look, at AWS, we are quite enthusiastic about machine learning technology, and our startup customers are too. So India is obviously a very growing economy, and we see the scope for AI and ML becoming very broad. So initially, it was used as a mechanism for bringing in efficiency, but now you see a huge amount of innovation happening in this area as well. So the way we look at AI and ML is in 3 layers. So at the first layer, what we look at is the basic infrastructures that goes into building an AI ML capability, whether it is GPUs or even standard frameworks like MXNet, for example. So we have standardized versions of these, and these are available for organizations with deep technology skills who have their own ML specialist developers and who have data scientists, for example. So they like to build and train their own models. And so we have this first layer of technology that's available for them. The second layer of technology that we have is what we call as the Amazon SageMaker. And that's a fully managed ML service. And that helps data scientists and developers prepare, build, train, and deploy high quality ML models by bringing together a broad set of capabilities, which is very, very purpose built for machine learning. And the third layer that we have is what you can loosely call as the cognitive services. So essentially mimicking a very human experience. And there we have a set of ready-made offerings. So offerings like TextRact, which can extract text from various material and read through images and several layers of text, for example, or recognition. So which again allows for quick recognition from video and other images. So all of these are ready-made services that startups can incorporate into their applications very quickly. So that's how we have structured our offerings. And to answer your second part of the question in terms of the kind of use cases that we see, I think what you have seen is post-pandemic, there's a significant momentum in adopting AI/ML across verticals, whether it is healthcare, whether it is gaming, edtech, or fintech. So to take a few examples, one of our customers, Healthify Me, and they are offering a new service called the Healthify Pro. And this is a very advanced, personalized metabolic health program. So what they are able to do with Healthify Pro is do virtual continuous glucose monitoring. So that effectively helps predict the glucose values without having a physical device attached to the individual. And they are able to do this using the Amazon SageMaker, and they have built their own machine learning models for this prediction. So the Amazon SageMaker helps build, train, and deploy these models for this use case. And they don't have to have a fully managed infrastructure. So all of that is taken care of by the Amazon SageMaker side of things. So another example in the gaming side is Games 24/7. So they're India's leading gaming company. And they have a portfolio that spans skill games and also casual games. And when you look at their vast user base, they have two different kind of use cases which they like to solve. One is they want to ensure that there is no fraud. So for example, if there are 4 players playing, they don't want 2 players to collude and cheat out the other 2 players. So they use the graph database called Neptune to ensure that all of that is weeded out. The other thing that they're able to do is to use the Amazon Personalize so that each of their consumers gets a very personalized experience. So that's on the gaming side of things as an example. And the other one that we are particularly proud of is in the edtech space called vShine Tech. And when the pandemic came about, one of the things they did was to focus on the university examination process and bring a level of automation and facial recognition using the Amazon recognition. So this aided proctoring, and they did this within a week's time. So that's how rapidly they were able to bring out this offering and deploy it in quick time. And the last one I'll touch upon is Perfios. They are a fintech startup, and they use Amazon Textract. So they use that to extract text from handwriting or even data from scanned documents. And they process as many as 2 million financial documents every month. So you can see a very wide range of use cases for AI and ML that's happening today. And I think we are very much at the beginning of this phase of usage. There's a whole lot of innovation that's waiting to be done. And we see startups readily jumping into that space and bringing more and more advancements that really make our lives more easier as we go by.
Any particular spaces, any particular industry or segments that you're excited about?
No, look, I did touch about a number of them.
Yeah.
So these use cases going across all of the segments. So today, when you look at the kind of investments that come into the startup segment in India, fintech by far takes some of the highest degree of investment, followed by the software as a service companies. So those two by far are the largest areas of innovation within India today. And that's where you see the investments come in. And there again, you see an incredible amount of innovation which is happening using AI/ML. We touched on Perfios from the fintech side of things.
Yeah.
And if you take SaaS, for example, take Freshworks, one of our biggest poster childs when it comes to SaaS success stories in India. They use as many as 30,000 SageMaker models. And they have brought down what used to take over 7 hours into less than 30 minutes when it comes to supporting their customers. So that's the kind of innovation that we are looking at across the segments.
Yeah, and of course, it brings into focus the agility, and then from the agility, the ability to drive scale for the companies that are innovating with AI and ML. I want to touch upon the India story now, Kumara. With digitization, cities and metros are no longer these focal points or epicenters of growth. There was recent data that came out, I think, over the last few days, where the government actually said that over 50% of the startups are from tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and they're propelling growth. So there are other trends as well, right, which we've seen through the pandemic, say work from home, for instance, the gig economy is somehow getting more involved when it comes to work. How are you viewing these trends? And in the backdrop, beyond creating demand for services and products, how do you see these tier 2, tier 3 cities and the innovations coming out of them really powering India's economic progress?
Oh, look, India is definitely undergoing a very steady but very unique trend, which is that experienced professionals and startup founders are moving from metros to the tier 2 cities. And you see a lot of innovation coming from these tier 2 cities as well. So they are across artificial intelligence, across climate technologies, across IoT. You can pretty much name any innovation and any current trend that's happening in the industry. And that's happening in the tier 2 cities as well. So previously, Mumbai, Bangalore, Delhi, NCR used to take the limelight when it came to the startup ecosystem in India. But tier 2 cities are rapidly emerging as a source of innovation. So I think there was a recent news report which highlighted that over 50% of the Indian startups are based in non-metro cities, which is incredible. So the growth of startups and startup initiatives in these small towns in India are not only proving to be effective for the startup founders and entrepreneurs, but these cities themselves are reaping the significant benefits due to the advancements taking place in these cities. So there's clearly a very strong momentum in the startup ecosystem from the tier 2 cities. And we are engaged with the founders to ensure that they have the resources to build their business with full access to the length and breadth of AWS services.
There is another segment often that comes up when we speak of access to technology, access to funding, and that segment is of women, right? In India, women only have about constitute about 14% of entrepreneurs. And perhaps in the startups, in the case of startups, that number is even smaller. You have a program called Techcelerate, which is in collaboration with the Indian Women's Institutional League. Can you tell us a little bit about the impact that it's had so far, and what are your plans ahead with it?
Oh, you're right, Melanie. I think one of the things that we are particularly sensitive about is the fact that we have half the population in this country that's not participating fully in all the innovation that's taking place. And that would be a big miss for all of us and the society at large if we don't facilitate that innovation to come to the fore. So at AWS, we definitely believe that our future is inclusive, diverse, and equitable across race, gender, belief, origin, and community. So our culture is defined by our leadership principles, our newest leadership principle being success and scale bring broad responsibility. So let me say that again, success and scale bring broad responsibility. And this really reminds us that we must support our customers, partners, local communities, and the world at large to do better and be better. So as a part of this, we do a number of initiatives, and one of them is what you touched on, the Techcelerate. So we began this in December 21. It was a 4-week virtual program run by our AWS ID&E team and the Indian Women Institutional League. So what this did was to have 120 selected startups get access to resources ranging from technology in the form of the AWS credits, the training piece, and they were also mentored with master classes which ranged across topics of technology, across product, across funding. And this was done by industry leaders, successful startup founders, venture capitalists, and even AWS experts. Other than that, what we also did was we partnered with Ncube and TIE Delhi to create an in-person social mixer for women founders and funders in Bangalore and Delhi. So this generated a lot of interest as well. We had over 180 women who joined these mixers to learn, share, and collaborate with each other. So that was, again, essentially something that was great to see. We also have the AWS Startup Mentorship Program, and this offers expert mentors who can guide entrepreneurs through the key challenges that they face through every phase of their growth, from the initial ideation phase to the scale stage, to the growth stage, and to the scale stage. And we help them with not just the technology aspect of things, but also with network and also in terms of the business advice. So with a focus on supporting women and underrepresented minority entrepreneurs, this program has mentored more than 1,000 startups since its launch in 2019 June.
All right. See, right now there is a tech winter, right? There is a lot of focus on corporate governance, the fact that startups need to become profitable. Can you tell me, what are your thoughts? We have the Soonicorn Summit, and especially it is a platform to speak of the strengths that Soonicorns and unicorns bring to India and the way that they help drive growth and hopefully drive employability as well. But what are your thoughts on the initiatives like this summit to evangelize, to educate early on the playbooks of building businesses the right way? And what are the initiatives that AWS has planned in addition to your sector specialist programs, some of which you touched upon?
Sure. No, look, firstly, I think this is an incredible initiative. I think one of the big benefits that we have seen over the years now is our startup ecosystem has definitely matured. And a sign of that maturity is events like these. So what really happens is you have second time, third time, fourth time entrepreneurs who are coming in and are supporting newer startups. And that does two things. One, of course, it compresses that whole product market fit, the time that it takes to develop that product market fit. And the second is it improves their chances of success with better connections and better advice that some of these founders didn't get in their initial phases of the journey. So I think that's definitely a great sign of maturity of the whole ecosystem. And I think it's events like these that power it and make it even better for startups who are beginning their journey early on. So at AWS, we have been supporting startups since our inception in 2006. We have had a number of startups who have come through the journey, both across the world and in India. When you think of companies like Oyo or Freshworks. So all of these began their journey at AWS. So what we try and do is we ensure that we are with startups through every phase of their journey. So when you're at the very early stages of your journey, so the AWS Activate program is the gateway for startups to join the AWS program. So it offers credits and takes away one of the big spends that a startup can have, which is their cloud spend. So that takes it off their spend early on in their initial stage. But that's not the only thing. What they also get to do with Activate is they get a lot of training content. They also get technology advice on which offerings to choose from our whole Activate console. So our Activate console, even for non-tech founders, gives ready-made templates through a build on AWS offering, which essentially puts together a combination of repository, which essentially ensures that if there is common undifferentiated solutions that a startup wants, they can take that off and run that, and then focus very much on the problem that they are trying to solve. Now, as a startup keeps growing through the stages, they obviously have the access to the wide range of technology from our 200 services that we have. And that ensures that as they keep refining their offering, so they have the latest tools and technologies to help them innovate and bring that differentiation that they want to for their set of consumers. And then finally, as the startup keeps growing and scaling, they want global access. They want to get better network. And that's again a program that we facilitate through our connections program for our startups. The other thing that we do is we work with our ecosystem partners that ranges across VCs, across angel investors, other founders and mentors. So all of this gives startups a very real world experiences of the challenges that they can face every day. So we also have a very extensive technical team with very, very region specific knowledge and also domain expertise. So whether you're looking at fintechs or healthcare, these are all highly regulated industries. So our experts can help them navigate not just the technology piece of it, but also the regulatory side of things. So they can do all this at scale. So essentially with looking at each stage of their growth, we try to stay in tune with the needs of a startup and make sure that they are empowered for success as much as they can be.
Right. Well, I have the last sets of, I have two last questions for you. So first one is about tech for good, right? So tech is regarded as the key that will solve so many of our problems, be it the climate emergency, be it pandemic. But what's also happened is that, tech can also exacerbate inequalities. Like, for instance, we saw during the pandemic that a third of the world's children missed out on remote learning. So what it did is it exposed the digital divide. There's also this issue of good governance when it comes to startups. There have been a lot of newspaper reports recently about corporate governance, about the need for good governance, especially in the startup ecosystem. So these two things. A, how do we drive tech for good, especially in India? And it's not just about the profit. The second part is also how do we instill this entire bring in more corporate governance and corporate responsibility, especially for businesses that are starting up. How do you make it one of the pillars for success when it comes to this?
Sure. So firstly, I think at AWS, we are really committed to investing in India and putting the power of AWS cloud directly into the hands of the customers and partners. So what that does is they have the tools to build a better world, deliver citizen impact at scale, and reinvent technology experiences. Now, I know you mentioned a couple of instances, but when I look back at things that we saw from our vantage point, so again, to dwell on Healthify Me, so a startup, so what they did during COVID-19 was when vaccinations were first being made available for the public, if you recall, it was all done through smartphone booking. And now, obviously, a vast majority of our population uses feature phones and they don't have smartphones. So what Healthify Me did was to come up with Vaccinate Me. So it was an application which enabled people to get notifications of vaccine availability on their feature phones. And they could book vaccine slots. And this was made available in 10 different languages. This was launched in 2 weeks as soon as the Indian government announced vaccine registrations to the public. So you can definitely put technology for good. You can definitely make it far more accessible than was traditionally imagined to be. And you can even reach parts of the country and the population that is not necessarily fully tech enabled. So this reached over 15 million people across 700 districts. So it helped them search for vaccination slots nearby and receive notifications as they became available. So that's definitely one. And the other, when you look at the related aspect, is around sustainability. So obviously businesses have realized that making the switch to sustainable business practices provides an opportunity in itself for new and innovative ideas. So the call for private and public sectors to collaborate on sustainable innovation is quite strong. And cloud technology usage is one path to achieve this. So at AWS, we traditionally use what we call as the well-architected review. So traditionally, our solution architects go and work with startups, enterprises, and MSMEs to review their architecture for different aspects, whether it comes to cost or efficiency, performance, and so on. What we did was to add a sixth pillar, which was around sustainability. So this pillar essentially reviews the architecture from a sustainability pillar and says that, for example, if you are catering to video as a service for your consumers, do they need a certain level of latency or can they live with something else? And in turn, what optimization does that bring in technology and in turn, the usage of the resources at the back end. So that's definitely an aspect and there's a growing awareness of it. So again, to pick another example, we have a startup called We Got Utility Solutions. They're a startup based out of Chennai. And they developed a cloud-enabled water management platform on AWS. And they do that using IoT-based ultrasonic water sensors. So this platform provides the ability to monitor water usage at a very granular level. And so then they can detect leaks remotely, and then they can generate usage analytics and detailed reports so that you can determine the optimum water consumption patterns in a residential complex or in commercial buildings and so on. So over the last 5 years, We Got Utility Solutions scaled operations, and they now process over 12 million data ingestion points across over 50,000 sensors that they use on AWS. So you can definitely put technology to good, and I think we'll see more and more of this innovation happening all the time. And even for areas where technology was not previously accessible, I think they'll feel the impact of it one way or the other in the time to come. I definitely see that as the growing trend. And coming to your second part of it, I think it goes back to touching on the maturity of the ecosystem. I think we are a very, very rapidly evolving startup ecosystem. And what you see is the lessons being learned over the years from the early stage startups who began their journey and being passed on to the new stage startups that are coming in is definitely accelerating. And I think it's only a matter of time that we get better and better at this whole governance aspect as well.
Kumara Raghavan, India Head, Startup Segment AWS. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Melanie.
Hello and welcome to ET Soonicorns Summit. With over 800 million smartphone and internet users, India is the big destination for investing in a digital future. Digitalization and technology has powered the emergence of 105 unicorns in sectors like fintech, edtech, and SaaS. And there are more Indian startup businesses inching towards the billion-dollar valuation, all shaping the new digital economy. But what are the challenges they face? And what are the opportunities they believe will drive their growth? Now, I have just the people who can give us some insights into some of these questions. Joining me, Suumit, Shah, founder and CEO of Dukaan, a no-code platform that enables merchants to launch their e-commerce website in a few minutes and to scale it on the internet. Suumit, good to have you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here.
Next, we have with us Vineet, Sukumar, founder and MD of fintech startup Vivriti Capital, which offers debt solutions and asset management for mid-market enterprises in India. Vineet, thank you so very much for your time today.
Thanks for having me.
Next, we have with us Ranjeet Pratap Singh from Pratilipi,
which is an online self-publishing platform for Indian language content across various formats. Ranjeet, good to see you here.
Thank you. Same here.
And finally, we have with us Gautam Kurumella, Senior Manager, Startup Solutions, AWS. Good to have you here, Gautam.
Thanks. Pleasure to be here.
All right. So my first question is for all the startups, from 471 startups in 2016 to nearly 73,000 startups till June 2022. India's startup ecosystem, as you all know, has been on fire. We have 105 unicorns, and their combined valuation is over $300 billion, according to estimates. Now, from your individual perspectives and businesses, if you could tell me what are the 2 or 3 growth opportunities and challenges that you see impacting your business in the year or two. So if you want to begin, Suumit Shah, founder and CEO of Dukaan.
Perfect. So I think what sector that we are operating in is a e-commerce enablement. Now, as you know, like a lot of people have started shopping online and so on. There are huge number of opportunities in e-commerce sector itself. Now, challenges that we have seen so far in the markets like India is the first point is like the mobile first markets. Now, while there are like a lot of solutions like Shopify and so on, those are built for the Western worlds where people have generally like iPhone and like 5G connections and so on. But if an Indian seller try to like get online and start selling things online, first of all, like they cannot afford the kind of rates Western softwares have and so on. So there is huge opportunity in terms of building specific solutions to the Indian market, which can operate in the mobile first economies and so on. And again, like this is not just for the India, but also for like 2/3 of the world where all the economies are like working on the mobile. So yeah, I think commerce itself is like pretty huge, right? From enabling someone to start selling online to how you can help them to get more demand, or maybe like optimize their store performance or optimize their design and so on. So huge number of opportunities in the e-commerce sector itself.
And challenges, Suumit?
The people, they won't understand English. So you have to make sure that like all the solutions are built in like specific language and so on. Plus, a lot of people don't have the understanding of, like, for example, in our case, once the store is created, what is the next step? Like, how do I drive more demand? Now you have to get into, explaining like how Google works or how, SEO works or how App Store works and so on. There people are not, that smart enough or like putting more efforts to understand like, how one can drive the demand and so on. So then the whole game becomes about, like how quickly you are able to educate all these people in their regional language, what they understand, so that they can be, successful on the internet. In the age where like predominantly companies like Flipkart and Amazon are, like taking the huge pie of the commerce, while the smaller sellers, they don't get equal opportunities to sell online. Even on the marketplaces, I think like top 1 to 5% people will drive like more than 90% of the GMV, which means like 90% of the people who are listed on Amazon, they don't get even like one order. So what to like help all these people be back in the business. So that's exactly what we are solving for. And yeah, I think it's a challenge to get all these people at scale and consistently keep growing, especially in the time when the whole world is moving back to the normal stage. What we expected that once people start doing the online transactions in commerce, whether this behavior is going to be like irreversible, no. But yeah, that it's not completely irreversible. People are still preferring like offline commerce. But at the same time, like a lot of new age brands are coming, especially in the D2C segment. If you have seen brands like Mamaearth and Boats of the world. So I think like fairly huge number of brands are starting with the providing the products. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, Suumit. Vineet, you want to take off from where Suumit has left. His challenges are completely different to, are possibly completely different to yours.
Yes, we deal in a very different market, a market where we try to fuel the growth of entrepreneurs. As India today holds the distinction of being the fastest growing economy in the world. And that is simply not possible if more than 20, 30, 40,000 mid-corporates that today employ 3 to 5 million people don't get the adequate fuel to be able to grow their respective businesses, right? And this is cutting across sectors. This could be companies in pharmaceutical, in healthcare, in clean energy, in logistics, in manufacturing, in defense, in shipping, in mining, that need adequate capital to grow. right? Now, it's a fact that in India today, 93% of debt markets, be it loan markets or bond markets, get only service the top 200 to 250 corporates, right? Versus the balance 20,000-30,000 odd corporates languishing at very, very, very low levels of capital. And by capital, I mean debt, right? Now, that's the problem that Vivriti was set up to solve. And when we started 5 years back, the goal we set ourselves was that we should make a very, very sizable difference, not just by being the capital providers ourselves, but by co-opting a much larger ecosystem of investors, lenders, including global investors, who should follow our lead into this market and finance this very large problem, right? To give you a scale of the problem scale, today, even at a very inefficient level, right? 20,000 corporates borrow 7 lakh crores, right? Now, if I use a metric that today applies to large corporates, the 7 lakh crores should actually be at 25 lakh crores, right? Which tells you how large the problem is, and therefore why there needs to be many Vivritis to be actually tackling a problem of this scale, right? So the opportunity is absolutely immense. The credit ratio for these companies is abysmally low. The asset quality is very good, and therefore there is a very tangible case for global capital to follow our lead and invest into these businesses, right? But the challenges are many. Firstly, discovering these companies. India is a large country. These companies are spread across, the nook and corner of the country. Discovering is a problem, right? Assessment of these companies is a problem, right? Delivering products at scale, and that too for the complexity and customization that each corporate would require is a problem, right? And over it all, my colleagues on the panel where they were speaking about the advent of technology, consumer tech has made a very significant, has moved a very significant distance in the last decade. Enterprise tech is negligible, right? And therefore, for us, the entire tech stack for acquisition, for product development, for product delivery, for risk management is absolutely being built from scratch. That's our biggest challenge today.
Okay, all right. Ranjeet, let's hear from you. How has it been for Pratilipi?
Sure. In my opinion, I think the biggest advantages or tailwinds have basically been that the market itself has matured in various different ways. So I think when we started building Pratilipi, for example, a bunch of times we would have to chat with people's parents to convince them why they should come and join Pratilipi versus joining a larger company. That doesn't seem to be true anymore. Similarly, if you're hiring mid to senior people from larger corporates, people will often feel like if they worked at Pratilipi for 2-3 years and they wanted to go back to Google or Amazon, how difficult would that be? That's not a problem anymore. Similarly, in terms of fundraising, interacting with other more traditional industries, let's say media or film, has become a lot easier. Just the depth of talent pool as well as capital pool has increased significantly. And it still feels like this is still just a beginning and we are just moving in the right direction where market's maturing at a pretty decent clip. So I think that is probably the biggest advantage that we are seeing in the market. The second big one probably is just the infrastructure improvement that has happened primarily with UPI, but also a few other things. So I think 3-4 years back, people used to say that in India, nobody really pays for anything non-tangible. Now Hotstar has 50 million plus paying subscribers, and not just Hotstar, not just Pratilipi. There are so many other examples where people are paying for digital content in different forms across tech, health tech, entertainment, so on and so forth. So I think these are two big positives. Negatives, one would probably be in terms of hiring again. India is an open market, which means that, and especially thanks to COVID and remote work, you are not just fighting against companies operating in India. You are not just competing against startups based on India. You are actually essentially competing against everyone everywhere. Even though your customers, especially if you're targeting India as a home market, your customers are going to be paying you in INR. But salaries that you have to now fight for is not just INR. So that becomes difficult, especially for top talent. The second one would probably have to be just uncertainty around regulations, especially like in general true for any new industry, but especially for tech, because not only is it new, but it's also very quickly changing. Like what used to be, what people thought of media has significantly changed. Like, is YouTube a media company? Is YouTube a tech company? Is YouTube an internet company? It's very, very hard to say because it's all of those and a little bit more. So by definition, it's difficult. And especially, I think in a country like India, it becomes more difficult still. So these would be my top two challenges.
All right. This is all very, very interesting. Gautam, what do you make of, what we've heard from the startup in terms of the opportunity? Everyone's convinced that there is a tremendous opportunity, but everybody's challenges are different. And, we just have these three startups, right? So literally just maybe three segments. And there are so many of them. So we've got a plethora of challenges and no one has repeated any one of the challenges. What do you make of what they told us?
Yeah, just to add to that, right? I think everyone has covered different sectors or different segments. Probably I'll pick another one which was not, talked about in some time. So the one which I want to sort of focus probably is on SaaS startups again. And with the digitization that has increased post-COVID, right? Indian startups, especially the one who are building SaaS solutions, they've seen tremendous amount of growth, right? And so much so that now India has been called as the SaaS factory of the world. And today there are almost like tens of 50 plus million revenue companies who are actually operating in India. And again, the strategies would differ. There are some who opted for India first strategy, and think of companies like Perfios or Razorpay or BillDesk. And then there are companies who have actually pivoted to the global first model, right? Think of companies like Hasura or Observe AI or even Axel Data to begin with. So oftentimes, again, some of these players, they do start with selling in Indian market and trying to go to the nearby regions, but it's pretty much the business model that they are hedging on. But one common theme across all of these, and one common theme which actually comes across, is the things around the culture of efficiency, right? When we look at some of those things, what it means is actually the companies in India can get up and running, with much less capital and than their global counterparts, right? And that's a very interesting thing. And even in best-in-class early-stage SaaS startup companies, we have seen even sales efficiencies, which is like 150%, of the mark. Generally, the global average is anywhere between 70% when we take the global best, right? So we have that unique advantage when it comes to the efficiencies. And we have also seen that there are other things such as taking a multi-product approach, and Indian companies have been pretty smart about building portfolio of solutions rather than just going all in on just one single product, right? I think that has again worked really well for the Indian startups. If you look at the global ones, they will not build a second product unless they see 30 to 40 million ARR coming from the first product. But in India, people would be building second or third product even if the first product has just reached the 5 million ARR mark, right? So and again, the other tailwinds, like Ranjeet mentioned, the tremendous amount of internal things that are happening, right? For example, be it fire standards in the healthcare, ONDC, which is coming up in the e-commerce and retail space, UPI, which has created a revolution in the financial services side. I think these are very strong tailwinds in the industry, so to speak. Yeah, so that's my view.
Okay. Gautam, can you take us through some of the challenges, that you see startups facing, in your line of work? And, how can you and your specialist team of solutions provider help these businesses scale, especially in these times, where it is important to be cost effective?
Yeah, so startups always work in severe constraint, right? Either there is a resource crunch, or there is a capital crunch, or there are some business pressures, right? So there's always things which are happening under severe constraint, and especially in times like this when people are talking about slowdown in the investments, or especially the funding winter, as we keep hearing, right? There is a significant focus that actually goes into how we can get the most for the minimum, right? So one of the things that we have actually done is in terms of helping startups optimize on the costs, and we do that in a much more structured way. We do something called as well-architected reviews. And in well-architected reviews, we cover different aspects. There is operational excellence, there is things around security, reliability, performance, efficiencies, cost optimization, and sustainability. But what we are actually seeing more and more is the focus on the cost optimization itself, right? So, and we are helping the startups in a much more phased approach to sort of take control of their costs and how they can actually continue to optimize on their spend at the same time, not compromise on any innovations, right? So there are different programs that we have also come up with to sort of help them run those innovation projects, but at the same time, take measures to actively keep the costs at the minimum. So we do that with multiple approaches, and that's something that is working for us.
Thanks for that, Gautam. There are offerings that AWS has, and many startups have benefited from it. My next question again is to all startups, right? It's estimated that by 2025, India's internet user base will touch about 900. Obviously, this is a huge opportunity and a market for digital products and services like those offered by your businesses. Can you give us a sense of your product and tech strategy and the roadmap for solving challenges, which may be unique to the Indian geography? Suumit, if you want to begin.
Yeah, so what we have done, especially for understanding what is the next feature that we want to build, is we have made our roadmap public, and there's a community of some 40,000 plus sellers on Facebook called Dukaan VIP. There people will start expressing this is the problem that I'm facing, or maybe this is the solution that you can think of building, and so on. And more number of people ask for the same thing. We just go and build that. And I think that should be the approach, especially when you are building the platforms. Now what happens in case of platforms is one user can have completely different requirement. For instance, we recently onboarded one of the VC funded enterprise on the platform. At the same time, there is a guy who's from second tier, third tier of the city who has completely different expectation of features. Now, how do you solve for the both? It's like building operating system, and everybody is going to face different problems and so on. But what I found is this community and staying super connected with the users or sellers is what which helps us understand what is the next feature that you have to build and so on. Now, be it a feature which can help them to link their Razorpay account with Dukaan, or be it a feature which can show the countdown timer on products. It all comes from the users. So ultimately, I think if you are well connected with the users, then each of these companies could have their own ways of what feature they want to build and how the roadmap is going to look like. Plus, I think for the SaaS companies especially, not about the hardware companies and so on, it is super easy and super in real time to collect the feedback and iterate all the things and all that. So yeah. Plus India is weird market. Few years back, say India is US market. Then somebody said no, India is China. No, India is India, and it's not a country, it's a continent. Based upon which geography you go in, they will have completely different taste, completely different expectations, and so on. So I think each company can have their own context, their own journey, and they can figure out what is the best for them.
Do you see echoes of the strategy when it comes to Pratilipi?
So in terms of context, I absolutely agree. India is a very large country, and there's a lot of diversity of almost everything, from culture to language to everything else that you can think of. Even though we are essentially a B2C company, so we can't really customize for each customer. Literature alone would have 25 million monthly active users. It's impossible for us to even talk to 25 million people. So our approach has been to do hyper-personalization and try and productize almost everything. So essentially, instead of saying that this is a group of users, let's call it segment A and a different segment B. So instead of saying that, okay, segment A sees this and segment B sees this, we are essentially saying, okay, this is a person A, and the person A sees this and person B sees this. So what you see would be very, very different, or your experience with the product would be fairly different from my experience with the product. And that's just a function of what kind of company you're running. So in our case, it's not possible to customize on a segment by segment basis.
Can you give us a sense of, the product and tech strategy that you have that you've set up for Pratilipi, and what are the challenges, unique challenges that you want to solve with it?
So Pratilipi is essentially a storytelling platform. So we have multiple different business units within Pratilipi, including online literature, comics, audiobooks, podcasts. We recently took over Westland Books team, and we also license our stories to other people. So different products may have different product roadmaps. But I think the most important bit on the product and technology front outside of personalization is essentially how do you work with Indian languages where there hasn't been enough training data till now. The good thing is that now that we have training data, we have built a bunch of different models to do different kind of things with data, including, for example, just search for Indian languages or transliteration or translation. Or can you automatically convert a story from text to audio or video or comics? Or can you find, can you help find any grammatical errors or spelling errors into whatever has been written? Can you figure out a way to automatically find if there's pornography content that somebody has published, or somebody has published a hate speech, or somebody has made a copyright violation? So essentially done a lot of work around finding these. Some of these actually we have open sourced already. Others we intend to open source over a period of time. But I think the unique parts that we do are two just around personalization. And the second would basically be around these tools which know how to work with Indian languages. Just to be clear, it's not that we are always going to be focused only on India. We launched US about a week back. We will launch other countries over a period of time. But it's like essentially build from India, start for India, and then take them global wherever that's relevant.
All right, Ranjeet, and we were still great success with it. Vineet, if you want to take up this question, if you can give us a sense of product tech strategy that you have and the roadmap for solving challenges which are unique to Bharat.
Sure. In our world, I think what has plagued enterprise finance for a long time is the fact that enterprise data is rarely ever public. So while consumer data has moved in a very, very different direction from being private to being public to being accessible, enterprise data has remained annoyingly opaque for a very, very long time. And what that does is that delays decision making, that delays the time that it takes for capital to reach such companies. It delays the ability for companies to even access capital on account of this opacity. Now, a lot of the work that we're doing on tech is to solve for this and to bring data into easily readable formats, into being able to build multiple sources and pipes into an organization, into being able to access information on let us say, for example, statutory payments to salaries, to their financial records, to news information and highlights on a company, to various other alerts that are dealing with their day-to-day commerce, which we can pull into a data lake that can give us a much better and more accurate picture of an organization. And what that does is that it can have a remarkable impact on the company's ability to access finance, on our ability to be quick, and more importantly, on our ability to monitor a very large portfolio of companies, right? Let me put this in the context of numbers for you. If I had to build a reasonably large business in the space that we are in, it would mean that we would have to monitor anywhere between 2,000 to 5,000 companies at scale, right? Now, this is easily 10x of anything anybody has attempted. And it would require a very significantly advanced early warning signal tracker that gives us literally real-time information on the quality of the book that we are running. Similarly, if we had to build the scale in the next 5 years, it would mean that we are actually adding a company a day, right? Versus today, the prevalent traditional time period is 6 months, 3 months to 6 months, right?
Per company.
Per company. And therefore, the acceleration required in processing capacity, in data management, in underwriting, right, is very, very significant. Now, these are the challenges for me for the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, as India gets more and more connected and more data pipes open up. The opportunity for me is to be able to move mid-corporate financing from a highly opaque space right now to much more data-centric, much more connected, and much faster.
Can you give us a sense of the kind of impact that you've seen with those, where you manage to bridge the gap for, some of the mid-sized enterprises?
Sure. An easy way to understand this is a single metric that says that for an entrepreneur who has, let us say, put in $100 of capital into his company, right? How much of external debt support does he or she get, right? That number, as it turns out, as an average for 20,000 companies in India today is $40. So $40 for every $100 of capital, right? The same number for a large corporate, which is very, very well known, right? Think Tata, Birla, Ambani, and so on, right? Is $300, right? And that shows you the difference that the debt capital can make to a company's growth, scale, ambition, ability to kind of realize their dreams, right? Now today, Vivriti covers north of 500 such companies, and I can certainly say that we have been able to give them financing that the market has not been able to give them, longer tenor money that kind of stays with the company for a much long period of time, allowing them to invest and deploy it well, and also allowing them to build a much larger enterprise than what they would have otherwise been able to build with their net worth alone, right? Our ambition is not just to be able to provide money, as I mentioned, but to align both domestic and international pools of capital to add to our work, right? Because by no means can a single Vivriti make a difference by just lending, right? So our objective is to use data, use technology, use integrations, use product development to take these credits to a pool of investors who can come in through the asset management solutions we provide and bring that money as a pipe, right? And when we do that, then genuinely we will see the capital ratios of these companies significantly improve from where they are today.
All of these companies are really changing the shape and what Bharat and what India will be in a few years, and contributing to the growth of this country. Companies must have a very clear road to profitability, and there is really no substitute for sound corporate governance. This, of course, is being acknowledged and recognized across the startup system. What are the key shifts or the changes that you think are needed or that you see are being adopted to ensure this solid and sustained growth?
Yeah, I'll take the liberty to go first. So I'll again take the feather from the SaaS startups again. And I earlier talked about sales efficiencies, right? And some of the SaaS startups have hit the 150% sales efficiency rates, which means that for every 100 million that you want to get as an ARR, you're spending much lesser when compared to the global peers. But what is actually also important is the net dollar retention, right? So what it means is how you can actually retain the customers for a longer period of time, how you can drive better engagement, how you can actually create more value to the customers that you already have onboarded, right? So these are some of the things that are becoming extremely important. And when the startups are actually looking at profitability or road to profitability, as we call, or path to profitability, they're creating different functions like customer success function. Again, the name differs from company to company, but essentially teams who are focusing on helping their end customers succeed and retain them for a longer period of time. And what we have actually seen as an outcome for some of the best-in-class startups is, again, the NDR percentage is at 140 plus percentage. And what we are also seeing is in terms of the customer acquisition payback period, which is the CAC payback period, which is also sort of coming down to less than 12 months for the well-managed startups. So these are some of the shifts that we are starting to see, which is early sign. It's not just about becoming big, but it's also about having a sustained roadmap for growth and innovate in this marketplace.
Suumit, if you want to go next, Can you tell us a bit about what you think about having a road to profitability and ensuring corporate governance, as you build and scale?
I think that is super important. But up until like 6 months back, seems like most of the startups were not caring too much about the profitability or the corporate governance, so on, until like few cases came in. But what I believe in is like, if you want to be in the long term, then it is like super important to figure out the whole business model and have the proper corporate governance structure in the company early on. While most of the companies will still keep focusing on the top funnels, like how many million downloads like somebody has got or so on, and then delay the plan of monetization, so on. So I think clearly what is happening right now is like almost all the people have, or all the founders have started seriously thinking about the ways how they can monetize their audience and how they can build a sustainable business plan and so on. And it is happening right now, which is a good sign. Otherwise, like, people are just busy spending money on like Facebook and Google AdWords, I guess. So yeah, I think that's going to be like best in the long term for all the startups which are operating, especially in India, because this is like super difficult market, right? Like people don't even pay for the operating system where you are trying to sell your small software, right? So yeah, I think the best scenario for the SaaS companies, at least, I think, would be build in India, sell to the world. And I think that's what most of the successful SaaS companies from India like have the characteristics of.
Ranjeet, what's your view on this?
I think corporate governance one is easier to answer. I think as soon as you have more than one person, even if there are two founders and nobody else in the company, I think there still has to be checks and balances to make sure that you are operating in the right manner. Now, of course, the standards and what processes to set, that will differ basis the stage and like number of people that you are operating with. But I think there the answer is more black and white, that like, we need to kind of just do a better job and operate with a higher degree of integrity. That has always been true. I think once cases come up, people kind of start thinking about more deeply, but I think we, as a just ecosystem, we can do much better with. On the profitability part, though, I think PC industry or startup industry just goes through ups and downs, and both the sides, they are one side on like either extreme caution or extreme greed. I think decisions taken under either fear or greed are never good. You have to kind of find the balance, which means that different companies should operate differently. There are companies where optimizing for short-term profit is good. There are companies where optimizing for short-term revenue is good. There are companies that actually sacrificing for both is better for the long term. So I think what founders should think about is what is your unit cost and what is your long-term defensibility. If your unit cost is zero, then non-monetizing it's not just okay, it's probably actually even a good idea. Like if WhatsApp started monetizing when they launched, WhatsApp would have been worth basically a grand total of zero. Versus on the other hand, if you are if you're losing money on a unit economics basis, and if you don't have any structural defensibility, then basically you're just burning money on fire, and you should get your houses in better order. It's hard to give a one size fits all answer whether you should chase profitability or not, in my opinion. It depends.
Okay, Ranjeet, thank you for that. What about you, Vineet? What are the key changes and shifts that you think that are needed, especially when it comes to, say, corporate governance, which may be being adopted or you feel need to be adopted to ensure sustained growth?
Yeah, I think, Milani, this is critical for the next years to come. It was important for us to invest in corporate governance very, very, very early in our cycle. Today, for the last 5 years, since the beginning of the company, we've had both process audit, internal audit, and financial audit being handled by Big Four. And within a year of starting off, we had onboarded 3 stalwart independents on the board coming in from very, very strong 30-year plus private sector experience as active members on our board. Now, I think these problems have come to roost because high growth private equity funded startups have found themselves in situations where there had to be calls taken to show the right numbers, irrespective of the business fundamentals, and that pressure has caused a few of them to crack. Right? The other reason why we've seen challenges is for want of a better word, greed, which has resulted in not just not just unsavory practices on the business, but unfortunately also incidents where we saw profiting on the side. I think the answer to all of this are extremely strong controls and a culture of governance. And I can't overemphasize the fact that we need a culture of governance that permeates through the entire organization. It also requires the founder to set up a very strong CXO team that decentralizes control and therefore does not really make all decisions come to a single person who could interpret things differently. And I think these are very important fundamentals to set in place fairly early. Now, the good part is, at least in my world, we are seeing this happen more often than not. And we are seeing this happen much earlier in the life cycle of a startup today than we used to see 5 years, 10 years back. And therefore, we are significantly encouraged. We are a lender to a very large share of the startup community. And these are important considerations for us, not just for ourselves, but for the companies that we lend to, where governance checks form a very crucial part of our evaluation.
Yes. And I think this is the right and a sober note to actually end on, because this is actually very, very important. And all of you have emphasized, you are the League of Future Unicorns of India, shaping the new digital economy. Your companies will shape the next decade of India. Thank you very much for joining me today. Suumit Shah of Dukaan, Vineet Sukumar of Vivriti Capital, Ranjeet Pratap Singh of Pratilipi, and Gautam Kurumela of AWS. Thank you so very much for your time and for your thoughts today. Hello and welcome to ET Soonicorns Summit. I'm Aloni Bhatt. India's healthcare budget is among the lowest in the world. Nearly 65% of healthcare spending is out of pocket by individuals. We have one doctor for 834 persons. COVID-19 pandemic exposed India's creaky healthcare system, crippling shortages and low public spending. All these statistics are not good, right? But on the other side, something else changed. COVID changed people's behavior. It forced healthcare systems to embrace telehealth. It pushed people towards digital technology to help manage their health better. And many healthcare startups emerged. It's estimated that there are about 7,000 odd healthcare startups in India. And at the base level, the aim of all of these startups is the same: democratizing healthcare access, bringing convenience by leveraging technology. And my panel today will focus on just this: the future of health and wellness tech in India. I'm so happy to have with me Vishal Gondal, founder and CEO of Goki, which is a combination of health coaching with a smart fitness tracker powered by an integrated mobile app. Vishal, good to have you here.
Thank you for inviting me.
Next, we have with us Mr. Vaibhav Tiwari. He's the co-founder and CEO of Fortia Medical, which provides in-home medical care across 40 cities in India. Sir, good to have you with us.
My pleasure.
Next, we have with us Dr. Garima Sahani, co-founder Pristine Care, that provides advanced but minimal invasive surgical interventions. Dr. Garima, thank you for your time.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for inviting me on this platform. Thank you.
And we have with us Kaushik Rajendran, Solutions Architect, Healthcare and Life Sciences Specialist, AWS. Kaushik, thank you so much for being here.
Hey, thanks, Maloney. Glad to be here.
All right, so let's just dive in. The first question is for everyone. So maybe Vishal, you could take the lead on it. Various healthcare reforms, such as the National Health Digital Mission and teleconsulting guidelines, combined with India's growing health tech startup ecosystem, they've all evolved to improve the healthcare journey for so many of us, right? So I want to start by asking, what do you see as fueling the growth of health tech startup ecosystem? Can you share with us some of the trends and the opportunities that you're excited about?
The traditional healthcare system is broken. It's broken primarily because it is not healthcare, it's sick care. It is designed to deal with people post their sickness and not prevent or manage conditions which can be totally avoided or managed. It's like saying that all of us drive our cars, but never service them, never change their oil, and only go to the mechanic when we get into a crash. And that's unfortunately what is happening in our healthcare system. We are the capital of diabetes, hypertension, blood pressure, you name the disease, and India is the home of millions of such patients. And unfortunately, as our population is younger, what we are going to see over the next 10 to 15 to 20 years is as these people enter their middle and later age, we'll be seeing healthcare expenses massively rising. COVID has given us a unique opportunity to change the system to its core, wherein the idea being that just like our banking system was changed from its core post demonetization, wherein digital payments, UPI, RuPay, and an entire national and policy level change was made into the DNA of our financial system. And today we are seeing the benefits of that with digital payments reaching the new cusp. And that is what opens credit. That is what opens and gets more people in the financial system. That same revolution needs to come to healthcare, wherein we need to bring a preventative healthcare system with more stakeholders coming into the play. Data which is currently fragmented and completely in a mess when it comes to healthcare needs to be integrated. And finally, in my opinion, that people need to take charge of their own health. You have to become the CEO of your health, and you can't rely on a government or some other person, your employer, to make you healthy. You need to be healthy on your own, because it is clear that the future superpowers are not going to be countries with bombs and weapons, but countries with healthy people. So I think the government has done a fantastic initiative, and now it's up us to, as an industry and the citizens of the country, to adopt a lot of these new initiatives which are in store.
Thank you. Garima, if you could, give us your inputs on what do you see as fueling the growth of the health tech startup ecosystem and the opportunities that you are excited about?
Correct. So, see, in any healthcare system, like there are three strong pillars. One is the patient, second is the doctor, and third is the healthcare provider, right? So any problem related to them is something which all these health tech startups are solving these days, related to maybe the accessibility, affordability, you can say, about giving a quality care to them, reaching them to a tier 2, tier 3 cities in our country. I think government has done a beautiful job in landing up this initiative of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. I think its aim of developing the integrated digital healthcare infrastructure is beautiful. The Aadhaar ID, which the government has launched, is something which will integrate the health of the person at one place. At Pristine also, we have now started, like we have partnered with NHA and we are generating this Aadhaar ID, and it is a very simple two-way process. Like you just need your phone number and you need your Aadhaar ID, and you can just generate your health ID over there. The second good initiative which I feel the government has launched is Heal in India. It will actually bring in a lot of international medical tourism to our country. It will make the health accessible, affordable, transparent. I think it will make their experience completely seamless from the time when they think about taking the treatment, and when they reach the country here, they can actually book their appointment. Not just this, throughout the course of the treatment, I think they will be getting good benefited health advice. Even their follow-ups when they are back to their own country, I think they will have a good backup from the government of India here. I think these are two initiatives I think is very good.
All right, Vaibhav?
So from our perspective, the way we look at healthcare now, I think there are 2-3 trends which have changed post-COVID and which are probably fueling the growth for health tech. One, of course, the single most important one is that the consumer behavior has changed. So far, maybe a couple of years back, looking at basically taking care of a health using digital medium, using technology was not that prevalent either from a patient perspective or from a doctor or clinician perspective. And I think that behavior changed significantly in last 2 years. So people became a lot more accustomed to using digital channels for accessing healthcare services, for basically getting engaged using digital, and of course seeing it as an alternative to to basically in-person clinic care, basically whether in a clinic or in the hospitals. I think that's a single biggest change because the market is much larger now. I mean, you always said that India has this large population and things like that, and which is digitally savvy, but healthcare was not the service which they were consuming using digital. I think that has changed from a consumer behavior acceptance perspective. So that, as you say, that time for health tech has come. Okay. The idea is time has come now, as they say, right? So that's, I think, one thing which is the biggest change which has happened. Second is that from a healthcare perspective is that, as Vishal also is mentioning, I think consumers are looking at consuming basically or looking at healthcare services outside the hospital ecosystem. So I mean, now whether it's home care or using digital, both the things, it's possible now to not necessarily go to hospital for everything. And that became a real alternative in last 2 years. I mean, we did, Podia did a lot of work in that space in last 2 years. Given the need was there, right? And people were either in isolation or in lockdown and so on and so forth. So I would say that's a second trend which has really changed. And that's how there's so much focus and so much of tailwind for the health tech startup, saying that if you are going to treat patients outside the hospital, you need to use technology, right? If they're not in a premises, and then that's how you solve the problems, whether it's for chronic disease, whether it's for elder care, for post-operative care, anything which you look at, even wellness for that matter, all of those solving for people the problems or making sure that they're doing preventive care using technology has been fueled by that actually. So I think those are two big trends I would say which have changed the landscape in last 2 years.
Right. And of course we'll be talking about the healthcare that you provided during the time of COVID, a little as we kind of move along. But Kaushik, now you've heard all of these startup founders, tell us about what they're excited about when it comes to the health tech landscape here in India. What are your views about it?
Sure. If you look at, I agree to all the panelists today, what the points shared. And of course, what I've seen is pandemic has changed people's attitude towards personal health and hygiene, which accelerate the adoption of digital technologies, right? And the primary trend for healthcare industry is the movement towards more personalized and proactive preventive healthcare in effort to reduce cost and also to prevent unnecessary overcare and admissions, which also kind of increase patient and also clinician satisfaction. And some of the trends that I see is one, shift to digital health, right? More and more teleconsultations are happening, more digital interactions are happening these days. And another one is like, doctors adopting technology. There are several provider facing and also hospital facing technologies that are into picture now. I'm interacting with variety of CIOs and like CISOs of various hospitals and also startups across India. And what I'm seeing is they have been more proactive recently in looking at technologies that can actually improve both patient and also clinician satisfaction and outcomes. And also there is a keen and acute rise of preventive health and also an awareness about it. And recently we worked with Redsheer strategy consultants and also Chirate Venture and has released a report which talks about how preventive healthcare is kind of shaping up. In fact, Goki and some of our other startups were also kind of like, discussed over there. And next is shift of innovation from B2B to B2C. Because before pandemic and even before few years, we would have seen a lot of innovations happening around the digital diagnostics, digital consultation, and prescription like that, right? But recently, what we are seeing is a lot of innovation are happening at core workflow, which is more provider-centric or even home healthcare, wearables, is all becoming like primary part of the core workflow of healthcare itself. And finally, I also want to touch about the partner-driven ecosystem. More and more people want to buy versus build. So there is a room for everybody to build a pluggable stack that actually can go and solve someone's problem out there. And finally, also government's initiative. It's been a very important drive that actually pushes every stakeholder within healthcare community to adopt something like ABDM and also help improve patient outcomes.
Okay. Vishal, I want to take off a little from what Kaushik has been telling us. Where he spoke of the shift to digital healthcare, focusing on India's wearable markets, which saw record double-digit growth in the first quarter of 2022, and almost with shipments crossing, nearly 14 million shipments, according to some data from IDC India. So when it comes to health and fitness, of course, there's some disruption, which is led by wearables. That power the remote monitoring of vitals, remote echocardiograms, and so on. Can you tell us about some of the other innovations that you see coming into this space?
So clearly, right, I think because of COVID, people's awareness of health parameters has massively improved. I think everybody now knows what is SpO2 levels and what are respiratory rates, and things which were largely clinical are now become household vocabulary. And since a lot of people are aware of this data, they are also wanting to proactively measure the data itself, which is what has led to a massive surge of people wanting to know their data and know their information. And we have seen a lot of that translate into wearable devices. And Goki's focus actually has been even at a higher level because we look at medical grade data. A lot of the cheaper devices may not be as accurate, but we and a lot of other players are even going for approval from CDSCO on the quality of data. And that takes me to the next thing. With every consumer now having access to accurate health data as well as behavior data, there can be huge benefits to them, especially when it comes to driving down healthcare cost and increasing outcomes. And for both these purposes, we've been extensively working with the insurance industry. We were part of the IRDA Sandbox initiative, and we worked with the likes of Kotak, Bajaj, Max, Star Health, and various other insurance companies who are now saying that how can they incentivize their consumers who are using their insurance plans to live a healthier life, to measure data, and then get rewarded by cheaper premiums. In fact, we just announced the launch of a massive insurance program integrated with Kotak General and Kotak Life, where every user of Goki, depending on their health score, will automatically get a health cover. So imagine what it basically says is that if you are wanting to live a healthy life, measure all your data, there is a chance that you may never have to pay for healthcare in the future. The other big stakeholders are hospitals, pharmaceutical companies who are looking to improve outcomes. And there has been enough scientific papers to show that specifically for diseases like diabetes, fatty liver, cardiac issues, just having medicine is not going to be the solution. You need to combine the medicine with change in diet, increase exercise, sleep, stress management. So now what is happening is medicines are working in tandem with our services, that we call this the pill plus service model, where we work deeply engaged with a lot of hospitals, doctors, pharma companies, who are basically saying that how can they combine a medical therapy with a digital therapy and increase the outcome. And the best thing is that data is at the center of this entire activity. And this data is then used to reward the patients or customers for exercising healthy behavior. So we are literally creating the framework for the future of healthcare, which is not going to be just about prescribing pills, but it would be about changing of lifestyle fundamentally and then using medicine to complement and supplement if you do have certain external conditions. So I think net, not just wearables, consumers in India have massively adopted to apps. We use Facebook and Instagram, we are all on Zoom. So Indian consumers' expectation with healthcare apps is very, very high, because if you are using the best apps in the world, currently the part of the problem is that most healthcare apps suck because they are designed from the provider's perspective. They are not designed from the consumer perspective. So consumers, when it comes to Goki, our products are designed for the consumers, while of course providers do use them, but they are our secondary partners. So I think the provider-centric approach will be very, very challenging for companies or health tech startups who are not really focused on the consumers as much.
All right. So, Vishal, you touched upon two things. One, of course, is how data has become centric to healthcare. and what will be the implications of it. I think we'll talk about that down the line. But also the other part about how digitization and how, this sort of push, the digital push, has really helped people when it comes to them being able to make decisions about healthcare. I want to speak to you, Vaibhav, about, how at Portia, one of the aims you say is to make healthcare more accessible, affordable, and accountable. But, during the pandemic, it was evident that people were completely left out of this digital revolution, right, which is happening in the healthcare domain, something that Vishal touched upon. One of the biggest challenges, I think, is the clinical decision support for people with chronic diseases. Other issues could be of telemedicine reimbursement coverage. What are some of the other challenges that you see, and how do you see them being tackled?
I would say from our experience perspective, I think during this pandemic time, especially because of lockdown, we could do a lot of work in home isolation, I think, but that's something which we did quite prominently along with many state governments. We worked with 7 state governments and supported almost 6 lakh patients under home isolation, and which was done totally using only technology. I mean, it was completely done as a telemedicine program with doctors and paramedical staff supporting patients for all their requirements, and of course, government supporting with all the on the ground infrastructure, because during lockdown you're not allowed to go out. Now it looks like very distant, right? But wave 1 was just 2 years back, and of course, for almost 6 months we had lockdowns across the country. So I think that is something which we did, and telemedicine, of course, at that time became a lot more accepted and prevalent actually. So I would not say that became so much of a challenge. In fact, government in COVID, even home isolation was covered by insurance. I think the first time home care service was completely covered by insurance. I think IDA had a guideline on that, and all the charges were covered. Home isolation charges were covered as part of insurance. I think that was the one big change, basically the big change which we saw, where insurance started looking at covering home care. So I think that's something which was a challenge before. If you ask me, one thing which, if you look at home care or outside the hospital care, worldwide, especially US and all, it's mostly covered under insurance. In India, given it's a nascent space, it was not covered by insurance, but COVID changed that. And of course, this year, multiple other insurance companies are looking at how they can start looking at home care to be covered under their different policies. So I would say that's one challenge was there, which got overcome big time. Second thing which we are seeing is that now, as we look at, as you rightly mentioned, chronic disease management or elder care. So there are patients or elderly who are looking at how they can leverage a comprehensive solution, right? Using technology plus on-ground support, right? So I think the way I look at it, healthcare in India will be a lot more hybrid than being only either digital or being only on ground, right? And technology gets used for a variety of reasons, including how you collect data, how you analyze data, how you basically create treatment plans, how you create care plans for each of these patients basis their history, basis the data which you are collecting, right? And basis how they are continuously improving. I mean, look at diabetes is a good example. You have connected devices where you measure your sugar, and of course you check trends over a period of time, and then see what kind of modification has to be done in your diet or medication and so on and so forth on a real-time basis, right? These kind of things were not available earlier. But I would say that today the challenge is to educate the customers of having a hybrid solution and making sure that the compliance is there. Compliance is there. I think it all starts on a good note, because that's excitement around using digital and saying how we can benefit out of it. But a lot of customers are probably have to be trained, have to be basically educated, and have to be handheld to make sure they're using this solution over a period of time to see the full benefit. I mean, of course, habits changed, but I mean, you can see that with the traffic also on the road now, right? So fact is that people are just out there in full force, and some of the habits which they learned during COVID time are probably getting unlearned. So how do you make sure that they see the value of it and are seeing this through, that a hybrid solution, tech-driven solution, digital solution really helps them to overcome the problems which they have, which are for lifelong. If you like chronic disease, it's a lifelong problem, right? You have to be alert for rest of your life. So that becomes very, very important. Second, even elderly care side, actually now they're a lot more open to using technology. There again, education becomes exceptionally critical, right? Behavior change becomes very, very critical because they're not used to using connected devices, right? So that's something how you work with them on an ongoing basis, how you troubleshoot it, how you provide them on-ground support, because not all of support can be provided digitally, right? So that is something which again is very, very important now as you implement these hybrid solutions on the ground. And that's what we are looking at doing now, saying that based all our learnings of last 8 to 9 years of using fully digital solutions, using fully on-ground solution, and looking at how we can use a digital, how a hybrid solution today, I think that's the single most important point. And not only for the patients or consumers, it's also for the caregivers, right? For the people who are on the ground working with patients, it becomes very important that they use technology, they understand the value of it and what value they deliver to the patient, right? So they all use WhatsApp, right? Everybody's on WhatsApp today, right? Everybody using all the core apps now. But fact is how some of those things get extended to using newer apps to support patients and support them in their recovery on an ongoing basis becomes very important. So I would say those are the big challenges which we need to solve as an industry going forward. So tech-savvy patients, consumers, it's all fine. They know how to use it. Younger people, they will do that. But I think India also is a land of elderly, right? We are supposed to have by 2060 or so, if I remember correctly, 25% of India's population will be 60 plus. So India, of course, is a very young country today, but also is one of the fastest aging countries as well. Correct. So India is like, I think is 110 million elderly right now. And that's growing very, very rapidly. So how do you make sure that you take care of them also as you go along? So I would say those are two big challenges to focus on right now.
All right. Okay. Garima, as the fastest unicorn in the healthcare sector with a presence in 42 odd cities in India, can you share with us some of the top learnings in your journey of building pristine care? What are the takeaways in terms of the challenges that you faced, that other health tech startups can possibly invite?
See, many people ask me why you started Pristine. So my answer to them is that I, being a doctor, a gynecologist who has worked in various hospitals like private and government, I've actually seen the patient's pain. I know how the family actually goes through when they have to undergo a treatment, a surgery or something like that. So from there, like when we were into practicing thing, right, we figured out these are the pain points, and we three were discussing on these points, and that actually took the inception of Pristine Care. Now, when we started, there were a lot of learnings. I can say there were three things wherein we focused on. We were very much clear that what we are going to deliver on. So the vision was very clear. It is about patient care. So we were very clear that we have to bring in a similar kind of an experience all across the country with different types of hospital, different types of regions, different type of infrastructures, right? So that was a big challenge which we were facing, but we beat it by taking patients' feedback and working on those feedback regularly. I think that helped us coming out of that challenge. The second thing, which is very, very important when anyone thinks about doing a startup, is building a right team. Okay, so getting the right people at right time was, I think, is the second biggest learning. And to motivate them, to retain them is something which comes as a challenge. So when you tell them what is the purpose they are solving across, I think that challenge got something like, you can say, solved. The third thing which I can say was my learning was to understand your customer. In our case, it was the patients. So what exactly they want. So this comes as like my personal passion, which actually helped me bring in Pristine in the system. And through my learnings, what I figured out, that whenever I used to conduct an OPD, I used to take feedback from my patients. That is something which we build in Pristine. Today also we work where we have a proper team of 100 people who functions just around taking feedback from different people. So I think these are my learnings and challenges of building Pristine.
All right. Dr. Garima, a lot to learn, and all watching, I think these are important and interesting insights, and will give them some help, as they go about building their own health tech startup. But my next question is for all of you, and it's something that Vishal kind of pointed to. This is about data, right? So there's a lot of focus on electronic health records. With the National Digital Health Mission, the Unique Health ID, the government aims to make patient data easily accessible between healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, so that we can deliver healthcare of quality and it can be delivered more affordably. Now, what are the challenges and opportunities in the implementation. When you have to ensure that patient-related data is documented in a secure and a systematic manner. How are you all harnessing the power of data, AI, ML to improve on patient outcomes? Vishal, you want to take that first?
So first of all, Miloni, it is not a technology challenge at all. There are a million EMR systems. There is everything already available and in place when it comes to centralizing data. The challenge is the conflict of interest in business models. Most hospitals have affiliations to their own diagnostic labs and companies, and they are always incentivized to make sure that patients are doing tests and retests and not really sharing the same data. And this is more, like I mentioned to you, a business model level challenge. The second challenge is that even patients don't consider their data to be that valuable. Go to any hospital and outside there you will find a bhelpuri wala who will be selling you bhelpuri on a medical report. So I think the problem is that even patients themselves don't really value the medical records or medical data as much. So there is a behavior issue at the patient side as well as the provider side, who are not incentivized to make sure that this data is standardized in a way, which is what is causing this problem. And this is not just a problem unique to India. Many countries have faced similar challenges, which is why the approach we are adopting is the approach which is consumer centric. So we have announced the launch of the Goki Health Metaverse, where we are saying that we will reward patients, we will reward customers to upload their medical records, to keep their data in one place, to make sure their data is accurate and validated. And these rewards will come in point of points, and these points can be fungible across various marketplaces. So I think one way to do it is to create regulation around this, which the government is working towards, so that every hospital and is trying to use, or every data and patient is trying to use the same set of data. At the same time, this is happening. The best part is this has already been solved in the financial world for a long time. We have credit scores, and a lot of banks are looking at data because they have to give debt and loans. So they want to make sure that they are able to do it. So the banking industry has done this beautifully. And this collaboration has led to a massive growth in the sector. So I think it is high time that all the stakeholders in the healthcare world and the insurance world, because these are all part of the same ecosystem, come together and agree on standards on how this can be done for the larger good of the industry and the patients.
Okay. What about you, Garima? What are your thoughts?
See, I think the opportunity is huge. As I talked before, the data, all these implementation would help in bringing quality care, will make healthcare accessible to especially tier 2, tier 3 cities. It can help in various researches in medical sector. It can bring in the precision medicine concept very advanced way in our system. But challenges for me, I think, are two. One, that it needs to means people are not aware about it and people are not ready to follow it. And if I talk about Pristine, we have actually adopted a cloud-based EMR system, right, which helps in the need of advanced and complex technologies, right? But what it is helping with the doctor is it is helping the doctors bring in the best treatment for our patients. It is making their job more efficient. It is delivering the value-based care with this kind of technology. For patient, I think it has helped in improving the diagnosis and treatment, right? It also helps us in keeping the records. So it is helping us keeping the central repository of healthcare records for most of the patients. It helps us in bringing faster care. So we know which patient we have to say yes to, which patient we have to refuse for the surgery or delay the surgery. So all these things are helping in faster decision making, giving the best treatment to most of our patients. So we know who we have to go ahead with and who we don't have to go ahead with the surgery, or we have to get a clearance from the doctor. So I think with us, these are the most helpful points with the EMR thing.
What about you, Web? How is this impacting, and how are you using AI and ML to improve on patient outcome?
So for us, the most important thing right now is to, when we collect data, how do we basically use that data to create more and more customized care plans, treatment plans for the patients. So basically you collect data, see their regular progress, and how do you continuously work with them to make sure that the plan gets customized? Because every patient, when you start the treatment or home care, you'll also start with the first plan which you have. But all of them respond to rehab or respond to treatment very, very differently, right? Especially in home care. So you'll always have like just to give you a model basis, the initial assessment of a doctor, you say we require nursing service with XYZ medication for next 15 days, right? And then of course you work, you see their parameters, see how they're responding. And then you continuously tweak the plan basis of data which you are collecting. So how do you customize a treatment plan? How do you basically create a treatment plan which basically gets them healed the fastest? I think is something which we are using the data the most right now. And that is something which is helping us a lot. We have our own homegrown EMR system which we have been using. And I believe that government's initiative to basically to democratize the data as you said in the beginning, I think is a very, very crucial and important initiative. And the way, I mean, and of course whether it can be, how it has to be secure, how it gets ported across different systems, across different providers. I think that we should do as a country maybe next couple of decades. I mean, we had the similar questions about Aadhaar when it started around 20 years back, but fact is that it has become like the go-to document, quote unquote, actually, which you use for each of the transactions now. And I think health ID and health data will probably go the same way. There's massive learning in this country across the ecosystem on how to build a system like that. And I think this is just the second thing which you're doing after that. So we're doing it for the first time in the country. I think there are a lot more doubts about it. You're doing it the second time in the country. So the learnings are there from another domain. As Vishal was mentioning about, there's so much learning about consumer behavior, consumer using data in banking and financial sector. Similarly, collecting data and using it effectively, probably Aadhaar is a very good benchmark to use and learnings to take it from. So I would say this initiative will go a long way. Healthcare, of course, is a very, very old industry in that sense, but also very, very sunrise space from India perspective. So what you can achieve in last 20 years, probably you wouldn't have done in last 200 years, actually. So I think that's a kind of pace of growth we can see using this data.
All right. But, Kaushik, taking off from what Vaibhav said, for AI to deliver in health tech, it does need the reliable data. So, how can health tech companies manage this challenge of sharing data securely? Be it electronic health records in India, any other system across the world. How can health tech startups adopt the right data analytics approach to scale sustainably and possibly in a secure manner?
Sure. I think there are many approaches in building a data strategy. I think every healthcare entity should actually come up and design a modern healthcare data strategy that's sort of like, that we are observing that many startups are doing that. So one is to, first of all, build a clear strategy on how to ingest a variety of data sources. For example, there are like now plethora of data sources coming in from, for example, wearables or internet of medical devices or medical things. And there is also data flowing in from EMR, EHR and other enterprise systems, and data from patients who are uploading e-prescriptions and many other data sets, right? So there are many forms of data that comes into the picture. And I think we have to help startups and other customers to build interfaces that can ingest all these data seamlessly. Because it is very crucial, please, to understand like overall data architecture, and then finally how we can kind of like ensure security and compliance on top of it. Then like actually we are seeing a pattern of customers building data platform using like, lakehouse or perhaps data mesh principles that decentralizes the data sources, right? Rather like consolidating into one place. Now people are building many data lakes, and in fact combination of them from across different accounts and different regions are all combined together for better use. And then finally transformation of data. Now the data as is ingested may not be meaningful in directly using for a clinical outcome or anything else. Rather, like, there'll be certain step needed for cleansing the data and curating and like transforming into the desired outcome. And finally comes the consumption part, where the downstream use cases like clinical based decision support system, or perhaps like preventive healthcare and such use cases are built. Now, to build all of this, ensuring security is very important, and security is should be enforced at each and every step. When it comes to, for example, AWS, what we always talk about is shared responsibility model, wherein AWS takes care of security of the cloud and our customers are responsible for taking care of security in the cloud, which means essentially the data that is loaded, stored, transformed, and processed are responsibility of our customers end of the day. So, so what happens is, doing this, we also need to make sure, like, like we follow the basic steps of making sure we are following the right privacy principles, we are following the right privacy practices, enforcing the privacy rules, and apply it at the data level, not only at the application level, but also at the data level. And 3 is also to make sure we are using services that are eligible for certain regulatory requirements. For example, if you look at AWS, we have over 130 plus HIPAA eligible services. For those customers who would want to go and meet certain requirements around HIPAA, need to use some of those services after signing BA on AWS, right? So likewise, there is always a steps that needs to be followed and ensuring compliance. And compliance and security is not like one-time job. It is continuous rather, right? And there has to be a continuous effort in doing such things. And this is where I think now I've seen a sharp increase in a lot of partners coming up with various tools in, like, visualizing the compliance posture. In fact, if you look at even AWS, we have launched services like, for example, AWS Audit Manager, that in turn helps our customers to collect evidences of all these services, whether they are meeting certain requirements of compliance or not. One such good example is whether I'm encrypting my data during transmission or encrypting the data when it is stored in some of the storages, right? So there are services that monitors continuously, and that report and evidence can be collected and shared with, like, for example, your assessors or your customers when in need. So I think we have to build that zero trust strategy, or perhaps compliance focused or privacy focused strategy in picture. And there are, like I said, tools that are like baked into AWS that we offer, and also there are partners who are offering variety of services that our customers can leverage. Overall, I also believe in ABDM stack, because even at ABDM, we talk about how data interoperability is coming into picture, and on top of it, how we need to ensure privacy is taken care for patient data. End of the day, it is patient who owns the data, and we are all merely custodians of the data, right? So yeah, there is a lot of responsibility that goes into, and yeah, we need to follow that.
Just to add, we are working on a lot of the services of AWS because we are about to launch in the UK with our partners at NHS, and we are launching in many other markets. So the good thing is, previously porting applications was a huge challenge. Now I think thanks to AWS, it is definitely much easier. And thank you for that.
Thanks, Vishal.
Okay, Vishal, when it comes to, this is a policy question. When it comes to health tech, the government response has been encouraging. All of you have pointed to that. But what do you think health tech needs at a policy level and maybe at a ecosystem stakeholder level to achieve this increased connectivity adoption, while we continuously improve patient outcomes? Anything that you can think of?
See, the largest problem of healthcare is trust. The stakeholders have a massive trust deficit. Government had to implement price control for medical, for stents and all of that, right? So the pharmaceutical industry, the insurance industry, the device manufacturers. So there is a huge challenge of trust deficit between all these players. And that is what is leading to most of the problems in the healthcare world. There are many models which have been used successfully. For example, what is happening in the UK. I know that there is a lot happening in US now with what Kaiser Permanente and a lot of the other integrated healthcare offerings are doing. So I think it is not just about creating some new policy or creating some new thing, but addressing the issue at the core of solving this trust deficit. Interestingly, we had done a massive research a few years back on what percentage of people trust the healthcare system. 98% people don't trust the healthcare system. Patients, everybody wants second and third opinions. Insurance companies, people are afraid to tell because they think their claims might be denied. Whenever they go to a hospital, they always worry that they will be getting billed for services or things they may have not done. So there is a whole challenge around this. So I think that needs to be addressed before we are able to, fix all the other issues around healthcare.
Right. Anyone else has a view on this?
I might add a bit of couple of points here to Vishal. See, I personally believe in the vision of National Health Authority and its ABDM or UHI, right? And we are seeing over 800 entities signed up for ABDM stack usage and over 40 organizations achieving various milestones and advanced milestones on ABDM stack. This is like a great indicator of how the vision of government can influence an industry at a national level, right? And we have seen how UPI disrupted digital payments industry. And I personally believe and invested into ABDM or UHI to bring such disruption into healthcare. And again, it is, I would say, personally speaking, it is a responsibility of the ecosystem. Though government is bringing in such practice, it is all of us who needs to work together in collaboration to kind of like, to be part of that and also to kind of enable and educate the ecosystem in general.
And I completely believe that this is the two things, belief and the trust, which the government has to put more efforts on. But what I feel is that the healthcare servicing providers which are there presently in our country are much more ahead than the government in digital curve. And they are more better poised to drive the forward momentum for better value addition. I think government is focusing more in research and development in healthcare. And I think India can become a knowledge economy powered by cutting edge research in this particular sector.
Interesting points. Vaibhav, I have the last question now for you. During the COVID-19 pandemic, and I want to talk about profitability and sustainability. Portia helped provide home isolation services, something that you spoke of early on, and home care solutions. The pandemic demand has ebbed. Can you tell us from an ecosystem perspective, what are the scalability challenges that health tech platforms face?
I think from a scalability perspective, I would say the biggest challenge still will be to have consumers adopt it, see the value in it, and they being handheld to basically to go through the full cycle to see one to get the value added to their health and wellness, and then stick to it. Actually, I mean, not only in this, you see that across the board. So whether it's on the consumer side, patient side, or on the provider side, I think we learn behavior, unlearn behavior. And I think that's something which we are seeing in last like 6 to 9 months after COVID wave 3 got over, is that there's also massive unlearning of the behavior which got learned during COVID time. So I've just basically, and when the value gets delivered, that's a reality in this. So how do you make sure that people are continuously handheld to do that, are trained to do that, are being worked with to do that? And that's why I always call it has to have a hybrid model where you use health tech to create real value on the ground and show the real value to patient or to the clinician on an ongoing basis for this to be a change behavior forever. Actually, I think the pace of change we saw during COVID time has come down, and it's very important that we make sure that it sustains with real on the ground efforts.
All right, with the tech-enabled healthcare ecosystem, as all of you have pointed out throughout, India can truly lead global healthcare, provide cost-effective, tech-enabled, patient-centric, and build this entire healthcare ecosystem. Thank you so very much for joining me, Vishal Gondal of Goki, Vaibhav Tiwari of Portia Medical, Dr. Garima Sahani, Pristine Care, and Kaushik Rajendran of AWS. Thank you so very much for your thoughts and for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you for calling us. Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome to ET Soonicorns of India. And this roundtable is going to be about the agri-tech space and how the space is ripe for disruption with India's agricultural industry, and how internet and technology can shape the way farmers go about doing agriculture in India. So we have speakers here who can guide us and help us understand the space much better. We have Mark Khan, managing partner of venture capital firm Omnivore; Rajesh Ranjan, founder Krishify; we have Nikhil Tripathi, co-founder Bijak; and Gaurav from AWS. I am Pranav, and I will be moderating the session. And I'd like to dive straight deep into the conversation about the agri-tech space. And it is agri-tech in India is still at its infancy, just 1% penetration as far as the market potential is concerned. It's 24 billion as per a report by Ernst & Young. And last year in September, the Union Minister Narendra Singh Tomar announced the initiative of Digital Agricultural Mission 2021 to 2025. So the initiative aims to sort of like leverage a wide range of technology from AI, blockchain, and all the way to drone technology to improve the agriculture sector's overall performance. But given the complexity of India's agricultural setup, with most farmers categorized as small or marginal, having less than 5 acres of land, low economies of scale, limited access to technology, high marketing costs, low productivity, how challenging is this? And what are the pain points fundamentally? And how important is public-private partnership here for increased adoption of agri-tech? And how closely do agri-tech startups work with the government in this space? So I'd like Mark to answer this first, and then there's a question that I'd like to hear from everyone. But Mark, if you could start off, that'd be great.
Sure, I'll flip the question. How challenging is it to build a mobile network in a country that never really had landlines? Or how challenging is it to build fintech in a country where rural bank penetration was shit? Or how challenging is it to do last mile logistics delivery when no one has a stable address? The answer is about the same. And that is to say that everything that we're doing in the startup universe is hard. We're fixing the hardest problems that exist in India. And that's not just agri-tech. That's everyone working logistics. That's everyone working fintech. That's everyone that's worked on digital identity and worked for 2 decades, on mobile connectivity. Everything is hard. The problem in agriculture is we've been telling ourselves this story for 7 decades that the only thing to talk about is poverty, right? And the worst, forgive me, are the journalists. Because they've been stuck on a Garibi Hatao kick for so long that it's impossible for them to understand that we're talking about 13 crore people here who you cannot generalize, in a single sentence. You know what? No one would say, 130 million people are all just like this, right? So we have 130 million farmers in India. Some of them are progressive and some aren't. Some are very poor, some are poor, some are not so poor. We have farmers that are doing advanced agriculture, If you look at our aquaculture sector, we're the leading shrimp exporter in the world. Our poultry farmers are at globally competitive levels. Would I say the same is true of our pulse farmers working unirrigated land in Marathwada? No, probably not. But it is impossible to generalize, effectively, 600 million people, 130 million farmers and their families, almost half of our population. And so what I would say is, the challenge for us isn't necessarily the structural issue of farm size. China's farm size is half of India's, and yet agri-tech is reasonably well penetrated there. And I think the same thing is happening here. I think, in fact, our small farm size facilitates some agri-tech models that wouldn't be required in other places. Farmer platforms are growing like crazy in India because they're bringing an organizational layer to this hyper-fragmented, decentralized system that's really required and where a lot of value can be created. I think the reality is, it's small farming and the smallholder system is what we have, The same way that in urban India we had low average spends. And these are fundamental, or that in logistics we had, weak infrastructure. And these are challenges, but they're challenges that with technology and with the right teams can be overcome.
Nikhil, would you like to add, what more, as to the fundamental challenges of this space? And, if small farm size is not a challenge, then what else really is the problem that you face every day and something that you wish was not there?
Yes, Pranam. So a very good question, and I totally agree with Mark what he mentioned, Although small or I would say medium-sized farms do add a lot of I would say challenges or a lot of variables in between, but it's not the sole cause of this problem. So in India, if you realize, for most of the people, right, who are doing farming as a business, for them it's a lifestyle business, and most of the time they have suffered from one thing or other. Although like digitalization is not something which is inescapable, but the rate at which these people are getting digitalized has been pretty slow in past. For a farmer to trust on a digital app for the first time to do a trade is something like a nightmare for him coming through, right? And this has to go deep down all the way from northeast to south to central India to Jammu and Kashmir, right? So to make it or to make any of the infra reach to all the remote locations in India and make it serve the purpose it was meant for, right? So what we have realized, like market access is still something which is on paper, but many of our customers have been suffering, and we saw less than I would say less than 0.001% of the problems which exist. So we have to realize, like, although a portion of these people are poor or are below poverty line, but there have been people who have been a very traditional player and who have been doing successfully profitable businesses since decades. And they are the actual one who are acting as a backbone of this entire value chain. We need to leverage the existing infrastructure and push digitalization first on these people. Government as a body would only help you in building the infrastructure, but adoption is something which would come from the people and from the farmers and from the businesses end. So we need to act in coordination with other startups, other government bodies, and including the local FPOs or the local bodies which exist in the ecosystem, and then have to see this as a combined problem for the ecosystem and solve it.
Okay. Would you like to add more to that, Rajesh, on what Mark will say?
Sure. So see, I agree, as Mark said, that being small and marginal land holding or being small and marginal farmers is not the only challenge or is not the real challenge actually. So see, a lot of innovation is happening around precision farming, around deep technology, better input, right? But the problem is adoption and how or distribution of these innovations that are happening, in silos. So in any industry, if you see, so digitalization is very necessary for distribution or adoption, fast adoption of these innovations, right? Because unless farmers are digital, distribution is very difficult, right? And for that matter, especially in our ecosystem, smartphone has really played that game, right? That's the real innovation because of smartphone and recently cheap internet access. Internet penetration has really happened, right? So that makes the adoption fast. But today, how many farmers are digital and how many of them are actually using digital platforms for their day-to-day business, which is agriculture, right? So once that happens, I think rest of the things can be, sorted with lots of parallel innovations already running. But even if those innovations happen and farmers are not digital yet, or farmers are not using any digital platform, that will remain the biggest challenge.
The question is, the small farmlands also is a result of low income as well, right? So doesn't that, that's where isn't that a challenge? In the sense, like, the low income being associated with low adoption of technology. Has that never come across as a challenge for you, Rajesh?
So see, on one side, we talk about fast penetration of smartphones in the rural. So there are some numbers like 900 plus internet users in India. Out of that, around 375 million are from rural, right? And when we say rural, so we can assume that 70% of them are directly or indirectly associated with agriculture, right? So 250 million plus stakeholders are today online using smartphones, using internet, right? So when you talk about can you solve the problem for all stakeholders, which is around 500 million to 600 million odd number, or specifically talking about the farmer population of 130 million, right? So can you solve everything at once for all of them? Maybe no, right? Because there are different types of farmers. So there are very lower income farmers who probably cannot afford a smartphone today or internet even today, right? Apart from that 130 million, there are 140 million to 150 million farm laborers as well, right? So they cannot probably, or majority of them probably cannot afford a smartphone, right? So probably, they in the cycle of innovation and this whole revolution, they might come at a slightly later stage, right? So today we are talking about at least those 50% farmer population who are already online, who are capable of using digital ecosystems, digital platforms to leverage better farming techniques, better tools adoption, more opportunities, right? So yeah, I mean that's how. So it's a cycle. Not everybody might leverage it at once, but it's a natural progression basically.
And Gaurav, is even for you from AWS's perspective, like what are the challenges that you see in the space? Like, what are some of the pain points that you think that needs to be addressed?
So while I agree with Mark, Nikhil, and Rajesh on the challenges what they've spoken about, I would also like to add on some challenges. Like one of the main challenges, what in my view is a lack of knowledge about innovative methods. Farmers continue to rely on traditional labor-intensive methods, that too with limited access to modern machinery, logistics, and analytical data such as soil composition or climate patterns. So another one is like unpredictable climate. So we have to count for that. Crop yields are directly vulnerable to adverse weather, natural processes such as soil degradation or pest attacks. And another one is like logistic and supply chain. There is lack of transparency on pricing and lack of accountability, which has a direct effect on market price and customer trust, which is again becoming a challenge when it comes to finance to traditional method of farming. Having said that, we are seeing agritech startups trying to solve many of these challenges, and after pandemic, COVID has also produced some tailwinds with farmers depending on some of the startups for their services. But I believe we have to now, with the advent of the digital India story, what we are building here, right? Everyone from the farmer to distributor to the end consumer is increasingly becoming a connected, which is, I would say, thanks to the resilience and on-ground efforts by the agritech founders.
Moving on from the challenges, I mean, the next part of the question which I asked earlier was, how important is, the public-private partnership here for adoption of agritech, and how closely do agritech startups work with the government now? Mark, can you start off with your viewpoint on this?
Yeah, I mean, my viewpoint is this government in particular, and many state governments have actually been quite progressive on areas regarding accelerating agritech. And that's been going on for many, many years now. NABARD has become a very positive catalyst in the agritech ecosystem. You see this government with this sort of philosophical shift to doubling farmers' income, making agritech startups more central. There have been a lot of good opportunities for agritech startups to work, especially especially in a few states. And you can even see that now with the acceptance and acceleration in the drone space, where the government is being very, very proactive about making sure that drones can fly for agricultural monitoring and spraying. That said, I would always be a little bit reluctant to say that startups should spend too much time working on government-related activity. I think in general that they need to focus. It can be a great amount of support early in a startup's life, but it can also obscure the search for product market fit, and you can wind up, as for lack of a better word, chasing tenders for years and years and years and years without ever really knowing your customer better or proving product market fit. So I think this government is pushing on the right things. The fund of funds for startups that's being talked about for ag is an exciting step that was talked about in the last budget. The Agriculture Infrastructure Fund is fabulous. I mean, it's a really, really useful program to support the development of decentralized processing and post-harvest technologies. The drone stuff is amazing. Like, it's great to see that taking off. Sorry, dad joke. But yeah, I think in general, the government is doing the right things in this space, and startups need to work with them to the extent that it makes sense, but not spend all of their time working with them and kind of missing out on the focus on the more important customer, which is the farmer.
Rajesh, you want to weigh in?
So I think it's also about reaching to a point, or I would say to an equilibrium where both public parties and private parties find common ground to build at or partner at. Right. Currently, I believe that ground is kind of missing, right, and none of the parties have been able to reach there. And that's the reason, if agri-tech founders have to work with the government, they have to keep running, on RFPs and the tender based methods, right? So having said that, public-private partnership, that's a great initiative, right? And the government is bullish about it because there are certain things, right? Because agriculture, as a sector is one of the most important sector from the government's perspective, right? Because of the population involved into it. So they already have taken a lot of initiatives. They work very closely for the farmers' benefit in general. And somewhere this entire agri-tech ecosystem is also working with a similar kind of goal. So there are potential of these partnerships, but finding that common ground where these partnerships become very easy and more fluid in terms of execution, I think we are yet to reach there.
Nikhil, can you share your thoughts on where we can find the common ground that Rajesh is talking about?
Yeah, Pranav, so I think the current government has been very fair in terms of like giving an opportunity to new age startups and in terms of at least appreciating innovations and technology in almost all the sector. Agriculture being a laid back sector, I would say like anything or any of the policy would be last thought for this segment or would be last affecting this segment because the sector has been very slow moving. So like ENAM by government recently, they selected 5 agri-tech startups of India and luckily BJP was part of it, where we are closely working with the nationalized agriculture market of India. NAFED as a body, right, which procures onions for government and then give supplies to various government bodies as well as private mandis. So NAFED has recently started, at least opened the gate for a couple of agri-tech startup in to ease out their onion procurement as well as liquidation part. So, but given the fact that the rate at which government bodies work is very slow, we as a company or as a founder have to actually decide whether the marginal utility of this project would be pretty enough in terms of the cost of time we are spending there, right? And most of the time it's startup which has to show the eagerness or has to reach out most of the places. Now, given the fact that the process is very tedious and it's not very open most of the time, startups or startup founders would very likely to miss upon the opportunities coming in. But in terms, if I compare like what it was there 3 or 4 years back compared to what it's there in 2022, things have changed a lot, and of course for positive. But given the fact, if we see the other side, right, why it's important, most of the infrastructure is already there, which has been developed by government. So if I talk about our business model, which kind of allows the supplier to discover a counterparty or a credible buyer, mandis are already there, and since mandi exists, we can find or we can figure out a credible buyer. So mandi is something which was developed by government, and it's a very critical infrastructure if we discuss the entire value chain. A couple of warehouses or storages are still owned by government. If a public-private partnership can happen over there, I think the entire value chain can get optimized by at least double-digit percentage, if not more.
Moving on, all of you spoke about digitization and how Rajesh spoke about how smartphone proliferated, but still, when talking about digitizing the agriculture industry in India, we must look at internet penetration, right, which still stands at about 50%. How do we make tech more accessible to farmers? And can Mark, can you weigh in there?
I don't know, like wait 3 years maybe. Okay. Like every year it slogs. Cool. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, not everything's perfect. Internet penetration in rural India was 10% like 5 years ago. So now we're at 50. So wait a couple years. Like the cost curve has gone to a fraction of what it used to be. Handsets are getting cheaper. You'll start having used handsets at even cheaper price points, right? There are certain things that I worry about. This is not one of them. This is a time function.
And I mean, what more disruption can we see here, right? I mean, the geo effect or whatever that happened in 2016, and it's slowly sort of like, the 4G revolution or whatever is slowing down. Is there anything that, anything in the rural market that can probably, accelerate, from 50% to the next?
It was like 40% like before COVID. So like it's kind of going at 5% a year. I don't, are we gonna be able to do much about this? Probably not, honestly. Maybe there's a rural digitization effort the government wants to do, but this is going to come down to like Modi, Ambani, Adani. This is like way above our pay grade, man.
You want to weigh in there, Gaurav?
Yeah, sure. See, rural India is becoming digital savvy. I mean, as Mark said rightly, like with smartphone and internet usage increasing 30%, CAGR in the last 4 to 5 years, right? And if you talk about 2020, there were around 300 million internet users in rural India itself. And the Prime Minister Wi-Fi Access Network Interface Scheme is delivering broadband services to rural areas. I mean, altogether creating a 2 million public Wi-Fi access points by the end of 2021. That was the goal, right? And there has been significant decline in the cost of technology access as well. For example, internet data cost now decreased to 64%, over the last 3 years, and from 18.5 per GB to so INR 6.7 this year. So lower cost smartphone devices are improving access as well. Tech is actually being accessed by farmers today, which is the good news. And farmers are using YouTube, for example, to be able to see whether the advice they are receiving, it really makes sense to help them in solving or helping them take decision for their use cases, right? And some of the agri-tech apps also, we have seen they have managed to penetrate this audience and bring them onto their apps, which indicates whether there is a value in what they are doing or not. Another avenue that can help make tech more accessible is to include local or regional languages support to reach out to a wider audience. And in some ways, it is like our own evolution, where we started using apps for social media and entertainment heavily, but have now shifted to using apps for our productivity use cases. And I think I foresee an evolution happening, which will take time, but it will happen.
What about you, Rajesh? Do you see any other way to make tech more accessible?
Okay. See, largely it's a time function, but I think the extension of your question is, can agri-tech become the catalyst behind increased or fast-paced penetration of internet? See, in a very optimistic way, I would say I would love to wait for the day when a feature phone user in rural India and mostly farmers buys a smartphone to access some of these AgTech services. Right. And I would love to, by all means, I would love to, see if that is happening, that starts happening with the aspiration of being on a platform, let's say like Crashify, right? Because in the past, we have seen this. In order to use WhatsApp, people have bought smartphone who were earlier on, on a feature phone. So if some of these services become so great, right, so magnificent that really become, game changing for the farmers, for the rural Indians, then why not? I mean, these innovations can also play a role when smartphone really becomes that kind of aspiration, that it becomes a must-have thing. So even those who don't own a smartphone today, right, and if it becomes kind of necessary or mandatory for them to buy a new one.
Moving on, I have a specific question for Mark. You at Omniva, you fund entrepreneurs building the future of agriculture and food systems. Right? Your portfolio includes several agri-tech startups, from B2B to SaaS to Internet of Things. So when it comes to agriculture, there's no dearth of problems. So the canvas to disrupt and bring in efficiency is pretty vast. So what, according to you, would be the 2 or 3 big challenges that need to be tackled first in this space? Are there any innovation that you are particularly excited about in the near future?
Sure. Let me answer that separately. So we think there are sort of 4 big challenges that broadly need to be tackled in this space, which is what we describe as our theory of change. So we think the first challenge is radically increasing the profitability of farming, not the productivity, the profitability, the bottom line that goes to farmers. Is another way of saying doubling farmers' income or more so, right? We have to make farming a remunerative profession. The second is making farmers more economically resilient. So it's not just that at any given period they need to make more money. The radical swings in income that define being a farmer pushes people out of farming, right? It's like the world's most stressful job, right? One year, what if 1 year you made 3 lakhs and the next year you made 1 lakh and the year after that you made 5 lakhs and then you made 2 lakh and then you made 1 lakh. It's very hard to kind of have any stability in your life. And so addressing that issue of economic resilience is the second challenge that we see. And that's by, a variety of means. Third is this issue of agricultural sustainability. We have challenges with the amount of water that we're, using up in agriculture. We have challenges with respect to soil health. We have huge challenges in food waste and spoilage, and in the usage of natural resources in agriculture. And then finally, there's this whole issue of climate action, right? Indian agriculture is both an emitter, right? 20% of India's GHG footprint comes from ag, but it's also at the front lines of climate change, where, if climate change gets much worse in India, the ag sector is going to be the most badly hit of all parts of the economy. And so everything we're doing, we think these are like the 4 kind of big challenges that we have to face. If you ask me about what I'm excited about, look, I think it's a couple different big themes. I think I'm very excited about, we've made a lot of investments in the last few years in essentially this play around the digitization of Indian ag, right? So we call those platforms, we call those marketplaces, we call that fintech, right? But that's the space that not just in omnivore, in agri-tech more broadly has really taken off. We continue to be very bullish in that. We think you're going to see larger and larger companies built in that space. And, Bijak and Krishify on this call are prime examples of that. I think a second theme that we're very excited about is deep tech. We're starting to see more and more, serious innovation that's kind of coming, that's scientific in nature and coming up. Whether it's in satellites, hyperspectral satellites from Pixel, or low-cost robots from Tartan Sense, or the cheapest farm sensors in the world from Fussell, right? We're very bullish that there's going to be some pretty badass and even globally sold hardware. Our first exit came from Eruvaka. Our first big exit came from Eruvaka, and that was selling IoT devices made in Vijayawada all over the world. For the aquaculture sector. So I think there's a really strong possibility to build some pretty cool deep tech companies in India. And then the third thing that I am a advocate of, even though it's still very early days, is the agri-food life sciences sector in India, which is the most neglected space in our agri-tech ecosystem. Just to give you an example, if you take any of my peer VCs in Israel, the US, Canada, or Europe, 50% of their portfolios are in life sciences, 5% of mine is. And that's because there's a dearth of life sciences activity in India, not just in agriculture and food, but in human health and in every other aspect. Like, it's just the one part of our ecosystem that's like truly weak. But I think that's starting to change. We're starting to see some interesting companies coming up that are rooted in synthetic biology and other disciplines of life sciences. We've made investments in Bioprime. We're about to announce our second life sciences investment, technically our third, in a couple of days. And that's part of this program that we're running right now called Omnix Bio, which is specifically to accelerate the agri-food life sciences space in India. And so while it's still early and I can't point to any glowing successes, it's an absolutely critical set of technologies and capabilities that we have to build. India is missing the boat on this globally. The Chinese are racing ahead. The Americans are already there, and we need to fix this stat. And so we want to be part of the solution to that.
Mark, you said that being a farmer in India is the most stressful job in the world. I mean, I think I was reading an article somewhere that said that journalists, venture capitalists, founders, they are among the top most stressful jobs in the world. But anyway, as a venture capitalist, in 2021, it was a record year for startup funding and unicorns, right? So, but out of the 100+ unicorns that exist in India, I mean, none of them are from the agri-tech sector. And how optimistic are you about unicorns emerging in this space? What's needed to enable this growth?
So first of all, I don't give a rat's ass about unicorns. I want to see IPOs in this space. I think that's coming. I think that you'll see the first IPOs of agri-tech startups in India probably in 2024 and 2025. I think companies like Dehat, Arya, Resha Mandi will IPO. I expect others will as well. I wouldn't be surprised if some are not the IPOs. With respect to what's a unicorn and what's not a unicorn, because right now you have a lot of what I call zombie unicorns, right? They're eating brains and they're falling apart, but they still technically have that valuation. I think we're building for the long term in the agri sector. I think if the 2021 boom had gone on for another 6 months, you would have seen 1 or 2 agri unicorns, and you didn't. But I think that you'll see them emerge in the next 6 to 12 months. But honestly, that's a preoccupation for good folks like you. I'm more obsessed with the idea that we'll have publicly traded agri-tech startups in India that are very successful, and I think those are coming in 2024 and 2025.
Thank you, Mark, for those inputs. And moving on to Rajesh, would like your inputs on at what you are doing at Krishify. You've talked about building an agri-verse with over 10 million plus farmers on your platform and over 6.5 million downloads, if I'm not wrong. So
registered farmers,
yeah, registered farmers. So what has been your strategy to make this technology more accessible? What you're building, can you share what your company is thinking or what your strategy is?
Okay, so see, on one side, that's like 101 of product building. So as you said, 50% of rural population has internet today, and we want them to be on Krishify, right? Because we believe that if they are on such a platform, their business, their livelihood, everything can become better, right? So now the strategy is to how to get these people, get that population, get that audience on a digital platform, right? So that's how we have built the product, right? So as I said, like product 101. You have to understand the audience, right? The only thing is, rather I would say the challenges is there are not many playbooks of the same kind. So every day we have to put in a lot of original thinking, right? Think from the very basic first principles. We have to take that kind of approach, right? Understand what this audience is like. What are their pain points? What do they actually like to have? It's not just what they need, right? But also what they can use. There are a bit of challenges as we discussed in the first part of this discussion. So most of these people, they are new on internet, right? For many of them, for more than 60% of them, Krishify is probably 3rd or 4th or 5th app that they extensively use, right? So if you see the way they use the internet, many of these farmers, like there is around 97 to 98% overlap with Facebook. But how many of them are actually creating content on Facebook? Or they are creating content on YouTube, right? Mostly they are consumers. They don't do a lot of creation activities. On the other side, on Krishify, if you see, so roughly 8 to 10% of our users create content, right? And that's huge. So we have to we keep iterating the product, keep understanding what they are able to understand, what they are not able to understand. So it's not just Krishify learning, but I will say it's overall internet learning that is happening for these set of users, right? And that has been the base of our growth so far, and we are very optimistic about even faster growth in the coming months and years.
Also, there's also resistance from farmers to technology in some sense, right? So you use AI ML to provide farmers with like personalized user experience, if I'm not wrong. So the government initiated AgriStack. That initiative faced a lot of resistance and backlash from farmers. And it was intended to be like a digital stack of agricultural data sets with land records and all at its core, right? But however, farmers have raised concerns about outdated and inaccurate record as well as data privacy. So when it comes to artificial intelligence and machine learning technology, they need good data set in order to function well, right? I mean, that's crucial because that's how the machine learning works, right? Data is really important. So what are your thoughts on this, and how do you go about building trust, especially in an industry that runs on minimal profit margins and old school technology? And the way of doing the business has not really changed in decades, right? So what are your thoughts there?
So see, both are actually two different things. One is getting data from different sources and different kind of data, ranging from more demographical data to a very, very personal or wealth related data. So getting from different channels, different sources, and kind of combining everything together on a neutral platform like digital stack that you were talking about, right? While and that's a good strategy, right? Because a lot of things in agriculture can be data driven, right? And no single source, I would say, including the government, has everything on a kind of digitized and all the data accessible to a single party, right? So collaboration between multiple parties and getting access to the entire value chain, right? So for example, let's say if one company has the data of post harvesting, their selling behavior, and the other company has the data of the entire sowing season, so their input purchasing behavior. So now both can be merged and you have the entire value chain that can be leveraged by both the platforms as well as both the entire ecosystem. So they're sharing that kind of data. I mean, farmers do have friction. But in our case, the way it works today, right? At least today, I mean, in future it can change. We can collaborate with other partners, right, and bring in their data to be able to serve farmers in an even better way. But today, the way it works, it's like we have our own universe, right? So what farmers are doing, the kind of activities that they do, and we try to make good insights out of all those activities, right? And use it for their own benefit in terms of getting a very personalized, experience on the platform. And when we do ML or NLP or AI to understand who this farmer is, right? So we are not just doing interest level analysis, right? We also have to understand their contemporary need, right? And as we say that, so Krishify has one thing which is also very different from the entire ecosystem, that we are interested in capturing the entire life cycle of a farmer, right? So in their life cycle, whatever activities they are doing, whatever needs they might have today, right, we have to address that within that limited time frame that they are spending with us, right? So that becomes very important, and that comes from our own ecosystem. So to keep it very simple, a farmer uses Krishify platform, better personalization or better personalized experience he or she is going to get.
Thanks. Thank you, Rajesh, for that. I'd like to know more about Byjack now, Nikhil. Byjack, at the end of the day, is a B2B marketplace for suppliers, buyers across India's agricultural value chain. So in recent years, the Indian agriculture sector has had many challenges, and that's also the main challenge has been the low yields. When compared to developing nations, India's farm yield is 30 to 50% lower, is what the data what we have here. So how can agri-tech startups improve the overall value chain here?
Yeah, Pranav, so I'll be very specific to how BJP is currently trying to solve this problem, right? So if you see a life cycle of a commodity, right, it's being grown by a farmer, then it would reach to any of the mandis, and eventually it's get consumed by a consumer like us, right? If it's not getting processed. Now, in most of the cases, the farmer would decide what commodity to be grown based on the market is able to access, right? So a farmer growing onion would never want to grow a sugarcane because he doesn't has enough buyers for sugarcane. Let's say there is a village which grows wheat in a season. Now one out of them farmer would not want to grow broccoli because he could not get enough buyers for broccoli. Right? So we have to understand, like in India, or I mean, all of the numbers cannot be compared to global numbers because specifically in agri space, the scenario keeps changing. A lot of things are not even under control of humans, right? It's weather driven or it's temperature driven. Now, at BJP, we are just trying to create a open, democratized marketplace for all the buyers and sellers of agriculture commodities. So in layman terms, we help a seller to discover buyer and a buyer to discover seller. And that's what we envision about, right? And we very closely work with many of the other agri-tech startups, government bodies, in terms of helping them to fulfill their procurements or maybe at times helping them to liquidate the produce. So we are trying to optimize the value chain just by ensuring that the food wastage gets reduced. A farmer is able to fetch better prices for his commodity so that he can actually choose the crop he wants to grow rather than being, rather than this decision being driven by what the other community members are growing. And in last slide, it's a community driven thing. So you have to understand that most of the agriculture commodities get shipped at a bulk level, which means you need to have a critical mass of a commodity to ship it from one place to other, right? I just cannot send 10 kg of rice from 10 kgs of wheat from MP to Bangalore all the way, right? The cost of logistics would be very high compared to when it gets shipped at a truck level, right? In a couple of trades, the cost of logistics itself is as high as 50 to 60% of the realized produce cost. So we have to understand, like, although the low yield is something which we need to take care of, but it's something which would require a scientific approach. You need to change the seeds you are using. You need to change the maybe the manures or the fertilizers you are using, and still you won't be able to get the desired outcome because it's something which is beyond the human control, and at times it would be dependent on weather or the temperature. But post produce is something which most of the startups or the platforms are trying to optimize, is something which is under our control and it's a business call. So at BJP, we are trying to bring in technology and kind of make most of the things objective rather than subjective. So trying to replace the human expertise with help of technologies and all what you mentioned, right? So I started my career as a data analyst, so I understand the value a data can bring, and at the same time we have to ensure that not all of the data is useful. At times, if you cannot make sense out of data, is as good as garbage for you, right? So to have a data which would make sense and then kind of get this data from various bodies, to work very closely with other startups who are in similar space or trying to optimize the space, and then come up with a full-fledged solution post produces something which we are currently trying upon. So I'm not sure if this would help in terms of like increasing yield. Of course, now since a farmer can choose a commodity he wants to actually grow, or a commodity which would actually fetch a better price for the farmer, so of course it's going to make a slight difference. But what we count as our impact is most probably whether we are able to give any of the farmer or farmer bodies or FPO a market for the produce they have already grown and then they want to liquidate. Given the nature of commodity, right, it's very perishable. It would be like for sold for nothing if it gets delayed just by 2 or 3 days post produce.
Understood. And another question that I have for you is that there are many. There's no dearth of agri-tech startups here, right? There are close to 1,500 agri-tech startups in India as of June. This year, this is data according to Traction. So, with such a large number of players in the market, how do you look at making a meaningful impact?
Yeah, Pranav. So honestly speaking, the space is so huge, right? If we actually see the BJ's contribution to this entire value chain in absolute term, it would come in decimals, right? Decimals you would not even be able to read because it would have many zeros before the number. But given the fact that in India, like the agriculture market is close to $370 billion market, and contributes almost 19% to GDP, increase from 17%. We at BJP, we are just trying to create a platform which would exist for decades and which would solve a very basic problem, the problem of market access or market linkage, right? So for now, a farmer growing potato in Agra may not be able to sell it to Bangalore, or even if he's having a buyer in Bangalore, he may not know that there is a buyer in Khammam who needs a truckload of potato. To solve this very basic problem, and given the fact that it's not a FMCG good which can wait for a month or week before getting sold, right? Once it's out of it, you need to sell it before 2-3 days. Once it's out of cold storage, it needs to be dispatched within 24 hours. Now, time is something which plays a very important role. Of course, given the fact that logistics and temperature and other challenges are there. We don't see our impact in absolute terms. If we talk about entire market, I'm not sure whether we'll able to capture even one of the geography of any of the commodity, because a few minutes back you were talking about like no unicorn exists in agri-tech space, right? In agri-tech, like each of the commodities, as Mark mentioned a couple of days back, each of the commodities have a potential to create unicorn in a specific commodity. It's just that the movement has very recently started in this space. The adoption on farmer side has increased, and it's an exponential growth, right? The digital adoption among people. We have to wait. We have to give some time to the space, to the sector, for people to adjust, right? We are trying to change the entire human behavior which has existed for centuries, right? It's not a new business we are trying to change. So if I tell a couple of cases, we have helped the farmer to fetch 7 rupees instead of 2 rupees per kg for his banana, which were 2 truckloads of banana. You have to understand, for a farmer, it's just twice a year he gets an opportunity to earn bread for his family. If you can change the price at that point, if you can help in even fetching half a rupees per kg extra, right? He's going to use your product for lifetime, right? They are very loyal, and for them, it's not a luxury they are buying out of it. It's a necessity for them. So we see our impact as the volume which is being traded through the platform right now. It's 100 trucks per kg, 100 trucks per day, sorry. And it's translates close to 2,000 tons. But moving forward, we see BJAC as an umbrella for all the post-produce trade, where most of the other players would be using it to discover counterparties. And as of now, I think it's in itself, it's a very big problem to solve.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to Gaurav and understand from the AWS's perspective. So there are nearly 100 agri-tech startups that raised close to $1.3 billion across 139 deals between Jan 2020 and June 2022. So, and there is no unicorn yet in the agri-tech space, like we discussed earlier. But there is tremendous interest from your experience in working closely with these startups. What are some of the trends in tech advancements and tech solutions adoption in this space that is driving the boom of interest and powering this disruption in this whole agri-tech industry?
Right. So just like every other sector, so agriculture also has been disrupted by tech companies in the last few years, and in an attempt to transform it with the introduction of various technologies and innovation, right? Logically, agri-tech is also a relatively young space, so it may not be correct to compare it to the other tech-based unicorns, operating in spaces which are very few decades ahead already. So though we are confident that agri-tech will see a few unicorns, emerge in the year to come. As far as trends are concerned, we are seeing a lot of, artificial intelligence being used in supporting farmers in overcoming a range of challenges and helping farmers with enhanced decision making. Like a smallholder farming in India may benefit significantly from having access to AI models, that may boost farm revenue, optimize input cost, and de-risk agriculture through quick data intervention. Some of our customers use data science, and AI to promote sustainable farming practices through precise decisioning, or to reducing farming cost and, of course, increasing yields. Another area is the space of computer vision. By placing sensors in the field and cameras on the farms or in a factory for supply chain or warehouse, we can collect information related to climate, soil quality, humidity, product quality, or even livestock movement as well. We can analyze it, support farmers as they are going about their work, right? So one of our customers offer personalized crop advisory to farmers by generating a crop calendar using big data and analytics, taking more than 30 parameters into the account. Now, a farmer can get advice on the exact amount of fertilizers and pesticides, along with spray date, enabling them to save cost, which is associated to the crop inputs and outputs, right? Uh, uh, I'll say that Krishify, who's in our panel, they leverages our tech solutions to provide a more personalized experience to their users as they aim to build a better network for their farmers. Finally, we are also noticing, drone startups that have generate a detailed map of the farm, that characterize your, specific agronomic issues, including nutrient deficiencies, your pest and weed infection. In short, there are lots of interesting tech advancements and innovation in this space.
Thank you for that, Gaurav. These are the questions I had for all of you. This is a super insightful conversation, and thank you so much. Everyone made in with good points. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Gaurav. Thanks, Rajesh, for these inputs.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pranav. Thanks, everyone.
Well, hello and welcome, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us today for the ET Soonicorns Summit. It's great to have all of you, really disrupting the neo-banking space and becoming the new faces of neo-banking and how banking services are delivered in India and how financial services will be delivered in the future. I just want to get started. We know all the numbers, right? We know 150 billion by 2025 in terms of valuation. Indian fintechs are very crucial. Financial services is crucial for India to reach the 5 trillion economy. Let me start by asking all of you, right? We've had the Aadhaar moment, we've had the UPI moment. Where do you see the next wave of innovation coming in from? And where do you see rather the entire space evolving? Is there any other public infrastructures that you're really, really excited about? Let me start with you, maybe Nilay, on this question, and move on to you, Riju and Jiten, and the Apurv and the Yogesh, obviously.
Thank you, Tarush, for having us. Now, it's interesting times for all of us, and what you rightly mentioned. I mean, for once, we are not chasing valuation. For the last 3 years, we have been profitable. We've been constantly building our team. So we've adopted an interesting concept where we just brought in a CEO from a bank. So the reason for doing so is, I'm very much aligned in the entire regulatory perspective that, fintechs kind of need some sort of handholding by the regulators. So we are kind of going in the right direction, so to speak, because a lot of innovations can be done and a lot of disruptions can be done. So, some of the regulatory frameworks that I'm bullish about is account aggregation, because easy pay addresses a huge chunk. I mean, MSMEs we target, and 95% of MSMEs are actually micro. And what we want to kind of help them is empower them to go to the next level. And because they contribute almost 30-35% of India's GDP. So if we are going to go to the 5 trillion GDP mark, there'll be huge waves coming in of innovations in the space that we are in. So account aggregation, ONDC, a very nice initiative by SIDBI that they want to create a CIBIL kind of rating for the micro and small entities. So this will in return kind of help them to borrow much more smartly, digitally and easily, in return, it would kind of, help all our goal to reach that 5 trillion and probably $10 trillion economy within our lifetime.
Well, thanks for that. Moving on to you, Riju. I mean, how do you see this space? I mean, it's been a decade of fintech and where we've come. How do you see now the next wave of innovation coming in?
Yeah, so I think I'll talk about cross-border payments maybe. I think there's a lot happening there that we are seeing, and there are two themes maybe. One is making payments easier for Indian exporters, right? How they can sell globally. How do you digitize the process, make it cheap, fast? So that is one theme, and then also sending money out of India, and there how can you enable help Indians invest in productive assets, right, and not just for expenses. So those are a few of the things that probably are happening, and there is also from a regulatory tailwind perspective. You have the gift city that is coming up, right, and then that has the potential to become something like Dubai or Hong Kong, right, based out of India. So which holds enormous potential, but again, very early days, and we'll see where that goes. And in addition to that, we have the regulator, RBI, having an entire sandbox about cross-border payments. So that just tell you that the regulator is serious about cross-border payments going forward. Yeah.
Sure, Jiten, you've seen wave 1 and wave 2. We're at wave 2. Do you see a wave 3, and what will that be?
I've seen actually before wave 1 as well. So during early part of my career, I worked with a bank for almost 7 years, and I still remember that the retail banking. Whenever we used to discuss among our colleagues, we used to say that what choice customer has. Ultimately, every bank offering is same. So the only differentiating factor becomes the interest rate, and I think this phenomena kind of existed before all this whole neo-banking wave, which we're seeing right now, not just India, but across the world. So I personally feel that the most boring part of banking is becoming the most exciting part of banking. And I think that trend we'll see more. We're already seeing where the banks who have been there for 2 decades, not done anything new on the retail banking side, suddenly saying that, oh, this is the area where they're going to invest the most. This is the area where they're going to improve the most. All large banks are working on that. So definitely, be it fintech or be it the banks, there will be a marked improvement in the way consumers experience banking. And like if I have to make like a very trivial prediction, and we have seen this in the mobile phone generation where like the mobile number portability happened, and nobody could believe it would happen. I feel with the AA infrastructure being ready and this whole the banking experience focus from most of the banks and the regulators, I will the bank account portability will also happen. Where a consumer could simply port his account without getting disrupted or beneficiaries or the transaction history and all of that. I think that would further put pressure on banks to up their service or up their game. So that's how I see the third wave coming in.
So bank account portability, that's a very interesting point, Jiten. I think you're really, really bullish upon it. Let me come to you, Apoorv. You are a young age startup, definitely trying to disrupt a newer space altogether and really getting into a great PMF from what I hear in the industry. So what is your take now? Where do you see the next wave 3 of innovation in India?
Sure. First, Tarish, thank you so much for giving me the time. Now, we are already aware of the great success stories in India around UPI and how you already talked about it, and also the upcoming platforms. Although a lot of them are still being made live. For example, the account aggregator platform. We understand the potential and the power of it. One thing that I want to highlight is around how these financial services have been distributed over a period of time. I come from a lending background. I have seen just how dominating the big tech has been in terms of how these products are being distributed. So pretty much all the distribution channels are currently controlled by the monoliths that we have in the industry, containing subsidiaries, which basically all of the internet is just these companies, and ultimately that's how you also access financial products. That we don't have a better channel of distribution for financial products right now. The standard P2C marketing channel exists for pretty much all the products, whether it's selling soap or selling a financial product, which probably has a lot more impact on someone's personal life. How I see is that with the new platforms which are coming up, and this is very relevant to what we are doing at Refine, is how the distribution of these financial products will take place. Previously, it was around a pull effect where a customer goes on to Google, searches for a particular product, there are advertisements there, and that's how. So it's being pulled. Whereas we want it to go into a more awareness-driven and education-driven approach, where the customers are educated first on what is it that they should be doing, and have a very holistic plan around managing their personal finances. That was the vision around Refine when we started it, and it continues to be so. But distribution of these financial services is one place that is going to dramatically change. The standard marketplace solutions that are available for absolutely every other digital product, I feel like we can do much better than that. And also, there has to be an element of education around distribution of these products. That's how we are seeing things at Refine, and something new. Otherwise, I think all the other success stories that you guys are already talking about. So I concur with those as well.
Sure. Moving to you, Yogesh, you bring in the tech in the fin. So let's hear from you as to where do you see, with so many startups working on your platform, the next big disruptions coming in, at least for now.
Sure. Thanks, Tarush, for having us. Actually, what I feel, and rightly picked up by Nilay as well, right? If you look at this innovation started somewhere in 2010 beyond, which is the first wave, which Jithan also spoke about, wherein the digital challengers actually came in, digitized the industry with payments on mobile started, right? I think the next wave will come from companies which are existing but have not really used tech. For example, motor industry or e-commerce retail. Nilay spoke about ONDC. Telcos are even prominent tech players who have not really used, prominent consumer technology players who have not used technology as the first thing. And that will come up, and this is again targeted towards the larger Indian middle class, as well as the Bharat, which is actually existing beyond tier 3 and tier 4 cities. And lastly, on the MSMEs, with more and more visibility and transparency coming in, I'm sure with Web3 and the blockchain technologies which we spoke about, I think that is where more innovations will come, and the next wave will come wherein you will have clarity on where exactly the funds are flowing from, and the entire transactions will really come up with transparency, I believe. And tech is definitely a part, and AWS has been part of the journey right through. So yeah.
Absolutely. I think that's like a mirage range of where we see the entire landscape can be. And I think we're all kind of crystal gazers in this world as well, with the entrepreneurs here kind of taking in the bigger bets rather. But, I also have to ask you this, right? Like, we are at a very interesting juncture of Indian fintech, right? There has been a great amount of, I would say, zest from the regulator at present to kind of look at compliances, look at regulating the segment further, while certain fintechs are saying that, definitely that's bringing in much more clarity as to now the grays are removing from the industry. But there are also business models that, have been built over time, on some of the things which fintechs thought were the right way to kind of go. So I want to start with you, Riju, by starting to ask you that, because you've been more often than not in touch with the regulator for either your licenses or the recent sandbox, announcement that you guys made and the regulator made. How are you seeing this entire, tango that's going on between business models and, compliance and regulation and all of that? Because that's kind of squeezing some of the fintechs not in a great position, right? So where do you see the overall, dust settling in, and how are you interpreting it?
Yeah. So I think the regulator has kind of focused on customer protection, and at the same time they don't want to disrupt the existing business processes as long as they are like above board, or they're aligned in the right intentions, right? So yeah, so I mean that has, I think, been the overall trend, and they also don't want to curtail innovation, right? Like RBI just wants to be seen or wants to kind of further innovation. So if you look at just all the sandbox projects that have come up, I mean, we were part of the cross-border sandbox, and right after that we had the sandbox on credit, right? So and that has themes like co-lending and so on, right? So which are very new concepts. So the RBI is definitely very pro-regulation, the pro-innovation rather. And this, I think, as you said, the guidelines, they define the right way to do it, right? And they also highlight the don'ts, right? So I think as far as we see, I think it's just consumer protection, not disrupting the existing business practices, and being pro-innovation at the same time, right? So that's the sense we get.
Sure. I want to move to you, Jiten, on this particular topic, right? Because you've seen a wide array of this, right? You've seen this over the years and have interacted with the regulator also over the years, right? Across two different businesses, right? So I want to kind of understand this as to, where is this kind of, putting the Indian fintechs at present, right? Because it's coming one after the other, and the RBI is very clear that we want to kind of regulate every aspect of financial services. So, how are you looking at this particular, I would say, movement rather from the RBI towards compliance?
Sure. So I think if you look at RBI specifically, their approach generally has been for any innovation. Let it reach certain scale, and then they try to regulate it. And I think this is the approach which I've seen in last 10 years. And so I think the first step which they did was related to the whole payment aggregation companies, where they said that, okay, this sector has grown to a level where it needs to be regulated so that they can remove all risk associated with the sector. So they started licensing the sector way back in 2020, 21. And I think similarly it's happening now, where they kind of let innovation happen on the digital lending side, and then see that what to regulate. And if you look at the essence of regulation which they're coming out very clearly is that they want transparency. They want clear communication, the clear explanation to the customers about the lending practices. They don't want customers to be over leveraged without customer knowing that they are getting over leveraged. So effectively, when they realize that a lot of such practices are happening, and it's happening at a scale, it needs to be curbed. I think this is where, while we see as one after another, but I see him like it. I think it was a matter of time. It was supposed to happen. It's just that the matter of time happened like the back-to-back regulation. So I think we see this as a knee-jerk reaction. But I don't see anything wrong there. What they did. That being said, like being on the fintech side, the way I see is that yes, they're also taking the hammer approach, which is like let me control everything at once, and I think that is that definitely has certain side effects to the sector, but maybe the dust will settle soon, because the good part is that they're also listening now. They're also inviting for discussions, for suggestions, for improvement, what they can change, what can they make better in terms of guidelines. So it's a temporary moment in my view. I don't think it's going to be a permanent phenomena this way. And of course, they want to be vigilant about areas where the risk could go at a scale where it's difficult to contain. So I think that's the overall messaging I see from the regulatory side.
I want to just lap on another question for you on that one. Is that, is the era of licensing here, right, for Indian fintechs, right? Because I mean, there was not the opportunity earlier to be a licensed entity, right? But now I think somewhere this is also pushing the industry into a black and white, where it's clear that a licensed fintech versus a non-licensed fintech, how these two will be approached in the market. So do you think the era of that is coming now?
So I think not just India, but everywhere this is happening in terms of the fintech suddenly grow at a scale, then it becomes difficult to control. So every regulator, be it the Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, UK, they have started into this regime where either they have a light touch regime where they're saying you come and register with us, or second is that we will give you some license to operate in the country so that the unnoticed activities don't happen. And I think that's what even RBI is moving towards, where they're saying that we are not opposed to innovation, but we want to know who is doing what. And so that if anything happens at a scale, it just does not go out of control when the risk increases. I think so. So yes, it makes life tougher for a early stage startup. I would say it definitely makes life tougher because the early stage startups are by nature not tuned to be regulated, not tuned to be like heavy compliant in their processes, in their compliances. So yes, it deters the young companies, but yeah, from an ecosystem standpoint, I think it's needed. Now, can there be a middle path? Maybe, like a scale-based path, but it can't be totally unregulated. I think that is very, very clear.
Sure. Well, I think Jitin has opened the floor for you, Apurv, actually saying for early stage startups. So I actually wanted to ask you the same question, saying that, at the early stage level, right, where you're seeing compliances which are hitting growth and late stage startups now, right?
Yeah.
How are you looking at those business models? Because ideas are a galore, right, at an early stage startup. But where do you see, okay, this is compliant, this is not compliant? How do you look at the entire industry for this and your growth rather?
Sure. What helped me a little bit was coming from the lending industry, where we did see a bit of regulation tightening happening starting around 2017-18. After that, the entire NBFCs and how they operate, and even regulations around NBFCs started to come in. So it was pretty clear that RBI was headed in this direction, and RBI has always given very clear indications that we are headed in this direction. I remember at a point where they had very clear norms around who can access these credit reports, and for a very good reason. An individual's credit report should not be floating out there with absolutely everyone to see. Those are very, very specific information details which are to be accessed for very specific purpose. And from there on, I think there have been a slew of new regulations, but RBI has been clear in what they are trying to achieve here. RBI does not want systemic risks to the ecosystem. If you recall, we had an ILFS event, Yes Bank event. Those were basically bumps that we hit on the road. But we never had a full-on meltdown. We never had our 2008 moment. That is because there were constraints in place such that even after hitting these roadblocks, the system is designed to correct, and there are enough checks and controls and balances in place. I think with fintech becoming big enough, a lot of the RBI will start seeing it as a potential systemic risk, and therefore the regulations will come accordingly. And that has served us well till date. We haven't had our 2008 moment. Hopefully, we'll never have it. But regulations will absolutely be required for that. And like Jitin mentioned, RBI has shown some inclination towards a tiered approach. I think if that comes to the startup ecosystem, that will also be very useful. For the NBFCs, you have systematically important, non-systematically important. So there are already precedents where they have gone with a tiered approach. How we see is that coming from particularly from a refined perspective, from day one, we did spend a little bit of extra effort on the compliance side. We did spend that go that extra mile to make sure that we took a relatively more conservative approach rather than a more. It did curb a lot of interesting things that we could be doing on day one. Absolutely open about that, but we have to see from a future scalability perspective. We believe that it's better to create a product that scales and continues to serve the customers over a period of time, rather than coming up with something which is a very, very radical and from a regulatory perspective. Technology-based innovations, I think everyone appreciates. Compliance-based innovation, where you are circumventing certain measures, we have seen that RBI is not very happy with things like that. So we have made sure that we take a relatively conservative approach on the compliance side. And although it does add overhead, I think it's more around awareness and having clarity of it. So if you have a reasonable amount of clarity available, even young stage startups can try to follow them from day one. Yes, as in when you scale, you bring in all the right individuals, the right entities to help you build that compliance infrastructure. But it's definitely possible with more and more clarity coming in, and it become common practice and common norm. It will gradually become easier for the female startups as well.
So moving to you, Yogesh, I know that I was supposed to ask you this later, but I'm just bumping this up, right? Like now compliance is coming in. How is your technology platform also kind of, being, where do you see yourself as a sweet spot to kind of be, right? Because there's all this, whether this is compliant, not compliant, whether this business is compliant, which is linking onto you. So how are you looking at, evolving your tech stack for this?
Sure. So if you look at especially the way the India stack has come out, it's more like they're looking at a presence-less, paperless, cashless, and consent-aware kind of interaction with the end customers. And I believe with the AWS services, which are actually the deepest and broadest set of services which are focused on with security as day zero, it's the best platform right now, which is really poised for it. There are 4 to 5 reasons which we feel. One is the most important is we have one-click regulation and compliance right there for the customer on click, right? The AWS Cloud Compliance enables the customers to really understand the robust controls which are in place. All the reports are, all the SOX and HIPAA compliance, the ISO compliance reports are ready on a click of a button. While we continue to build the infrastructure and network for the most security conscious organizations worldwide, and the same configuration is actually being put for even the early stage or mid stage startups, right? Second is the seamless and safe transaction backups which we drive. We have very strong disaster recovery policies which are ensuring that the backups are highly secure and fault tolerant, while giving you, while ensuring that your savings on that cost, it's not actually burdening the early stage startups. The third thing is performance and scaling, right? While we are catering to the Indian diaspora, what happens is the fintechs are regularly seeing spikes and bursts in their customer traffic. AWS is providing the resiliency and reliability by way of the infrastructure, the way it automatically scales out and scales in, right? Which is ensuring that the applications are always available while they are also reducing costs. The next is high availability, which is with the mobile phones really getting democratized. Everybody wants banking to be available 24/7 by 365, while it should be secure, right? With our region and the easy concept, we have infrastructure which gives you high availability and a service uptime of up to 99.99% with if you have the right architecture in place. And lastly, we are a company which is supporting builders culture, right? We give a complete ready-to-use tool chain to the developers so that every time the regulations are changing or new norms are coming in, they are actually ready to put this in the chain really faster. For example, if I have to speak about the DevOps tool chain, for example, we have a product called AWS Code Commit, now which is like a Git repository of your code base, and which is followed by a code pipeline, which helps you continuously deliver the newer build and test it on the fly. And lastly, we have a product called Code Deploy, which is a part of this DevOps tool chain, which automates the code deployment, right? So this really makes the startups agile and ready for the regulation changes which are happening, while we are still ensuring that the security for the cloud is taken care.
Sure. I want to move to you, Nilay, quickly. I think you are rather in an industry which has compliances and newer innovations also going on, especially with ONDC and all of that also coming in, right? So compliance, what's your take on it? What's the hot word for your segment?
So probably I have one word for compliance. It's hygiene. In order for any fintech to grow, it's a simple hygiene one has to follow. It can be argued whether what sort of compliances are put in practice, but the way again I see where India has to go and grow, there's a huge population, and especially businesses are underbanked. So if there are not certain protocols set by the regulator, it can just go haywire. So we just strongly believe in being compliant. At the same time, if there's there are a lot of sandboxes out there by the regulator. I think that's more towards R&D and more suggestions from fintechs like us to help them take the right decision in the right direction.
Sure. I'll just move into individual questions now, I think, looking at the time quickly. Jitin, I'm going to kind of start with you, just the learnings, right? What you built rather with Citrus Pay earlier was very different, right? To now what you're doing, right, is I would say an evolved, much more hyper version of what you were doing at that point of time. Maybe at that point of time that looked hyper and the possibilities looked hyper at that point of time. So I want to understand, like, what's some of the learnings that you've carried, right, onto startup number 2? Like, what is some of the things that you've kind of imbibed also to say that, okay, now this is what we're going to do? And I think the one that I can see from you is that there is not a lot of innovation actually happening in financial services. There's just a lot of innovation happening in delivery rather. But go on, I'll let you take the stage on it.
So I will talk about the similarities as well. My office has remained same, by the way, the office I'm sitting, the same office since 2013. I think if you look at it, the changes which has happened. So since 2000, till 2014, there was no word fintech which existed, by the way. So I learned to say fintech. So that's a big change which has happened from a financial services play to a fintech play. But I think the key learnings personally has been around how to build a more resilient organization. And I'll give a very specific thing here. So what tended to happen earlier, and maybe it was my personal maturity as well. What tended to happen earlier was whenever there was any crisis situation, you tend to react fast. You tend to react fast because you feel that is the only way to come out of crisis. But with sort of age passing and the era passing, I think the biggest learning is any crisis you can weather if you take a pause, think, and act. And I think that's like a big change personally, which I have seen. Second is, I think on the regulation side as well. Earlier, the feeling was always that do arbitrage play, don't hide from the regulator as far as possible, so that they don't come after you and all of that. But I think the world has changed in terms of where, especially the India or anywhere else also, the progressive country, where the regulator wants to know what you're doing. Regulator is keen to understand more and then shape the regulations around that. And so if you do the same thing, what happened in the first way, which is like hide as much as possible from the regulatory lens, I think that's a disaster now. So you have to be more visible. You have to be more going to them, explaining your business, telling what you're doing. And we have done that. We have done quite a few times. And I think that has given more confidence to the regulator that we're not doing anything shady, or we're not doing anything under disguise of something else. So I think that's another learning. And the third is the biggest learning, that if you really want to build a long-term business, create a relationship with your consumer. See the transaction. There's a difference in relationship. So like payments and lending typically are very, very transactional relationship. So where you make a transaction, either a payment or a lending, and after that, consumer, when they make transaction next time, they decide what is optimal for them. But in the banking or financial services for that matter, if you build a relationship, you don't have to worry about whether this consumer will give you revenue next time or not, or whether this consumer will give you LTV next time or not. And to build a relationship, you need to service well. So I think there's a big difference I'm seeing. Like personally, and my team has been focusing a lot on servicing the customer well, and I think that has given us results. So like our organic acquisition is like 50%, and I've never seen in my last 2 stints where our organic acquisition touched that much. Our organic acquisition in my past 2 stints also was never about 10%. So I think yes, it's an additional cost of setting up the process, team, doing things right every day, every hour, every minute. But I think that gives you long-term results. So I think these are few learnings which I can share.
So I just want to move to you, Riju, rather, right? You've been rather a company which has been moving towards more and more regulated. You want to be regulated further. So I want to understand, India is a stomping ground for international innovation. Also, we're seeing UPI, RuPay. You've made some waves in terms of setting up international businesses, wanting to solve for international payments, cross-border. So where do you see in your analysis that, you can take this innovation to the global front, right? And where do you see other gaps in the global economy where you can see Indian fintechs can kind of fill that in?
Yeah. So I think there are a couple of items, right? So one is, definitely cross-border payments, right? That I alluded to earlier, right? And how can you make, right? And as a result, what we're trying to head to is banking outside the box of a bank, right? And a great example is UPI in India, right? Where you have payments from one bank to another, which was the domain of banks so far, and that's happening on a completely unrelated third-party app, like a Google Pay or WhatsApp. So just extending from there, like how can we move other banking services, right? Like loans, like a card, right? So how can we enable fintechs to become the distributor of financial services, banking services more efficiently, faster, right? How can we create a level playing ground, right? So that any company can become a fintech company, more easily. Right. So, and then within that, I think defining the right standards, right, and structures for this interaction between the bank and the fintech is very important. Like this is very important in India, I would say. I think it's slightly, I would say, advanced here outside India in some countries. Like let's say Europe, right? But I think how do you define these structures, for API banking, right? Is kind of very important, right? Keeping security and privacy, data privacy in mind. And within India, I think a great model to again look at is the BC model. I think we spawned a lot of successful. We can argue, I think that was a fairly successful model, and we had a lot of BC's banking correspondents, right? That offered, banking services like account opening in tier 2, tier 3, very small towns, right? I mean, you have companies like Fino, for instance, right, which have IPO'd, right? So that we can argue is a successful model, and all of that was very physical, right? Can you do a digital BC, right? So that could, I would say, is the precursor to when we are saying banking as a service and all, right? So can you enable a digital BC and maybe give them greater access, right? Like can they help deliver loans, cards, and so on, and other services, even like insurance, investments, and so on. So I think that is, and these points are talked about, right? Like you can read about these in like something like the Wattle Committee report, right? That came out, I think, around five years back, right? So those are alluded to, and I think the policymakers have noticed that. It's just about getting that into action, right? Defining regulations around that. Right. So, and that again, and then I think that can be again taken out to the other geographies, right? Like once we have a framework for API banking as a service in India, we can take that to emerging countries, right? Southeast Asia and all. And I think Indian fintechs can lead the way there, right? Like, so yeah, that's the option, that's the potential, right? We can have Indian technology companies creating neobanks, in Southeast Asia, for instance, right? So that's the sense.
Sure. I think I just got a ping from the team. It's like we have another 5-10 minutes to just go. So I quickly kind of move on to you, Apoorv, and then ask you also, right, that this is a new model altogether, right, that you're kind of looking at. It is payday loans, but you're kind of quoting it as something different, etc. also in the market, or it's coming across as something which is interesting, right, of giving salaries early. I think Jupiter is also doing something similar. When you're looking at doing this in particular, right, how do you, I again want to ask you this, how do you sit in with the compliance? How do you sit in with, the customer being at the right side and not misusing the platform, or like, making sure that all checks and balances are done, right? I know that you might be running on the employer network, but still, I mean, there could be a lot that could happen potentially. So where do you kind of sit in? And have you kind of also spoken to the regulators saying that, this is also another model that you guys are, coming in with the industry with?
Yeah. So I think our current existing model is a retrofit between what the regulator already allows in a very, very standard capacity and trying to bridge it with technology, with the entire employer-based platform that we have built. Very quickly on where we started, again, coming from lending industry, Jiten also mentioned that first thing we noticed people did after getting the loan was delete the app itself. And that's not a relationship we wanted to have with the customer. And that's where a lot of ideas for the Refine came in. The vision has been to help people manage and improve their personal finances. So it's more around education. It just so happened, earned wage access is an amazing place to start. So our goal from day one is, can we get people more transparency into their earnings, help them manage their personal finances and budget better. And mid-month, if they have any needs, which given the entire Indian demographic and the ecosystem that we have, that's a very, very large problem. We did a massive survey with Ernst & Young, which is the largest in Asia, which clearly showed just how critical that need is. Now, currently, there are no good ways for employees to solve their mid-month problems. The only way is to reach out to these exploitative payday lenders, and that has brought a very, very negative connotation for the term payday lending. Our goal has been very different. What we want is to give people more transparency, and if they want to serve their mid-month financial liquidity problems, they can only access what they have earned. There's a key difference. A typical lender, and in the lending ecosystem that became the norm, was they are in the book building business where they're trying to give out as much money as they can, and also helps the unit economics. Our goal has been to help people solve the crisis and use only the money that they have earned. The second is only access what they need, rather than if you go to a lender, they will say, oh, we don't give out 20,000 rupees. Those we will only give you 50,000. No one says no to larger amounts, but ultimately they get caught into the debt trap, and which has been the antithesis of what we have been trying to do here. And we have been phenomenally successful, thanks to the employer ecosystem, which has accepted this new innovative solution. And at this point, we are working with some of the largest enterprises in India. One initial challenge we faced early on was around education. People didn't know that a product like this could exist, which could help their employees. And now with us achieving scale and showing the product market fit, more and more larger enterprises are coming on board as well. So it's a virtuous cycle where the greater scale and the greater product market fit we are showing. Of course, the investors are interested, but also it's the larger ecosystem which is growing. We have seen incredible engagement and adoption from the employee base themselves, where we have a massive retention rate and an amazing score from the customers themselves. One is that for one, we have to live up to very, very high standards. This is a perk being offered by the employer to their employees. So there's a very critical employer relationship which is coming in between, and we have to respect that, be cognizant of that, and make sure all of our services align to those quality of services QS that we need to provide to both the employer and the effective employee that we are ending up serving. From a regulatory perspective, again, we have tried to be conservative on the model and try to retrofit it on the existing rails that we have. We work with regulated entities through which these credit lines are created, where people are being financed through. So again, very, very standard norms that RBI has proposed. We come in with our employer network, the digital ecosystem that we have built with the employer, the integrations with the employer. One very critical part for our success has been that we make it almost a no effort solution for the employer, where it's very easy for them to come on board. We seamlessly integrate into their existing technical tech platforms, whether it's the HRMS, whether it's the ERPs, and it can be immediately rolled out to their entire employee base. So that's been a very, very critical aspect. The second has been around education, where we have financial coaching in our system, where every customer that comes to our platform, we make sure that we are giving them financial coaching. We are telling them exactly how to manage their personal finances, not selling them. And that's where my initial point of that we are, I feel like we are going into this new era where it's going to be less of selling and bombarding people with products and more about educating them that why should they have a particular kind of product, a financial solution? Why should they get the insurance? Why should they have a particular medical coverage? It's going to be more and more around education, and that's what we want to be a part of. We want to help people manage their entire personal finances, and we feel like the best way to do that is through the employer and the approach that we have taken.
Yeah, sure. And when I come across your company, I heard all these new terms that you said, earned wage access and all of that. And now there's antithesis as a word coming in. So definitely, like, these are high on SEO words that which are there in terms of just rebellion in the financial services ecosystem. But coming to you, Nile, you're working on a systematically important sector for I think for the country. But it's not an easy sector, right? It's a sector which is fraught with a lot of dynamicity in terms of how MSMEs work. But there's a lot of innovation that's coming in, right? And there could be those tailwinds as well. So help me understand this. With so much happening around, how are you kind of really working on to kind of make things more personalized for, let's say, a certain grade of MSMEs, right? Because I think every segment in an MSME is so different across. So how are you kind of personalizing it? How are you looking at the challenge? Are you say, oh no, we're going to focus on this 5 segments, products? There's so many in the market today, so many competitors. How are you looking at the perspective? And then possibly after that, I'll just quickly run through the room with the one last question on profitability. I know everyone's smiling on that, but over to you, Nile.
Yeah. So EasyPay has spent 8 years understanding this particular segment. We are 8-year-old startup, and what we've done is, we've kind of segmented it in our own way, where and we've mainly focused on small trader rather than a manufacturer, which kind of helps us narrow down the kind of target market that we have. And then the current the product that we have and which we are building to end-to-end financial solution for this MSMEs was probably last 1 year was very easy for us, because the whole crux of so many years of experience. And then I personally take almost 1,000 calls a day, 1,000 calls a month, just to hear on what a customer service team is talking to these MSMEs. And Jitan earlier pointed out a very important point, that one has to understand their customers, and once you do, it becomes so easy. So what we did understand, and a simple question that I ask all my friends, that when was the last time you visited a bank? They have to scratch their head and remember that, okay, it was a few months ago. And with this simple problem statement, I go to my team and say, I don't want our customers to visit banks. It's in their palms. They should be operating it from their palms, and that's how we are doing it. Secondly, in the whole thesis, I believe that banks will go invisible. So they'll still remain, but that they'll be in back end. There are new age companies which will kind of understand, earn the trust of the consumer, and kind of help them solve that niche problem so nicely that they wouldn't need a bank to go to physically.
Sure. Final question. We have 5 minutes on the 3 minutes rather than the clock. So I'm timing all of you. So it's like 1, 2, quickly on this. Obviously, we've seen some slew of startups kind of go, public as well. And I know that everybody talks about not just a journey of creating good value for investors, but also kind of creating a legacy onto the public markets, right? I want to start by asking you, Riju, right? I mean, so many things happening. There is evolving regulations coming in. There is new innovation. There is competition. All of that clubbed in. So, where does profitability kind of fit in? I want to start with you because I know that your answer would be like, hey, we are profitable, but how do you sustain the sustainability of it rather?
Yeah. So, I think for us, we have been lucky enough, I would say, to be profitable for the last 5 years or so, right, since inception. And I think, operational efficiency, trying to automate things, being very frugal, right? I think, we were a 5-member team for the first 2 years, of our existence. And so I think, that was, I think that set up the base, I would say. Right, just making sure you have positive unit economics, right, and just keep your head down and build gradually, I would say, right. So that's what worked for us in today's, in the context where we're a bit larger as an entity. I think the regulations are there, but I think overall the business model is net profitable, right. Margins come under. I would agree that margins are under compression, right. Even if you let's say, try to onboard an enterprise customer, it's at a lower margin. Right. So I think there you need to find higher margin opportunities, find new opportunities. That is where our interest in cross-border comes in.
Sure.
And we're looking at international markets for the same reasons, looking at other opportunities, right? Like issuing banking as a service for the same reason, right? So just try to offer multiple services to the same customer and try to increase the margin out of that is what we try to do.
Sure. Moving to you, Jitain, you've had 2 startups and you're in a consumer-facing startup now more than ever. So how are you kind of doing the growth versus profitability question?
Sure. So in the banking, kind of a startup, even traditional banks, when it comes to retail banking, it takes time. It takes time to, one, build and earn consumer trust, and second, to achieve the unit economics. And because first you have to create the liabilities base, then you sort of start lending or start offering fee-based products and all of that. So I see a similar journey here. We are literally, we just finished month 13 of our product launch. So very early days. But the key to success for our business would be, how do we keep acquiring new consumers at a low CAC, and if we chase high growth, the CAC becomes higher. You lose the discipline. So the cost of acquisition of the customer, if you're able to keep lower and lower, I think it's a matter of time to start becoming unit economics positive on the consumers. So that's the discipline we follow.
Sure. Apoorv, moving to you. Young age business, how are you looking at the perfect match for you in terms of profitability and growth?
Yeah. So when I and my co-founder Chitra, we were sitting on day one, we were discussing that we wanted to have something that gets unit economics positive very, very quickly, or from day one, ideally. The goal there was that we want to have a system which, as and when you scale, the system is financially incentivized to grow, rather than something which requires you to constantly put in more fuel and basically pushing it through the line. And that's something that we have been successful on. The entire earned wage access model works because we are able to acquire customers at almost no cost. We work with the enterprises. It's a perk offered by the enterprise. So our CAC tends to be very, very low. We are already at a position where a customer that comes onto our platform, we end up becoming almost immediately a unit economic positive with that customer, where every transaction at that point, it becomes a bonus for us. And that's something that we see scaling. Yes, there's always a question of high margin where, yes, you can squeeze someone, get higher margins in the short term, and that's something we saw a problem being in the lending space, where because the customer does not come back to you because of the experience, you have to squeeze them in the first go. Where we try to calculate the real long-term value of a particular customer, and how can we continue to innovate on our products, on our services, and how can we continue give more value to the customer, and therefore we will add more to the positive unit economics. But we are running unit economics positive, and the goal is to just scale the model, educate the entire industry, and that'll take us at a very good place all by itself.
Sure. Let me come to Yogesh. I mean, are you seeing, a concerted effort in profitability right in the early stages with the companies that you guys work with, at least? And then I'll come to you, Nilay, on the 8-year question on profitability. So, yeah.
Sure. In fact, Tarush, the overall discussion is really resonating with the Amazon leadership principles, which I was just thinking in the background when Jiten or Riju were, even Apur was talking about it. It's again the same thing, right? You are looking at customer obsession. You are working backwards from solving their problems. You are looking at frugality to actually automate and do more with less, right? I believe that is where we were going to. But the automation, especially if you're talking about, there is a lot of verticalization which is happening into AI/ML. When you said that, innovation is happening at delivery, but I would say innovation is also happening in the banking, wherein, there are very, very vertical focused machine learning use cases happening, like prediction on cash flow protection, prediction on the fraud detection, on credit risk scoring. Right, then there are visual tasks like your claim processing, your insurance processing, your document processing. So even the audios, right? Nilay spoke about the sentiment of a customer, and he does. So the customer calls, of course, there is a audio processing happening on sentiment analysis of these calls, right? The voice enabled payments are coming in, calls out in the call center optimization is happening, and apart from that, the normal textual tasks, right? Customer service chats and the regular use cases which have been there with the banking. So I believe this actually their technology is enabling these startups to innovate faster and do more with less. And happy to be a part of the journey.
So definitely technology changing the way. Nilay, you finally on the bigger question on profitability, is that a focus with so much that's happening in the industry?
So EasyPay has a different problem. We were profitable for 3 years. Now, during Diwali, we are launching a new product, and that's where I very clearly see that we'll have to go back to the drawing. We are going back to the drawing board like olden days, and wanting to keep the CAC down. Obviously, what we want to do is acquire new customers, give more services to them, and probably not lose out on the same. So we want more repeat customers, because we are getting into lending business, and lending business in MSME is very tricky. We've just done a few thousand loans as a pilot. Great success, but when we scale it up to the full potential, we are anticipating some turbulence. So I see a bit of burn, but yeah, I think you arrested certain factors where there's as a startup you tend to kind of not keep the tight leash on it, and you end up burning more money. So we are just trying to get those levers right, where we don't kind of end up spending more.
Sure. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for actually joining us. That brings us to the end of our conversation. Some interesting insights to people trying to kind of look at problems through multiple directions. And well, I hope that all your products continue to kind of prosper, even at the wave 3. And I think we see a new future for Indian fintech. But thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Investor Roundtable at the ET Soonicorns Summit. I'm Alagh. With over 100 unicorns, India is now among the most attractive startup ecosystems of the world when it comes to private equity and venture capital investment. Many records were set and milestones were reached in 2021 for the Indian PEVC market, with over 2,000 deals closed compared to over 1,000 each in the last 2 years, as per data from the Indian Venture and Alternate Capital Association. Capital moved away from China to India. Average deal sizes grew, and there was a tremendous surge in valuations focused towards forward-looking tech businesses, and funds started taking ESG seriously. Come 2022, things have changed. High inflation, lackluster markets mean money is flowing with greater and increased checks and balances. What will be the impact of this on India's roaring startup ecosystem beyond the valuations and the blitz scaling? I have with me Shanti Mohan, founder and CEO of investment platform Let's Venture. She has recently launched a micro venture fund to invest in early stage startups. Good to have you here with us, Shanti.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We have Vaibhav Domkunwar, founder and CEO Better Capital, an early stage venture fund that invests in category defining businesses. Vaibhav, welcome.
Thank you so much, Varun.
Joining us also Sanjay Mehta, founder and partner 100x.vc, a first check fund that invests in very early startups with iSafe notes, which are India Safe notes, also short of simple agreement for future equity. And these are instruments that promise a stake in a startup at a future date. Sanjay, welcome.
Hey, thank you, Melanie. And hi, Vaibhav. Hi, Shanti.
All right, with that, let's begin. The year 2021 was a banner year, wasn't it, for investments? You know, money was just there for the asking, but things are not the same now, as I mentioned a bit earlier. Caution has replaced the euphoria. Startup funding has begun to see a noticeable slowdown. If we take a 12 to 18 month view, what are the factors and trends that you see that could shape the ecosystem in India? Shanti, if we could have your view first.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Melanie. I think what we are seeing today, and I think what we have seen in probably earlier downturns, is that early stage investing typically stays insulated from market conditions, right? Because when you're investing in a very early stage company, which is probably the angel seed stage, you are actually looking at a 5 to 7 year investment horizon, right? So actually, it's a great time for investors to start investing in early stage companies, because your deal access gets much better, right? And the deals are less competitive in terms of capital, because last year and this year, just to kind of give you the reference, last year at Let's Venture we did about 305 deals. This year till June we've already done about 210 deals. But I think the difference what I see is that last year the round sizes were much larger and the urgency to close deals was much higher, right, from the investor perspective. But this year, I think people are okay to take a little bit longer to close the transaction, which gives the investors a little bit more time to deliberate and to actually decide whether they want to invest. That's on the investor side. If you look at on the founder side, I believe, as a founder, you will start a company only if you really want to be a founder. And if you really are solving a very large problem, you really are interested in actually entering the entrepreneurship space, you really think that you have a good shot at building a good business versus starting a company because capital was easily available, right? And this is kind of very consistent to what we have seen in earlier downturns. Quality of founders become much better. Capital also gets better because a lot of investors who don't understand the asset class, who are kind of not understanding what this entire thing means in terms of just the journey they need to go through, also kind of goes away, right? So I would as a founder, I am kind of really optimistic that this again gives us an opportunity to go back to fundamentals, go back to basics, ask the right questions for both the founders and the investors. So really, I think the next 12 to 24 months, we will see some very good companies emerging. We will see those access opportunities being given to angel investors. And of course, we will know this only after 3 to 4 years. But I actually think it's a great time for the ecosystem because it kind of takes away the non-fundamentals, brings us back to basics.
All right. It's almost like you welcome the hardships, Shanti. But, let's get a view from Vaibhav next. Vaibhav, what do you think?
Yeah, so, I completely agree with Shanti. I think she's covered it really well. Just to add to that, I think, I've been an operator for 20 years. I've seen about 3 downturns. Every time they are really, really bad when you're going through it. But as you go through multiple, one of them you realize that that's part of the system. That's the part of the process. It's a cleansing process that happens to clean out noise and over exuberance and things like that, right? So to be honest, I think, we are probably overthinking the downturn in terms of the negativity, right? I think you want to be very cautious in terms of, hey, it's not 2021 at all anymore. But beyond that, I think we are going a little more negative across the board. Because look, the process of building has never changed, whether investors feel happy or fearful, right? The problems remain the same, the customers remain the same, the founders are building exactly the same way at the core, irrespective of whether the capital markets in the private markets are bullish or bearish, right? So I think it is very important to put that in perspective and make sure that we're continuing to build. Now, I've seen the two downturns in the US, the dot-com bust and the financial crisis. And this, I think, is probably India's first deep crisis that we're all going through. So it's actually a great learning experience for investors, for the ecosystem, for the founders, for people who are working at startups as well, because, that emotion of saying that, hey, I want to go build something at an early stage firm, even that's getting affected, right? So I think we want to play a balanced act here in terms of the fact that, across our companies, we take very early risk at a pre-product stage, at an idea stage. And none of that has changed at all. The only thing that has changed for us is how we think about building and how we think about capital and de-risking capital raising and things like that, right? So I think broadly, the only thing that we are asking our founders to factor in is how they use capital, how hard it is going to be to raise, and how they want to behave in that. So in the next 12 to 24 months, I think we're generally going to be slower, right? Like Shanti also mentioned, because look, I think the investor part is very simple, right? I think when the public markets are up, everybody thinks everything is up, right? If SaaS companies are trading at 100x, we were ready to pay any price. But now that they are down to 4x and 7x and 10x, you can't value early stage companies that way. So I think from a building perspective, which is where I think majority of my mind share is on, we don't want to be sort of influenced too much by the capital markets. We want to be cautious, but we don't want to be influenced too much. So I think the next 12 to 24 months, I think the real founders who are long-term builders, who are committed to building their own companies, will thrive and survive. And I think the downturn will teach, right? See, as investors, all of us are giving them guidance, but what they're learning from each other is going to be very important. So in my opinion, I think 2022 is going to be highly educating to our founders. And I'm seeing it, right? The way they're internalizing, whether the founder has 80 million in the bank or 800K in the bank, they're all going through this process, which is irreplaceable. So I think it's all good news, as long as you do not take the bad news, too lightly or too seriously.
All right. I think that's a good point made, Sanjay, if you could come in, I think that the one thing that Shanti and Vaibhav are possibly, while they say that, yes, everyone has to be cautious and stuff like that, also not focusing, but maybe from my side, the point is that we will see a lot of businesses break down, right? We'll probably see mergers, we'll probably see acquisitions. We will see businesses that will go flat. So Sanjay, what is your take?
See, the growth in the past couple of years for most of the Series B onwards companies, right, so-called the big boys, was a function of capital raised, right? So more the capital raised, more the capital pumped in, more marketing being done, more growth being happening. So we were buying business, we were buying customers, we were buying cost of customer acquisition was going through the roof, and which was unsustainable. And a lot of while entrepreneurs are at the forefront, but it was investors which were chasing those growth, right, and pushing entrepreneurs to get those numbers. Today, when things are getting stable, people are getting sane, as Shanti mentioned, saying that getting back to fundamental, and as Vaibhav mentioned, across going back to building the basics kind of stuff. So we are looking at now founders who are looking at retention more than acquisition. How do you ensure that lifetime value of the customer is increasing, the CAC is going down, the fight for talent is reduced. I wouldn't say over, but fight for talent has been reduced drastically. My cost of hiring is leveling across. So I think there are different parameters which are happening across. For investors, it's a double-edged sword. So all of us have got a good portfolio. Now suddenly those portfolios have rationalized, some discussions of exit of, suddenly is not happening or possibly stalled. I mean, everything happening on that positive side, which was in the bull run. Those markups suddenly have to revalue. All those things have started happening. On the other side, because it's not like we are tourists. We are there, like all of us have seen over a decade of investment and investment journey. We know that, let's invest in these times, build a portfolio which will be great to harvest in the good times. So it's a part and parcel for us. This is like, you have to balance along. That's what I would say across. In the good times, you keep selling, and these are the times where you keep buying.
All right. Okay. So, everyone's talking of a balancing. I want to go to something that Shanti said right at the beginning, that there might be funding driven towards the early stage startups. Shanti, that's what you mentioned, right? But
Yes.
which are the other stages and also the sectors that you see will see investments in this 18 to 24-month period? And, which are the ones that will struggle? So, Shanti, if you want to take that first.
Yeah. So I think in terms of just the new businesses, what we are seeing coming up on Let's Venture, as well as just in the ecosystem, I think there will be digitization of traditional businesses, right? And when I say that, it's more like, companies formed around supply chain, manufacturing, right? So some of the logistics, right? Some of that digitization of those traditional businesses and creating efficiency and then creating a new paradigm in terms of customer experience is what we are starting to see emerge, right? And it's a great time because I also think, Miloni, I mean, just taking a view, I think it's a great time to start something which is completely new in terms of customer experience, because nobody is in a hurry to build the next big unicorn in the space, right? So what this downturn does is that if you're able to get in the capital for that idea, you have enough time to go into the market, build your business, build your customer base, because capital is scarce, right? So that is the other way to look at it as a founder, right? So that is one kind of sector we are seeing happening. The second is, I think D2C products, right, is going to continue to see a lot more companies coming in that space. Because today, if you look at the market in the last 5 years, the Indian consumer has also become a lot more open to trying out new products, right? So we are, in fact, it is not like I'm very conservative when I'm trying out a new brand or when I'm trying out a new product, because that category of buyers in that 20 to 30 are already exposed to a very different mechanism of marketing, right? And they are actually pretty open-minded when they are looking at new products coming into the market. I think loyalty towards existing products is a little lower, and we are happy to switch loyalties if we find something which really fits what I'm trying to do, right? So I think that is the second kind of very big change. The third, of course, the traditional industries like fintech, health tech, SaaS, all of this is going to continue to kind of grow, because those are the basic in terms of just business building, right? I think what will change is just the valuations at which they're going to get valued, right? So a SaaS company is not going to see a 12 to 15x multiple on ARR. They're going to see a different multiple start to emerge, right? So I think the price point or the entry point of these companies will change, and it will become a lot better. And I think a good price is good for the founder and for the investor, right? I think sometimes founders don't internalize this. Raising at a high valuation at a very bull market might be easier, but then you have to sustain it, right? You have to continue to give the multiple, and you have to, if you have raised at $1 billion, you have to exit at $4 to $5 billion, right? And then you need those market conditions, which has to be conducive to that in terms of just an exit opportunity. So I think that these business environments actually is very good for both the investor and for the founder, right?
Yeah.
And in terms of what are the trends we are going to start seeing in terms of growth and early stage.
Okay, all right. You want to go next, Vaibhav? Which stages of funding you think will get importance in this time, and the sectors? Shanti's already mentioned D2C, and of course the ones that everyone loves, which is fintech.
Yeah. No, look, I think the way I look at it is there is a framework here that is driving the behavior on the investor side, right? And there is math to be looked at, right? So what happens is that, let's say a growth investor who was able to underwrite $1 billion, a $2 billion, a $5 billion sort of a milestone for a company is now suddenly wondering if he or she can do that, right? Because there is a lot of capital that has been wiped out in the public markets, correct? Which means their ability, what they were thinking is going to happen. Coinbase was at $100 billion. Snowflake went public at $100 billion. I mean, I've built for a long time, in my early days, $150 million exit was supposed to be incredible, right? And now we're talking of tens of billions of dollars, right? Now, that math changed over the last several months, right? And when that math changes, the growth investors are suddenly not able to underwrite what they were able to underwrite earlier. And in fact, because they've suffered deep losses, they're actually going more negative and saying that, no, I was super wrong. Right? Now, if that changes, that goes to the VCD folks, right? And VCD suddenly gets affected because if they are sort of saying that, hey, I'm just aiming for a 3x fund, their numbers of what valuations they're going to get to change dramatically as well, right? So I think growth and VCD got affected first, right? And then it is flowing downwards. Now, I think the math is very clear from B onwards, right? And now what happens from pre-seed to A is it is less about the math and more about the fear. And the fear is essentially that, hey, like, for example, I think we take pre-seed risk at scale, which means we are in a completely unknown territory when we are writing a check, correct? Now, what happens is that if the VCD folks have changed their math altogether, the A folks who are sort of saying that, hey, let me figure out what's interesting, right? Their math has changed as well, right? And not only has their math changed, they are slowing down because they don't know what's going to happen, right? So A is affected because of that. And pre-seed and seed also then, folks like us, we have to question what sectors will sustain what valuations and what sectors will sort of get to a very strong Series A, right? So there is a lot of confusion and fear, I think, from a pre-seed to Series A perspective. Now, we can always say that, look, I think I can always do a pre-seed and seed because I have to raise 2 years later and the market will turn and it's completely fine. But I think that's very zoomed out version of it, right? When you have to say that, hey, because, as a GP, each of us are underwriting something, we have to return capital, we have to be right enough number of times. I think that changes everything. So I think pre-seed, seed is getting affected. Everybody is going slower. And I think that fear right now is probably at the highest. And it's less of fear, right? Because people have enough dry powder. It's just that I think, you just don't know the roadmap, right? Because the math has changed on growth. And here, what you were counting on earlier, you were underwriting, X number of unicorns earlier in a certain period of time. Now you're saying, no, let me change my math to 500 million, 300 million, right? So I think there's a lot of math behind this as well, which is affecting a very framework-driven thinking as well, right? I mean, there's nothing right or wrong here. It's just about being realistic.
Vaibhav, but what are the sectors that you feel will struggle because of this?
So I think technically this applies to all sectors, to be honest, right? But the sectors which will suffer more is the ones who actually got a lot of money at the high valuations and whatnot, right? And historically, if you see, fintech and edtech in India has been funded the most, right? So we've seen like our portfolio at Bear Capital also is super deep on fintech and edtech, right? Now, not only are the valuations corrected, but we've all taken so many bets that even I want to see all of them play out before we say that, hey, we were right on this or wrong on that, right? So in my opinion, I think fintech and edtech will move quite slow. I think SaaS remains fairly evergreen, right? As long as, from a framework perspective, you have a thesis of what is India global SaaS looks like and what you're looking for. I think, software is reinvented every decade, right? So there's always enough to build. I think SaaS will remain interesting. What we're seeing is, I think climate is just starting to see some green shoots, right? We are very deeply committed from a couple of years, and we're starting to see better teams, and we're starting to see more conviction broadly in the climate sector. And I think it has been very interesting to see a lot more sort of Series A activity in the EV sector, right? Because I think for a long time, I think people were just trying to figure out and make their minds up, but we're starting to see that move as well. So I think climate in general, SaaS will continue. And then I think agri, health, agri may be capped at, how much you can do and how many white spaces are there. But I think health, I believe we are starting to now see fresh companies taking a new view, creating new models. So I won't be surprised if health becomes sort of a very interesting sector over the next 24 months.
Thanks for that very detailed response. What's your take on it, Sanjay?
So 2 weeks back, we published 100x sentiment outlook survey. And let me just share one of the questions where we had asked investors about their priority interest in the sectors. And the top 3 sectors which emerged were SaaS, deep tech, and fintech. So I think fintech will continue a lot of interest. While EV and Web3 were not there as a part of the whole survey, this is my personal choices. I believe EV and Web3 sectors will break out, and we will see a lot of opportunities coming in EV and Web3 space. So I'm very bullish on that side. From the negative side, as what Vaibhav mentioned across edtech, is something, overly played out kind of stuff as a sector. So I see challenges. Travel tech will not come back. We lost that momentum after COVID in the travel side of it. So I think still that side of it is still not recovered as such. Agri, while yes, there will be some offshoots, as Vaibhav mentioned, but not as an overall sector, not as much opportunities which we will see across. On the media side, I find very interesting plays which are coming across. Very nascent, but I believe media, a lot of good innovations which I'm seeing across, happening across. So media and content is ripe in that sense, I would say across. So these are a couple of spaces which I believe on a personal space, but as per the survey, top 3 were, as I mentioned, SaaS, deep tech, and fintech.
All right. Okay. All right, Sanjay, that's a good indication, and it's given me a great insight to what you individually or so. Shanti, I want to move to you next. You recently announced the launch of your new VC fund, Propel, to invest in early stage startups across e-commerce, fintech, SaaS, right? You also built one of the biggest angel investing platforms. So when it comes to angel investing, what are the trends that you are seeing, which you think could be indicative of the future of private investing in India?
Thank you for that. So the Propel micro fund is more like just a small micro fund, and I have been investing informally for the last 7-8 years through Let's Venture platform, but I was not actively kind of doing it. I was, because running Let's Venture is a full day job for me, and meeting a lot of founders, but never consciously went and created a thesis. And I thought now it was a good time to go create a thesis and actually work with few founders, because that lies at the core of how we think at Let's Venture, right? That we have built a platform for founders while we are making it easy for investors to discover the good founders, right? So really along that thesis. And through Propel, we have done about 16 transactions. Again, I would have loved to do more, but the intent was to work with a small group of founders. But if you look at the trends on angel investing, and it's been very, very interesting in what we are seeing on the platform. Today, just to give you some stats, Let's Venture has close to about 13,000 investors on the platform from 60 countries, right? We have close to about 3,000 investors on our angel AIF, right? So really a large liquidity pool there. But I think the trends, what we are seeing is, there are a lot more CXOs and mid-level managers of companies now starting to actively enter angel investing space, right? And really aligns to our vision of saying that we want to make private market investing go more mainstream. We want to see angel investing go more mainstream in India, right? We are also seeing another very interesting trend where angel investors are also getting younger, right? Because if you look at the ESOP and the buyback in the startup ecosystem, which has happened, in the last 2 years, a lot of liquidity has been created, right? And a lot of people of the ecosystem have now gone into private market investing, where their asset allocation percentage is way higher than what a traditional investor would look at, right? So those people, like, again, much younger investors and actually older experienced founders. So that dynamic is playing out very interesting, right? But their asset allocation is close to 50 to 60% to 70% towards startups, right? Because that is what they understand as an asset class, right? So that is the very next interesting trend we have seen. Third is, of course, the decision-making time is getting a little longer, right? So though people are committing, because of the downturn, they're taking a little bit more time to decide where they want to invest in, which is actually very healthy, right? Because in my view, this is a long-term view you need to take as an investor. And we are very pragmatic about this asset class, right? There is no need to go rushing and start investing, because when you create a portfolio as an investor, you need to give diversity of time into your portfolio. And when I say that, imagine if last year I had a 20 lakh corpus and I invested everything last year, I would not have been able to take advantage of the value benefit which is coming out of a downturn, and actually would have invested in some good founders this year, right? So really you need to take that time diversification into your outlook into angel investing. And that we are starting to see that happen, where people say, okay, I want to allocate capital, but I want to go across time. And I think the fourth most important thing, which I have to mention here, because I have been traveling outside India, went to the US for 6 weeks. I think India is becoming real for investors globally, right? People are getting FOMO of missing out in the India market. So now it's like, I need to start engaging more actively. And that I thought was the most interesting shift in my mind. It's not about going and convincing people that you need to look at geo diversification. People are saying India has to be on my roadmap in terms of angel investing, which is very good, because I think some of our founders will really benefit from global capital. And this has been happening, right? Like Vaibhav and Sanjay, and I think we all have been working with global investors. But that story also going mainstream outside India, I think I'm really excited about that, right? And we are kind of sitting at the cusp of an ecosystem which is going to kind of become the largest ecosystem in this decade, right? So I think opportune time for also investors globally starting to look at India markets.
Yeah, we were just speaking with Sanjay Nath yesterday of Bloom Ventures, right? And he said that, earlier we had to have 4 slides on why you should invest in the India market. And he's like, oh, no slides needed now,
Absolutely.
They know everything that they need to know.
Absolutely concur. And I think just one more point is that people are also now, because they have looked at private equity and because there's so much talk about startup, I think investors are also now becoming a little bit more open to alternate investing opportunities, right? Besides equity, right? Can I do debt? Can I do NCDs? Can I participate in a different form into the startup ecosystem? And equity does not seem to be the only route to getting that exposure. So that is the other kind of trend we're starting to see emerge.
Okay. One question offshoot of all of this, Shanti, is can you give us a sense of, what is the participation of women on the platform when it comes to investing?
It's a great question, and I love that question. Last year, when we looked at my platform numbers, and it's so interesting, we had 10,000 investors and we had exactly 25 women on the platform, right? And I was like, this just does not seem right? So we said, let's go do something about it instead of kind of constantly looking at data. So we then launched a Women in Investing network. And we said, let's make it easy for people to get into that asset class. So we started running this 4-week cohort courses for women. And of course, we had about 120 women go through that program. But out of that, 250 women are today on my platform, right? So a lot of people didn't want to go through the program. They just directly came onto the platform to become investors. 50% of them have already written their first check, right? And if you look at the profile of the women investors, they are like CXOs in large organizations, CFOs in a global firm. So it is not like they have any less credibility than their male counterpart. I think it is just that, when you shine the light on a topic and you start to give it attention, it nurtures and it grows with all the love you give it, right? It is absolutely that, right? So we are really, I'm really happy we kind of thought about it. And make it easy for women to start investing. So we introduced something where we said, okay, if you're a woman investor, you can start with a smaller check size, right? Because somewhere there had to be a little bit of support given. And, we also reduce our check size, like we bought in this cohort-based group learning. And there are so many good questions, so much learning happening in those cohort-based learning. Right. So we hope to make that number like, 2000 by the end of another 2 years. But I think it's very much possible, Miloni. It is just that I think women are not giving it priority. And I think if we are able to message it to them and then give attention, I think we'll be able to get a lot more people starting to participate.
Yeah, I think they just need a signal. And I think so the signaling perhaps.
Absolutely.
Perhaps yes. Okay. Wherever I want to come to you next, you're a solo operator and Better Capital mostly invest in pre-seed, pre-product startups. Any sectors you feel are being overlooked by investors, which you think could be vital, in terms of sustainability and in terms of growth of the bottom 500 million? I know you mentioned climate, but anything else that you're seeing?
So I think there is a horizontal answer to it and a vertical answer, right? So I think the reason we started Better Capital with a focus on pre-seed only was also because, my expertise over 20 years is sort of doing 0 to 1 and 1 to 10 sort of journeys, and very focused on sort of thinking about product first and distribution first stuff, right? So you can take a look at any problem. There are multiple ways to build a solution. I come from the school of thought, as well as my experience has been sort of saying that, hey, how do you think of scale at the same time as you think of the product, right? And I think that's where we found the biggest white space in India. Not that people were not investing in it, not that people are not building, but I think it was not being stressed on enough, not enough was being done. And that's the white space I think we decided to build on, right? And since we were very focused on saying that, hey, we have conviction of saying that we want to build sort of a free first product that is distribution focused. So let's say a Philo, a Teachment, a Khata book, so many of them that we've done over the years, that became sort of our core sort of horizontal thesis that, hey, this is what we want to build. And I think it was also driven by sort of what we saw in India post-Geo, where sort of users, data, and their engagement on apps and everything changed completely, right? So I think all of that played into sort of the setting up of Better Capital with a view that I wanted to underwrite myself, right? So what I'm saying is, we did many sectors early, right? As in subsectors, neobanks and SME digitization and things like that. Going forward, similarly, I think for us, what is important is sort of building out Web3 infra. So sort of, I am personally, philosophically very committed to the inevitability of decentralization. Now, how it happens, when it happens, what tech works, what tech doesn't work, is sort of something that we'll see. right? I don't think I'm going to have an intellectual argument about that a lot of people engage in. I think I'm just committed to the fact that, decentralization is inevitable. And I think we're building sort of infra pieces largely, right? We've done some consumer facing stuff as well, but I think majority of Web3 that we will do will be very infrastructure focused. Second sector is sort of climate, what we call as better tomorrow. A better tomorrow is really about saying that, hey, what sort of a world do we want to leave for our children and their children, right? And I think, we've talked about it for a long time, but I think if you just look at what John Doerr has written, I think this is the decade. If we don't do it this decade, I think it's going to be really hard, right? And we're seeing some good founders as well. So I think sustainability and climate, I think we'll be very tech-driven and product-driven, as in, sort of solving again with scale-first approach.
All right. Okay, that's good to know, and we wish you success with it. Sanjay, to you now. While the world has been talking about slowdown in startup funding, 100x .vc wanted to double its ticket size for investments. So, can you share your thesis for evaluating startups and your growing portfolio in any particular sector that you are looking at?
So we are, Miloni, we are sector agnostic as a fund. So, but we invest only in Indian startups. So we don't invest in any company domiciled outside of India. So that's one as a restriction thesis. But we now invest 1.25 crore as a standard check, fixed check as a first check into every company which we invest. And we are looking forward to fund 100 companies, hopefully, and close it kind of stuff. So that's the pace at which we are going forward, doing the first check, investing in the startups. So sector-wise, as I mentioned from the survey, these are what other investors are looking at. For us, we are sector agnostic. We invest in every possible. The thesis for us to select or evaluate any startup first goes across the founder's right to win, in terms of their background and how the founders know the subject or what are they attempting across. Secondly, we look into their business model. What's the kind of way to make money, kind of profits, and what is the business model. Thirdly, we look at their unfair advantage, right, in terms of what's their IP, what's their strong moat. Then we look at the market opportunity, how large the market is. It has to be sizable enough for us to look at it. And then we have an internal conviction where we look at least 20x kind of return minimum for us. That's our internal note, what we work across. Do we see an exit of at least 20x kind of exit? So the broad parameters would be this. Rest, it's all deal to deal, which we go through kind of stuff. And we have a good automated process in terms of inviting for applications to curating it within the team and closing it. That's why we worked on this iSafe notes, right? Typical any deals, if you look into India, when I was an individual investor, takes around 3 to 4 months to close a deal, right? After term sheet, right? For the shareholder agreement. So this iSafe notes, it's like couple of days and you are done kind of stuff. So founders get quick money on their bank and they can start rolling out. That's why iSafe as a standardization helps us scale our investing efforts largely. So that's where iSafes come at play. Just to touch upon, if you allow me, on the woman founder, right, which you asked, Shanti. So I've been a very big proponent of educating and creating lead investors and trying to bring in more and more angel investors. Possibly I would have trained or done session with over 5,000 plus investors, giving them insights on how to do angel investing. I ran a specific cohort for FICCI Flow. This is a female leader organizations by FICCI. And it was very interesting to see across how women were looking at angel investing, and most of them were trying to see across how they can deploy family money. Investing into startup as an asset class was more like an hobby, keeping themselves busy. It was not coming out as a professional investor, how typically we would look into it, their ability to evaluate deals, right? While their inner passion to put in money, I could inherently see, but their ability to evaluate deals needs to be, sharpened in every aspect, right? How do you engage across, know the various businesses? Like, for example, as an investor, you have to go through multiple businesses to being able to even evaluate, like look at what is coming up the future. So I think a lot of dedication would be required from the women's side in terms of bringing themselves up, in terms of their understanding of various businesses and the tech, because startups, I would say, across at least 70 to 80% would be tech or tech enabled, businesses. So a lot of work would be needed to done across if women investors, opportunities have to be brought to them to invest, right? So in that sense, but on the other side of it, women founders, I find quite a lot, right? Entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs. I would say every second investment which I would have done across at 100x, which we would see at least one woman founder or a solo woman founder or two women building business. So in that sense, from an entrepreneur side, I'm seeing great amount of energy, traction. A lot of women are coming and becoming entrepreneurs, but a lot of work to be done on the investor side. Shanti, I'm sure, is doing a lot of work on that, but still, I would say a lot more is required to bring women investors on board.
Yeah, there are some things that you said, when it comes to women founders also, they find it difficult to access capital. When it comes to women VCs as well, it's not like the pipe is really wide, right? Even there, we are struggling to see any sort of gender balance. So there is a problem on both sides. The VC ecosystem is male dominated, and women VCs may have their own unique challenges, So if you want to chime in there, Shanti, how do you bridge this gender gap in funding? And, to some of the points that Sanjay brought out about, how for women investing is possibly not a serious endeavor.
I would like to disagree there, right? Because again, from the cohort and from the women investors on my platform, I see very good profile of investors from the women side also, right? Like I said, they are CXOs of large organizations, they are CFOs, right? I think somewhere this asset class messaging has got missed out because it almost looks like a financial space, right? And that's where we're trying to change, and we're trying to bring those cohorts together, right? So I think that there are a lot of good women, like, there is a woman who's a full-time trader as part of my cohort, right? There are people, she's a CFO of a large multinational, she's part of my cohort, right? So I would say that, while I agree with Sanjay that there are a large element of women who are actually not able to understand or evaluate tech, right? Because of which maybe they may not be able to take a good decision. But I think it's about actually simplifying it and creating a process or a framework for them to be able to make a good decision when they are starting to invest, right? And like I said earlier, that's why we said, okay, go in with a smaller check size. So you start to experience the startup investing process before you start allocating a lot of capital there, right? So that is one part of it. But I think on the woman founder side and woman lack of VC, I think it's a global problem, Milan. It's not just an India problem. We are seeing this everywhere, right? There are very few women partners in VC firms. There are very few women actively investing in private markets, right? So I think it's a global problem, and I'm sure it will change as we will see more women founders build successful businesses, and then they will transition into the investment space. I think that we will start to see to change, right? The third point on women founders, and because you have more women investors, should they invest into women founders? My answer is no. You have to think like an investment opportunity, right? If the woman founder is a founder who is able to compete in the business space, and she is a good business investment proposition, go ahead and invest into her, right? Because I believe that at the end of the day, the customer is not going to think if you're a woman founder or a male founder. The customer wants a good product he loves, right? And you have to compete mainstream in the market. For me, I have always told all my women investors, don't start this narrative of, oh, we will now start going and investing into women founders. I am not here about patronizing the community at all. I want you to make your best investment decisions when you invest, because I want you to make wealth out of your angel investing process, right? I want value and wealth creation on both sides. And again, like, it might sound very contrarian, but I'm not a a proponent of gender investing at all, because I just think it does not help anybody, right? While of course we need to create better processes of access to capital, because a lot of women are not able to even access that capital. I will create that access to capital. I will create knowledge for you to access capital, but your final allotment of capital has to be based on your business credentials and your ability to go build a very large business. And honestly, today I'm seeing women founders are amazingly ambitious, right? They are not apologetic about being ambitious about what they're trying to build, right? As well as, they don't want that extra marks for being a woman. I would like to say, right? And I think you're seeing very good founders, like what Vaibhav said, like what Sanjay said. I think both of them are also not going to invest if they are not confident that the team will actually be able to build a good business going forward. So, these conversations are good, right, great, because it encourages women to kind of come out and actually say that the opportunities are wide open today. In a digital world, there are no excuses of access to capital anymore, right? And I think we have to just get out there. But I think it is great that we are having those conversations. People are a little more conscious. They're actually willing to be a little bit more patient when they're kind of listening to your plan, help you a little bit more. But it is not an excuse for someone to not build a good company.
Yeah. And Melody, I think, like Shah mentioned, I couldn't agree more. And I think, see, what is important is really, it's all about removing bias, right? And so many times, I think we talk more and act less. And I think it's all about acting, right? So we all know what the issue is, right? I have a daughter, and I know that I don't want her to grow up in a world that does something for her because she is a woman. I want her to win because she is really good, right?
But also you don't want a world where they're going to discriminate against her because she's a woman, right? Like
I was just coming to that, right? So that is where the action part comes and removing bias, right? So for the longest time, we had a very high percentage of women founders, all women teams, husband-wife teams. I think I might still have more husband-wife teams as a percentage of the portfolio. And these are serious biases in our ecosystem, serious, and not just Indian, right? Global. So I think, the best that all of us can do is really remove the bias by acting, because I think we've talked enough.
Okay, on that note, I want to touch upon corporate governance and sustainable growth being profitable. There is a lot of focus on it, and talk about all of these things, that this has to be made part of the plan from day one for startups, because there have been so many controversies with startups that have highlighted the toxic work environment, the lack of accountability, the lack of responsibility, and so on. It's put into sharp focus the question whether founders have even a basic understanding of corporate governance, and what do you think can be done to foster the right values in this ecosystem? And as VCs who are here to make a profit on your investment, how do you see your role? What are the challenges that you face with founders on issues like these? So Shanti, if you want to start, and then we just go around the table.
Yes, absolutely. So I think it is surprising that we're even talking of governance, because that should be the starting point of building a company. Yeah. So actually, a lot of times angel investors and founders both say, let's cut through the diligence process because we want the money to get into the bank quickly. There is an urgency. My money is running out. I don't have this time for financial and legal due diligence, right? And I think that is something we have to change, both from an investor perspective and a founder perspective, that, I need to ensure that I cannot cut short the process of diligence when I'm actually investing into a company. That is one. And second is just board governance. I think as a board member, you have to ensure that there is some framework of governance which is set up in the company. And I think these are very simple aspects. These are very simple aspects of just ensuring that basic hygiene is maintained in terms of the way the company is governed. And I know, as a startup, you may not have a lot of money to bring in a full-time CFO. I think there are good lean ways to manage that problem, to actually ensure that, you look at open source solutions in terms of what a good governance policy is. And we at Let's Venture have actually open sourced a lot of this information, where you just need to ensure that you have a good founders agreement. You need to have a good agreement for your advisory engagement, right? And just good processes on due diligence, which is done, good financial practices. I think these are very basic, again, not very complex. If you're able to put that system in place, as well as I think what I'm also seeing in younger startups, founders are actually pretty good when it comes to HR, just to give credit to even our younger founders. I see that a lot of conversation in WhatsApp groups saying, I want to know what's the best HR practice you're following. Can we please share among each other? Or, how do I go communicate back to my employees that they need to come back to work after the work from home? What is the best way to message it to my employees so that I don't create an environment where I'm actually sounding very ruthless, right? So not to say that actually founders don't want to appear like they are employee friendly. I think most of them, the intent is I want to build a good culture. I want to build a good institution. I want good employees, because people understand that hiring is one part, but retaining good talent is a very different game, right? So you don't want to go down the wrong path. But, we are all learning, Miloni, honestly, right? And I think we're just becoming aware that you cannot cut short the process of diligence and governance when you're building a company. There is no hurry to get to any state of business by, short circuiting all of these, because it is going to come back to you. We are living in a country which is highly regulated. We all understand one wrong step and you've moved back at least 3 years.
Sanjay, you want to go next?
Yeah, so, these are early stage companies, right? And these are first time founders, do not have any understanding. So a lot of the mentoring is required across from investor side, while we definitely pass on the information, the mentoring and the coaching. But it's very difficult to manage, the portfolio and what's happening on a day-to-day basis. We are not running the business, right? And it typically boils down to investing in right founders, right? And founders with integrity. There are going to be challenges all along while they are building company. There are going to be, and this is not an India only problem. It's across the world, right? So every startup goes through that journey. And founders with right set of values have been able to see their success much better than the founders who don't have those right values. And once you start as an investor doubting and your reputation is at stake, then challenges start building across for your fundraise in every aspect, right? So I people understand their reputation plays a big role in that sense. But these are young companies, so I would always give them discounts and try to work with them. I would try to give them all the benefits of doubt. I'll try to steer them to a direction where they get mature with every step, every fundraise, every board meeting, what they have across. So I think formation of the right board members, following the right principles would make sense. So, in my pitch, I've got one slide which I always keep across for all the startup founders. It's saying that, while you do every disruption and innovation, do not innovate in legal and finance, right? So follow the law of the land.
Good slide to have, yeah.
Right. So idea is, no window dressing, nothing kind of. I mean, but these are young founders. Please understand. We'll have to train them, coach them. We can't be a police, right? Investors are not, and these are not criminals. These are young kids which we are working across building companies. Need to help them hold their hands. I would put it in that way. I mean, look at our corporate governance in our listed companies. I mean, tell me a name which is not there, where SEBI would not have put down fines of, I mean, we have seen every big names, right, be there. So, we need to find a way to ensure that the right governance and information about governance and the value of governance is played out well to the founders. These are coachable founders. These are founders who want to learn, grow, scale. So once they understand the value, I'm sure the entrepreneurs would play out in right way. For me personally, because I'm an early stage first check, I don't see any founders which are rogue. So for me, I mean, I've been fortunate in that sense.
Okay, all right. Vaibhav, you get to have the last word.
So look, I think I agree with Shanti and Sanjay both. Sanjay makes a very good point that I don't think the young founders are intentional in their acts that are not completely correct or something like that, right? But look, I've been sort of in this space for 20 years and in US, in India, and it is very clear that there is a governance problem, right? So I think we all must agree that there is a governance problem, and there are different types of people. Just like we see different behaviors and different value systems playing out in any other industry, any other segment, you see the same playing out in the startup world as well. Let's say going back to school as well, you always had those kids who were cheating in class. This is no different. Right. So I think it goes back to the value systems. I have come to believe that look, I can't change how somebody else is going to behave, because that behavior is an outcome of how they've lived life and what they believe in, right? What I can do is I can choose, founders and teams and people I work with whose value systems are aligned, right? Because see, governance is a very heavy word. It all comes down to knowing the difference between right and wrong, right? And I think that's where the problem is, right? So I think considering the fact that we are investing on behalf of our LPs, it is our responsibility to sort of do our part and, choose people whose value systems we align with very clearly. And I think broadly as an ecosystem, tomorrow, if we have more incidences of lack of governance or issues that happen again and again and again, then I think it's going to be a big negative, right? Because at scale, then people are going to wonder, right, if I can trust anything. There are situations where people know that they can't trust certain numbers or certain companies, correct? And that is all a reality. Okay? We just want to make sure that as an ecosystem, we continue to, like Sanjay mentioned, educate and mentor in such a way that those unfortunate bad incidences are lesser and not more. Because if they become more than a certain threshold, it's going to be bad for all of us, because it just takes trust out of the ecosystem, right? So I think for me, it is all about value systems. And I think it's very simple, right and wrong, right? Because like Sanjay mentioned, you're not running the company. Even if you're on the board, how much forensic analysis are you going to do? You can't, right? So I think it's a very people-driven equation, I think, right? And I think it's something that at least over the last couple of years, because we've had some unfortunate situations in our ecosystem as well, where I think all of us, we've talked to so many of my friends in the ecosystem as well, we've all just saying that, hey, what do we do, right? And then, just a more higher level view is we think there is something called karma, right? And I was just reading Jason Lemkin of SaaStr today. He said, I've been around the block for a long time, and there is no such thing as karma in the startup ecosystem. I don't know if he was referring to the new funding for WeWork founder or whatnot. But to each his own. To each his own.
Right.
Today, I think we choose how we want to live.
All right, and on that note, thank you all so very much for a very, very interesting conversation today here at ET Soonicorns. And we're so glad that, you could all join us today. Thank you for your time and for your thoughts. Shanti Mohan, founder, CEO, Let's Venture. Vaibhav Domkunwar, founder and CEO, Better Capital. Sanjay Mehta, founder and partner, 100x.vc. Thanks once again. Hello and welcome to ET Soonicorns Summit. I'm Aloni Bhatt and my guest is Srini Ananth, Managing Director, Intel Capital. Srini, thank you for your time today. India has over 100 unicorns. They've played an important role in India's growth story in creating jobs. Technology-led growth is a key pillar of India's current economic thrust, and there's a lot of focus on areas such as space, green hydrogen, clean energy, drones, geospatial data, etc. Now, which of these sectors do you see as being the growth drivers and why? And, what are the things that excite you about the Indian ecosystem and the growth story?
Again, Melanie, thanks for having me. This is, a great opportunity for us to talk about, India's tech-led growth as well as where Intel has been a piece of that. I think among all of the sectors you listed, I'm obviously excited about deep tech and frontier tech. We do a ton of investments in that space. But when it comes to India in the next decade or so, I think for me, three areas stand out. I would say one is high-skill manufacturing, especially when it comes to things like automotive, consumer electronics, and to an extent, semiconductors and the semiconductor supply chain. I know India is starting to get into those, but I would say that is one area of real growth that I see for India. We've been talking about automotive companies have already set up in a lot of different parts of India that contributes to a lot of GDP. And you've been hearing about the geopolitical situation, which makes India very unique in where they stand in the semiconductor supply chain as well. So I think that is one area of focus. Now, obviously, it requires a lot more investment and it requires a lot more incentives. But I think India can be a very vital piece of this global supply chain if it starts getting into semiconductor packaging and eventually to semiconductor manufacturing. I'd say that is one area of big growth. I think the next two are very obvious and very well known, but I see this could be driving India's productivity growth as well as GDP growth, and that is healthcare and health tech, right? And healthcare and health tech, all of this driven by the sort of digital transformation that's already been happening. But over the next 10 years, if you look at what connectivity enables, what mobile platforms enable, what high-speed internet connectivity enable, I'm looking at things that are remote diagnosis, for example, handheld ultrasound scanners that can be used in the field, diagnosis that can be provided through sort of video platforms. I'm talking about things that are can provide you results and diagnostics in the field. So we are now looking at companies that can actually either test a sample of your blood or a sample of your saliva and do a lot of those testing at the point of care. And so imagine decentralizing that healthcare. And so that is a second big area of focus. I think that can be really productive and helpful for India. And then the last thing I would say is education, which has always been a focus. And if you think about the population that is sort of getting above the high skill literacy line, I think everything that you can do to improve access to education, improve access to training, and things like MOOCs, which are the massively online platforms. Obviously, through COVID, we've seen a lot of these platforms really take flight, and we've seen great adoption. But I think a lot more can be done if you think about the amount of access they can provide. So you've got internet connectivity, which is going out into the villages that can provide more and more of this access to education. So I would say manufacturing, healthcare, and sort of ed tech and education being the next three major drivers among all other things.
You spoke of Intel, of the internet connectivity, and as per a recent report by Deloitte, 2022 Global TMT, India will have 1 billion smartphone users by 2026, and internet-enabled devices in rural market will also get a push with government's entire plan to fiberize all villages under BharatNet. And Prime Minister Modi has said that the value of the Indian digital ecosystem will then reach 1 trillion by 2025. You invested in Geo Platforms in 2020. And at that time, you said that the goal was to spur digital access to drive the economy. How do you see this next push, which is the BharatNet program, the connectivity, really powering digital transformation in India and the next wave of innovations that might emerge?
I think that's a great point. See, I think one of the biggest success stories in India has been, obviously, we know about Aadhaar providing a digital identity and then providing the payment rails and the mobile payment rails for all of the disbursement of funds as well as digital payments to take place. And it amazes me that we have a penetration of about, I think, 60 to 65%, depending on where you are, what report you read about penetration of mobile phones in India. And I think this is enabled. So if you think about the payment rails, mobile, easy access, and Geo has been partly a driver of that, is to provide broadband in the hands of everyone. And those things are success stories that we have already seen. But a lot more can be done if you think about bringing down the cost of smartphones, as well as improving the access availability to everyone. Right? Digital penetration has to continue at the same pace. So a lot of the work that we are doing with Geo is sort of optimizing Intel platforms to provide much lower latency, much faster access, and doing this at the infrastructure level. Intel obviously powers a lot of the world's data centers as well as telecom networks. And so we look at this as how can we empower that? How can we power the digital transformation? So let's assume all of this continues at the same pace and the same growth. More villages have access to fiber, more villages have access to wireless connectivity. I think the smartphone has been a wonderful platform for what we have seen with payments, what we've seen with sort of e-commerce applications. It's great to have delivery at your home, but all of these are, I would say, low speed and sort of low data usage. It's not the highest data usage. The biggest data usage is actually in platforms that are interactive like this. Zoom sort of struggles with this. Delivery of education, delivery of healthcare, and things that use more of video bandwidth. So if you imagine an era of ubiquitous connectivity, if you imagine an era where you have high-speed phones and high-speed wireless, you can start doing a lot more in terms of education delivery. So imagine you can do classes where people can ask questions and interact with their instructors. Imagine if you can do interactive experiments. You have access to microscopes in national labs that can be provided to kids in the smallest of villages. And so all of these sort of get enabled. We always ask ourselves, what do we do with something faster? And we say, oh, maybe we don't need that speed. But believe me, it's sort of, there's the law of, expanding applications is that you fill more and more of those bandwidth with more content-rich applications and more interactive applications. So I would say one is definitely the penetration of high-speed platforms is going to enable better delivery of healthcare. You can do remote patient diagnosis if you're able to see in high quality and high resolution. You can do more real-time monitoring within agriculture. A lot of connectivity today is very spotty, and so even though you don't need high speed, if you think about ag tech applications, if you can add sensors in the field and if you can monitor them continuously, it helps the farmer know when to plant, what is the weather impact, and when do I, how do I do my harvesting program. So you have IoT and ag tech, which is one big area that can be enabled with more connectivity. You have obviously education, and then you have healthcare. So all of these things only get better with more penetration. And to the point where having a mobile platform is literally the first computing device in anyone's hands, right? And eventually you can think about creating applications for your own local communities. I think India has done another great job is to have the delivery of government services, to be able to do a lot of your civic services through these mobile platforms. Yeah, and all of these are, I would say, to an extent, even better than what we see here. I would say the payments infrastructure is far better than what we see here. We still have a lot of friction. It's not technological here. It's more of different wall gardens. So I'm definitely excited about what has come so far, and I'm really excited to see what happens in the next decade. But I would say, as much as it probably sounds a little boring to say, hey, it's not four-dimensional holographic AR, VR, or whatever, because a lot of these are base of the pyramid sort of things. If you can provide this in a much better way, you provide better delivery of the same services. So I think the next 10 years is going to be all of these impacts within ag tech and healthcare and education.
Okay, but I do want to talk about the blue skies, the AI, IoT, and the
Sure.
blockchain. In this next question, NASSCOM, which is the the industry body, the National Association of Software and Services Company, has said that essentially all of these deep tech startups, which are operating in emerging technologies, AI, IoT, big data, analytics. They grew at a compounded annual growth rate of 53% over the last 10 years in India. And as of calendar year 2021, there were around 3,000 of such startups. And just in calendar year 21 itself, over 200 were launched. I know you said that we need the baseline, to go and grow, which will be the tech, the health tech and stuff like that, powered, of course, by better internet connectivity. But how do you see startups in India leverage their strengths to make India perhaps a hub for deep tech?
No, I think that's definitely a good point, right? I think it's very well known that India is in this third wave of innovation, and I left the country. I left India in '98 when it was Y2K, and then the first wave of .com era startups were in place. We had the BPO and innovation driven by the internet era. I think you definitely had consumer driven, and you had a lot of consumer apps, and India was very quick to adopt all those. And I'm not even pleasantly surprised. I'm excited to see the sort of third wave. And the last couple of years, I've already been telling people that I've met startups that are working on quantum post-quantum security, startups working on photonics, startups working on IoT within automotive, and all of these deep tech areas, as we call. And I spent a lot of my time in that deep tech space. And so I think there is one thing I did want to mention is I mentioned semiconductor early on. One thing that has been lacking in India, I would say, is this sort of design ecosystem. And how do you design chips? How do you manufacture chips? And that's the toughest thing, is to sort of manufacture chips. We always say that space is, it is space tech. But the semiconductor supply chain and just the process of building a processor, which has more than 1,000 steps, and is one of the most capital intensive industries, that is definitely a competitive advantage. So I think that is an area that India can really take on. You don't have to manufacture the chip, but if you start adopting more and more of those design and architecture techniques, which comes in teaching electronic design, teaching digital design in schools and colleges, and getting to build startups in that place, I think that powers a lot of other industries. So one of the areas that I'm definitely looking forward to see is this idea of having a complete IP and chip ecosystem. I think I'm starting to see, obviously, in the IISCs and IITs. But imagine that, there was a time, and I remember, if you were in Hyderabad, you could take a course for learning Oracle data warehousing and all those things. And I think that's what you should see now is chip design and the variants of that, right? Those are the things that need to percolate down to all the colleges to have a better skilled workforce. Because one of the biggest things, if you think about it, the first tech company in India, or the earliest ones I remember, was TI in 1984. Imagine a design company which was building chips. But what they actually had in India was more of testing and software applications. And now, full circle, if you come back, every company in the US has a digital or a design center or some sort of R&D center in India. I think so. We need to start seeing product companies, and we're already starting to see that. Space tech has been well talked about. The advantage that ISRO has in delivery of satellites is obviously a huge thing. There are maybe 500 plus startups that have been funded in space tech. But if you come down to what is the low cost launch, there are not that many companies. It's very tough to sort of launch and maintain the economics. So I think that is one area where I see India having an advantage, obviously with ISRO, but I've heard of a couple of other startups doing that. I would say things like biotech and nanotech, they do require some amount of capital expenditure and spending. And the pharma in India is probably needs to catch up there. I think there's a lot of pharma production, biotech drug production, but it's not the same in terms of what infrastructure, let's say Boston or South San Francisco have. So that is one area that India definitely needs to make a lot more investment. And then as you go down that, we talk a lot about manufacturing. The manufacturing that we need to see is not just labor intensive, but something that has automation and what we call Industry 4.0. And that means having more of process, having more of IoT level monitoring, having continuous optimization and things like that. So I think I've met startups that are on the automotive floor and that are making great improvements there. And so that's another area that I see that we talk a lot about AI and ML. You probably notice I've not mentioned the word AI until now. And that is because we look at AI as the base layer for everything, right? AI powering all of these, and it should be ubiquitous. It should not be AI first, because AI is sort of part of every one of these things. We see AI in chip design. We see AI in advanced manufacturing. So all of these startups need to have that at that core, but I'm looking at the various verticals they can go and fulfill.
Intel has announced a new $1 billion fund to support these early stage startups and established companies when it comes to disruptive technologies for the foundry ecosystem. I'm wondering if, what you just told us, is that the thought process when you're going to evaluate companies, when it comes companies from India, especially, and what are the opportunities perhaps for Indian startups? Let's start with that. And then, if what you've said is the sort of lens that you're going to apply.
Yeah, I think I'm one of the two co-managers of that fund. And this is a fund that we announced earlier in February. It was a year ago when Pat Gelsinger came and joined us from VMware. He announced that Intel would be opening up its fabs to the world, right? We wanted to become that third large, we wanted to make what is called a foundry, essentially becoming the AWS for hardware startups, right? You are able to provide manufacturing, you're able to provide IP. And so part of that is what do you need to build around that to support all of these startups? And that is, you need to build the ecosystem, you need to build the tool sets, you need to build the software. And so our $1 billion fund was a way to announce that Intel is serious about this, and we are willing to support the startups with this fund. And when Intel, typically we do these funds, it's meant to be invested in a period of time. It's not per year. It is meant to go as long as it's required and to support these startups. So we announced like 3 kinds of investments. One is essentially what we call investments purely in the equity of the startups, right? We can pick some Series A, Series B startups that are promising in areas of silicon photonics, in areas of chip design, IP, invest. The second is strategic investments, where Intel Foundry Services, which is the new business that we created, and Intel Capital together work with the startup. We might have some in-kind as well as some equity investment. And the third is purely what we call ecosystem investments. It could be material contributions. It could be non-recurring engineering. So coming back to the lens, what are we looking for in startups? Since February of this year, we met close to 150 startups. We met startups that are doing everything from what we call RISC-V based design to startups that are working on electronic design automation, startups that are doing packaging, which is a key part of how semiconductor chips are built. We are looking at startups that just provide the IP. And there are some startups that come and say, hey, we'll help you with your manufacturing. We'll help you monitor your manufacturing. And so all of these are areas where Indian startups can participate. There is no bar for any of these. I mean, the bar is essentially, can you meet sort of the needs of the foundry ecosystem? Do you have a good set of or a team around it? And so the same bar that we apply to everyone, there is no different bar for Indian startups. I would encourage everyone to look up Intel Foundry Fund. It is IFS Foundry Innovation Fund. And you can, reach out to us and we'll be very quick in our response.
All right. Well, in the startups whom you've spoken with so far in connection with this fund, have you had a lot of interest from India or Indian startups?
I can't recall, from the 150, but I recall talking to one last week. But I have talked to maybe a couple over the last couple of months. Obviously, there have been a lot more startups from the West Coast. There have been startups from, I would say, everywhere from Taiwan and Korea, Israel, and a lot more in US and Europe. I think you can sort of track where you see the government is starting to invest and talk about semiconductor, right? I think you've heard about Germany and France and EU starting to put dollars to work. and say, we need to build this ecosystem. Obviously, Korea and Japan have already been mature semiconductor ecosystems, so we do see startups there. India, I have met a few. The one I met most recently last week, they seemed excited, and we're going to probably continue the conversation and see how it goes.
Right. You work alongside. I mean, you've invested in startups, and you've seen their growth. I want to talk a little bit about uh, the issues pertaining to corporate governance, sustainable growth, and profitability. Obviously, startups have played a very important role in India's growth story. And now there's growing recognition, of course, that, all of these other things, for instance, you need to be, sustainable. You have to be profitable. The monies that you spend in acquiring customers, there have to be some guardrails around it. There have been a few controversies with startups that have highlighted toxic work environment, lack of accountability and responsibility. Having worked with the ecosystem in the US, what do you think can be done to foster the right values as far as India's ecosystem goes?
So I think you've hit about on a couple of different areas. So maybe I'll try to address in the order. So you mentioned sustainable growth, corporate governance, and sort of how do you deal with controversies and lack of responsibility. So sustainable growth, I mean, we joke about it, but in a way, for the last 2 years, or in fact, almost the last decade, we've had very low interest rates. We had a lot of money going to startups, and it has been an era of very easy access to capital. And so when that happens and a lot of people are chasing the same opportunity, there is less of a focus on metrics, and that has driven some bad behavior. And so today we talk about the era of, is your unit economics actually profitable when you're scaling, right? The idea was you show some product market fit, and then you get a little more capital for growth, then you show that it can be repeatable, and you're supposed to show that it's profitable on a unit basis before you scale. But this idea of blitz scaling and pouring a lot more capital than the company is ready for has resulted in a bunch of bad behavior. And we are seeing that the stock markets have punished a lot of those companies. So definitely the focus is back on economics. Now, different startups, different sort of metrics. You can't ask a deep tech startup to show you profitability, because most deep tech startups take about 2 or 3 series of financing to actually get the product. But we look at, are the startups set up well to absorb the capital? Are they being prudent in how they spend? And are they doing the right things, right? And a lot of this comes down to the board also. The board has been very lax when everything is great. When you can go back and raise a Series A and Series B and Series C in short bursts within 6 months, 9 months, you always think I can go back to the well. But now, if anything, we are looking at all of these growth metrics. We are asking for startups to show us a revenue track. We are asking startups to show that they're profitable on a unit basis. There is more focus on how well they're growing, how well they're spending their capital. So that is one. I think sustainable growth is back in fashion, but it should have always been. There is no different. Second thing is, how have you dealt with controversies in the past? Usually you kind of, there is always a blind eye sometimes turned if the founder and the startup is just growing in metrics, but everything else is swept under the carpet. And so now you have this focus. I mean, we've seen TV shows made about a bunch of these entrepreneurs, and now you're starting to hear that we don't want to fund such people, right? There will always be capital, obviously, but I think there definitely needs to be more responsibility at a board level on what sort of things are no-go and how you need to sort of nip them in the bud. I think that definitely needs to be done. And this goes back to what is the responsibility of the board. A lot of boards generally, are founder friendly, and founder friendly means you give a pass on a lot of things, and that can be the case. And the last thing is sort of accountability and responsibility. I think that comes from the leadership and what the leaders do. Like, we've always heard stories of growth hacks, and we do whatever it takes. But the question is, how far is too far in whatever it takes, right? When you do things like that are unethical, that are things that you wouldn't be proud to talk about 5 years later, those are not the kind of growth hacks that you want to do. right? Going and standing in a line to get the first of something is can be one way, but if you start doing things that are unethical in trying to grow, trying to learn about your competitor or do something, those are the things that can get you into trouble. So eventually, I would just say it comes back to that leadership and the kind of leadership that you bring on board, because most of the startup, it follows the leaders, it follows the board. So that's an area of focus. I think we've always been in our diligence, we are very careful about any of the founders and the founding team, and we do extensive diligence. Obviously, with all of that, you can still miss things. But we are sort of hyper-focused in our diligence on all these other non-metrics, right? All the things that can actually impact the startup in the long term.
Right. When you see startups in India, when you see startups in North America and maybe elsewhere, the founders, the companies, ideas that are emerging. Can you talk a little bit about, similarities and differences and the areas that you specifically think Indian startups and founders especially could focus on?
Yeah, so if you take the broader, and I'll stick to tech because that is where I've spent most of my career, almost 2-decade career just in the tech space. So I can tell you that the Indian startups, when I talk to them, have some of the same ambitions. They come from the same place. They're looking at building large billion-dollar businesses. They aren't any more conservative than the others. They're aiming for some of those same things, right? They want domination on a global scale. They want to scale up. I think the big difference is obviously the ecosystems that exist. So if you're whether in Silicon Valley here, or if you're in Boston, or if you're in Seattle, you have a good tech ecosystem where failure is okay and you can move back. I think India has obviously gone 180 from one time that I was there to where you can fail, you can start the next company, it is okay. I think that is one of the biggest things, right? Entrepreneurship and risk averseness don't go very well together. You need to be able to fail, you need to be able to start small. So I think the Indian startups, one thing obviously they differentiate on is the age of the average employee there and where they come with what sort of educational backgrounds. The second thing is, if you think about the R&D costs and the spend, obviously there is a labor benefit in India. Your dollar goes a long way. So some of the things are equal, right? You will spend the same amount of time on a robotics component, whether here or there, but you can make your runway last a longer time. I would say there is a general sense of scrappiness. You are able to put together with a lot less. One of the other differences I see is there is less a focus on marketing in India as opposed to the startups here for a relatively equal stage, equal size startup. Distribution is a big thing, right? Once you get to your product market fit, how you distribute, how you do your go-to market. And so there is that scrappiness in India, which goes a long way, but sometimes you need to start spending on marketing and distribution, which means you need to go out, you need to hire people in other geos, you need to go and serve your customers well. So I do see a little bit of difference. There's more R&D teams, more scrappier teams, but when you start expanding, you need to start hiring the right people, you need to start hiring the right salespeople. Some of that comes from experience and some of that comes from people with domain experience, right? So you need to go out and hire that experienced folks. You're great as 4 founders coming out of IIT or IISc to start that company, but the next stage of growth requires people who have spent time in the industry, because some of these doors don't open that easily. Enterprise sales especially is not easy. So bringing that people with the right sort of business IQ is one thing. You mentioned what else is different and similar. Just in the deep tech space, I'll tell you that a lot of deep tech startups are spun out of academia here. They are spun out of the MITs and Stanfords and Caltech, and they're also funded by a lot of non-dilutive funding. And by that, I mean, there are organizations like DARPA and ARPA, which are defense and advanced research projects. So a lot of de-risking of technology is done at the academic phase. And so by the time they come, they've almost de-risked the technology and they come out and they're mostly building the product, right? And so I think India obviously has some institutes that have that, but you don't have the same kind of government funding going into deep tech yet. And so the advantage of 50 years of defense funding and Department of Energy funding is the reason you start to see some of these startups come out in material science, in photonics, or even in quantum, because there's been hundreds of millions and billions pouring into these institutions for a long time. And Intel is one of those too. Intel funds about 15 to 20 different universities around US and Europe. And so a lot of that money finds its way into startups. So I think India is lacking that. Hopefully we start to see that gap close.
Yeah. India's funding when it comes to research and tech is 0.7% of GDP. So it's really low. And, as you say, it needs to go up. The other, space or the other element here that you don't see a lot is also women in India's tech-led growth. How do you see the role of women in India's tech-led growth? We've got abysmal numbers in the formal economy, and about 20%, I think India currently has among the lowest female workforce participation globally.
I think that is definitely a disappointing stat when you think about it. And I believe it has been on a decline for a while, which is what is even more disappointing, is that what used to be the case in 80s and 90s is no longer the case. So I think obviously there's a lot of long-term factors that have been in play, right? If you think about just, again, access of healthcare, access to education, and having all those, which creates this divide. By the time they are 17, 18 and of college age, you start to see them dropping out of education, dropping out of the workforce. So all of those need to be addressed, and I'm no sort of politician or macroeconomic scientist who can tell you what to be done, but there's enough documented about that. But just focusing on what can tech platforms and what can tech companies do. So I think one is obviously, we talked about these platforms like Zoom and everything that have made education and the delivery of education easy. I think one of the things we saw during COVID is if the school is not open and you can't go to the school and you're in lockdown, you at least have access to this. And so if you think about a kid in a village or some place who have to travel 3 to 5 kilometers to go down to their school, and maybe the parents decide not to send them, if a smartphone is one way to deliver it, something is better than nothing. So you start off with, we talk about Khan Academy or Udemy or Coursera, those come on at the later stage, but there are some basic curriculum or delivery of education that you can start doing at the earliest levels. As you go up into the sort of college age and where you need to start providing technical education, I think a lot can be done in terms of vocational training. And by that, I mean, you have a lot of trade schools. If you go to countries like Germany, there are trade schools to teach you certain skills, right? And that is something that India can obviously provide in maybe even provide unequal access, more access to women. Because when I think about advanced manufacturing early on, automation is going to come, but a lot of sort of assembly of consumer electronics and phones and everything, you still see a lot of people standing on the assembly line. And that is something that can be skilled training. Right, you can be trained in that. You don't need to go to a 4-year degree to learn that. So access to some of that vocational training to be able to participate in manufacturing, because that is something that I see whenever I see things about China or Vietnam and other places. There's a higher participation of women because those labor-driven jobs are high. Now, construction is also a labor-driven thing, but construction obviously is much more extreme conditions and it's not easy. When it comes to tech companies and participation of women there, I think one of the biggest issues we have seen is, one is safety. One is just access to having these paid, FMLA, we call it FMLA, which is paid maternity leave. The ability to take a break, whether it's short or long, and to be able to come back to the same position or the same company. That's not something which is there. Right, all of these will help the women stay within the workforce and proceed. Because if you start skipping out in, let's say, your 20s, the chances are it's very tough to come back in the industry, and you might start to find an alternative job or alternative career. And I know people in my family who've gone through that. So those are the things that tech companies can do, and tech companies already do that in other geographies. And so that is something that I think all of these will definitely improve the participation, but we're still talking 20%, right? Yeah. And so even having 5 to 7%, and the goal seems to be to get to 30, is admirable, but you got a long way to go there.
Yeah. And yes, it's a long way to go, but imagine the potential, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that is one of the beauties of when you have a 1.2 billion base, you're talking every 1% is a lot of people that are participating, and the contribution to GDP is so much higher. And that's why when you see a geo platform is the largest, it's because they have 40% or 30%, and that's 400 million users. Where do you get that kind of users, right? And so I do think India has the benefit of that, the median age being low, the participation being high. But I think bringing women up obviously benefits everyone.
Right. I have this last question now for you, Srini. Markets are falling. There's high inflation, slowdown in business momentum. In this backdrop, as an investor, have you shifted gears, and what is the strategy for investments over the next 18 to 24 month period? And what's the sort of advice you're giving portfolio companies to tide over this period?
So we've started looking, if you go back to Q2, we already started seeing the stocks and the stock market take a dive in Q1. By Q2, we already knew that some of those indicators were showing that there's a possibility of recession, and maybe just having COVID-driven fall or the fear 2 years back. We sort of moderated our response, right? When COVID happened, it was immediately batten the hatches. What do you need to do to survive? And so this time, some of that messaging is obviously we still continue to invest. Intel Capital still continues to invest at the same pace. We plan to do, anywhere between 300 to 350 million a year. We haven't changed the pace. Now, the quality of startups that come and raise at the same time is obviously higher now. Not a lot of startups are coming out and raising if they don't have the metrics. So the focus is on metrics. The focus is on sustainable growth. So our advice to our own portfolio, first of all, is if you do not need to go out and raise right now, and if you have enough capital to sustain, let's say 12 to 18 months, continue to work on product, heads down on product. Now, if you are at the place where you're less than 12 months or less than sort of 9 months, obviously it gets a little difficult. Then there's a lot of, can you raise at the same valuation as the previous round, or can you raise a little bit more in a convertible note and don't go out and raise a complete round? And so there have been interest in some startups for the same investors, the insiders as we call them, to contribute more capital on the same valuation as the previous round. So that is one way you can provide them a longer runway. And so they can get over this and come back in, let's say, Q3 or Q4 of next year. No one knows how long this is going to continue, right? It's all driven by interest rates. It's all driven by the possibility of recession there. So when it comes to newer startups, I think we would just advise now, or we've been telling our startups to raise for a little longer runway. Before the expectation was every year you would go out. And especially if you're doing really well, the VCs would approach you and preempt your round. And so now that equation has changed. If you were going to raise for 18, probably think about 24 months or think about 30 months. If you're thinking about hiring 100 people or 50 people on this round, maybe think about hiring a fewer, 30 or 40 people, and think about extending your runway by hiring in other low-cost geos. Because one thing you don't want to impact is the growth of the development of the product itself, right? You can take away a lot of capital, but you don't want to slow down because whether it's deep tech or SaaS, the opportunity size is not changing. What is happening is current conditions, but the opportunity is not shrinking yet. So you don't want to let go of that. So we ask them to hire the most key people and maybe some of those other long-term scaling partners or HR and other functions, we ask them to look for it later. So I think the focus is definitely, again, the theme was sustainable growth. But growth is important. You want to continue growing, you want to continue building the product, and we'll invest in the startups that we think meet all of those goals.
All right. And, more power to you. We wish you all the success. Thank you so very much, Srini Ananth, Managing Director, Intel Capital, for joining us today and for really giving us your thoughts on setting the agenda for tech-led growth to power the new India economy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Melanie, for having me. Have a wonderful day.
Well, that's it for today. Do join us again tomorrow for more such sessions, a very special keynote with an exciting entrepreneur and investor, deep dive into AI/ML, game tech, Web3, and more investor insights. I'm Melanie Bhatt, and we'll see you all tomorrow.